Chapter 151. Anomalous. At the dinner table, Chen Zonging, dressed in a straight suit, was enjoying lunch indifferently. Ku Huihai, Ku Yiren, and Liu Xiangnan, a family of three, were so shocked and stunned, they looked at Chen Zonging with extremely complicated eyes. Their eyes were shocked, suspicious, and unbelievable. The lord of the Huang family is dead! That 100 years of glory, the underground giant that trembles for half a century. The lord of the Huang family, Huang Zhengming. Is dead! He is just over 50, which is the best age for Niansheng. Just die like this, Mr. Chen. Then Huang Zhengming. Ku Huihai's voice trembled a little. It was because of the huge shock and horror that caused his speech to be somewhat unorganized. Dead. If you don't obey, you kill. Chen Zonging slowly raised his glass, took a sip of red wine, and murmured. His words are so indifferent. The wind is clear and the clouds are quiet. It seems that killing is only a matter of fingertips to him. Boom. When heard in person, this shocking answer, Ku Huihai's body still trembled uncontrollably. The lord of the Huang family, sure enough, was killed by this elegant and fair-skinned youth. Mr. Chen? Kuya's pretty face paled in shock. His whole body was petrified in place, and his brain was blank. In fact, this news is too shocking. The lord of the Huang family, the 100-year-old lord of the Huang family, was actually killed by Chen Zong? Ku Yiren's pretty face turned pale, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Chen Zonggong with horror. Then, she turned her gaze at the side of her younger sister, Ku Shuang. Ku Shuang sat there with a complicated face, but did not refute it. In other words, this is true. The century-old Huang family, the lord of a generation of heroes, was killed by the young man who was only in his early 20s. This river and lake is going to be chaotic. The noon sun penetrates the shade of the trees. Jiang Mansion, Zongshan Road, Shanghai. Jiang Ruoqiu, the daughter of Dan Jiao, is in the study, holding a brush, gently rendering a thick ink landscape. A snow-white Cheongsam outlines her perfect charm and seductively. And she, the appearance of the jade hand holding the pen and ink lightly, is even more charming. With long hair lightly, her beautiful eyes stared at the ink painting on the rice paper in front of her delicately. At this moment, suddenly there was a rush of footsteps outside the study corridor. Immediately afterwards, a maidservant looked anxious and solemn, and stood in front of the study. What's the matter of panic? Isn't the ending already set? Jiang Ruoqiu still bowed his head, staring at the ink painting on the book table with beautiful eyes. The brush in her hand is still dancing gently, and all the trivialities can't interrupt her interest in painting. Then Chen Zonging's corpse. How did the Huang family dispose of it? She murmured while waving her pen and ink. Although her inference has already previewed everything, Chen Zonging must die. But she was still very curious. This Chen Zong's corpse will be dealt with by the Huang family. How? Thousands of swords and swords, or hang the city head, in order to impress you? However, the maidservant bowed to her knees, standing at the door, her delicate body hesitant, her beautiful eyes solemn and complicated. Miss, the person who died is not Chen Zonging. The maidservant's voice trembled and reported. Oh? At this moment, the brush in Jiang Ruoqiu's hand trembled slightly. The painting under the pen also trembles slightly, but goes in the direction. Then, who is the dead? Although she continued to write and repair the ink painting on the rice paper, her mood was obviously a little messy. Chen Zong not dead? Her expectation, unexpectedly. There was a deviation? The maidservant's beautiful eyes were solemn and complex, her voice trembling, and she said, the dead is the lord of the Huang family, Huang Zhengming. Click. The brush in Jiang Ruoqiu's hand broke into two pieces in an instant. The painting in front of the book table was also stained with a thick ink. The whole painting was broken in one stroke. In the entire study, the air suddenly silent. Jiang Ruoqiu's exquisite beauty slowly raised his head. You, Repeat it again. Her voice was very calm, but every word carries ... unprecedented atmosphere. Half an hour ago, Huang Zhengming, the lord of the Huang family, was stabbed to death on the church wall by Chen Zong himself. The handmaid did not dare to hesitate. Her voice was extremely solemn. She trembled and reported, click. The mahogany book desk in front of Zhang Yuochu suddenly cracked and spread. Boom. With a sound, the bookcase instantly turned into a pile of sawdust powder. At this moment, the eldest lady of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuochu, who is respected as the daughter of Jiangnan. Tan Xiao, was completely shocked and stunned. Her rehearsal, all wrong? The lord of the Huang family was killed? The century-old Huang family has come out of the nest, and that Chen Zonggun was alone. However, it turned out to be Huang Zhengming, dead? Then the Huang family, how about thousands of elite members? Zhang Yuochu could no longer calm down at this moment. Everything is wrong. Her predictions were wrong, and her estimation of Chen Zong's strength was wrong? The Huang family, thousands of elites. 23 were slaughtered by Chen Zong. The maidservant's voice trembled and reported, At this moment, Zhang Yuochu's body was a little unstable, and he trembled slightly. Massacre. 2/3? Power of one person, 2/3 of the Huang family members? You know that. But an elite force of thousands of people. The Huang family has accumulated power for 100 years. But was one person slaughtered more than half? This is a handsome young man. The power of one person can slaughter thousands of people. In addition to the word Xiaoxang, there are others. Can it match his strength? Xiaoxang, Chen Zonging. Zhang Yuochu murmured. Her pretty face was a bit sluggish and complicated, and she couldn't believe it. This Jiangnan Huai, unexpectedly. There has been another one. A terrifying hero with an enemy of 1,000. Jiangnan, I'm afraid there will be an odd number. Her beautiful eyes murmured, her voice a bit complicated and sluggish. This is her latest inference and prediction. The heroes rise, and the numbers change. The Shanghai Sea, which has been stabilized for decades, may be turbulent. Then, in just a few hours, the news of the death of the master of the Huang family has spread throughout the Shanghai Sea. The news cannot be blocked at all. In an instant, the whole city seemed to be ignited. There was an uproar and a huge turmoil. Huang Zhengming, dead? A generation of heroes, the descendants of Jinrong, the lord of the Huang family. Just like that. The body died. In this city, a quarter of the sky just collapsed. The rumors boiled over. Finally, the official came forward to explain. The head of the Huang family, at the funeral of the second son Huang Hongyue, died of cerebral congestion due to excessive grief. However, this explanation is obviously full of loopholes and too far-fetched. It's unbelievable. Then, rumors from all walks of life also spread from all directions. Rumors say, the head of the Huang family was killed by the security director of the Ku Group, Chen Zonging. In an instant, the news boiled. People speculate wildly. Everyone was shocked. However, in addition to those few upper-level top forces, most of the people were shocked at the same time. With emotion. This is to eliminate harm for the people. The Huang family dominates the Jiangnan side. Ignore any laws, act unscrupulously, and do all kinds of evil. Throughout Jiangnan, the people almost dared not speak. Now, the lord of the Huang family is dead. This is really good news for the people of Jiangnan city. What goes around comes around. It's not that it is not reported, the time has not come. This Huang family ended like this. I can only blame myself for committing sins too deeply, and retribution will come. However, at the same time, just as various gossips were circulating, an exclusive and authoritative newspaper and magazine is in urgent printing. Fuxing Magazine, a subsidiary of Fuxing Group, is in printing. This is a periodical for Fuxing magazine to be delivered to newspapers and periodicals in various districts of the city in the early hours of tomorrow morning. However, this journal contains a report personally named by Goshus. That report is related to Chen Zonging. Chapter 152. 7 places in the south are all bleak. Family villa. Fanjin stood in front of the balcony, and Jin looked at the sky. She felt a deep weakness. Even the lord of the Huang family was killed by that Chen Zonging, just by relying on it, a weak woman in her own way. How is she going to deal with Chen Zonging? How about to bring down Ku Yiren and let him step down? Today, his father's right hand has been severed and he is still lying in the hospital's intensive care unit for treatment. Her father's revenge. She must take revenge. Thinking of this, Fanjin's beautiful confidant flashed a touch of cruelty. She clenched her jade hand tightly, and the murderous intent in her eyes was hard to conceal. Even if she is willing to go out and do whatever it takes, she wants to let Ku Yiren step down. Also, let Chen Zonging die. The night has ended, and the stars are embellished. Huhai, Peace Hotel. At this moment, the entire Heping Hotel has been panicked and depressed. The Peace Hotel, as an affiliate of the Huang family, is uniquely endowed by nature. But today, the news that the lord of the Huang family has been annihilated spread throughout the city. The Peace Hotel lost its backing in an instant. Lin Jian, the owner of the Peace Hotel, was stomped on his head by Chen Zonging at the Tofu banquet 3 days ago, and he became a vegetable directly. Today, it is his son, Lin Hai, inherited the hotel. However, as soon as Lin Hai inherited the hotel, he encountered such a change above his head. The head of the Huang family died. The whole Shanghai and the sea are in turmoil. Heping Hotel said it is big or not. It is not small. It is one of the only super 5-star hotels in Shanghai and Shanghai, with a market value of 4 billion. A 4 billion hotel is not a small scale. Driven by interests, it is enough for any family to scramble to try to snatch. At this time, the Peace Hotel faced such a situation. Without the protection of the Huang family's backing, how can his restaurant protect itself and operate it safely in Jiangnan? However, the more you worry about something, the more it will come. In this dark night, Cadillac cars came like a long dragon. In just a few moments, the entire Heping Hotel was completely overwhelmed. The new owner of Dongman, Dong Biao, holding a long knife, slowly stepped out of the car. Behind him, the younger brothers of countless members in black suits followed and got out of the car. In the dark night, murderous intent was raging. He raised his head and glanced up at the endless and deep night sky above his head. In the eyes, deep, murderous, turbulent, condensed. Today, I learned that the head of the Huang family was killed. Dong Biao was shocked and shocked. However, he became more determined. His determination to surpass Chen Zonging, this person, is definitely not a good kind. This person may be become a real hero. Killing the father's hatred must be reported. But before that, Dong Biao must make himself stronger. Constantly fighting, constantly devouring all forces. Let yourself become a hero. Only in this way can really contend with that Chen Zonging. At this time, the Peace Hotel in front of him was his goal. A 5-star hotel worth 4 billion is just a piece of fat. Today, the Huang family is dead. Most of the forces of the Huang family will be swallowed up by the overlords of all parties. Those forces, Dong Biao at this time, still have no ability to contaminate. But this missing restaurant just became his Dong Biao's ration. Treating him, thousands of troops follow behind him. In the future, the door collapses and slashes with a knife. He will definitely cut off Chen Zong's head with his own hands. Do it. Dong Biao slowly dropped the cigarette in his mouth. Then, holding a knife, step by step, walked towards the Peace Hotel. Behind him, a large piece of black suit brother followed closely. The blood intertwined, and the killing shout echoed. After dozens of minutes, the Peace Hotel was taken. The new owner of Dongman, Dong Biao, grabbed it in one fell swoop. one of the remnants of the Huang family, the Peace Hotel. However, at the same time, in the middle of the night, the sky is full of stars. Shanghai Sea, Sheshan, as a super magic capital with a population of nearly 30 million, the suburb of Sheshan has become the back garden of the entire magic capital. It has another termed top wealthy area. Among the clouds are 9 peaks, and the mountains are undulating. It is the largest urban back garden in area. The ancient trees on the mountain towered to the sky, repairing the bamboo to obscure sun. In the deep shade of the top of the mountain, stands an extraordinary ochre-red building. This building is the famous Catholic First Cathedral of the Far East. 100 years of history, precarious. Today, this church has been privately owned. It was transformed into a more magnificent private manor. Its new name is Du Family Manor. Huhai, Dus House. This city is one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. 100 years ago, Zheng Xiaoqiang was a master. Now, even if it has returned to seclusion and stability, but still, occupying a quarter of the sky in this city, Du Family Church Manor, the top floor of a tower of tens of meters. Du Zanhuang, the son of Du's family, is standing in front of the top-level observation deck, dressed in a Chinese tunic suit. He was holding an astronomical telescope in his hand, looking through the telescope, staring straight at the dark night sky above his head. Watching the stars at night, the sky is densely covered. In this day and age, there are not many people who can be tempered and watch the astronomical phenomenon at night. The celestial phenomenon changes gradually, and it needs to be stationed day and night, day after day, to observe the changes of the horoscope. If so, without great wisdom and patience, there is no way to see the mystery. Standing in front of the attic platform, Emperor Duzan, under his tunic suit, with a restrained aura, just stared at the endless night sky through the binoculars. At this moment, there was a slow sound of footsteps on the attic stairs. The younger brother Du Wendy, with a cigar in his mouth, slowly walked up the stairs. Du Family, 2 young heroes. The eldest son, Du Zanhuang, Sweep Liu. The second son, Emperor Wendy Du, is a rival. The Du Family, a century-old family, has accumulated countless forces. Today, there are 2 more princes. The heroine King Jun, who is born in the blue. Today's Du Family is more prosperous in a century. Brother, the remnants of the Huang family, do you really plan to get infected? If you don't do anything, I'm afraid Goshos will be overwhelmed. Emperor Du Wen slowly came to the side of the elder brother and asked. Goshos attacked and killed most of the members of the Huang family and swallowed the entire Huang family's remaining forces overnight. This matter has been closely followed by high-level officials from all parties in Shanghai and Heihai. There are shocks and shocks. Everyone has their own thoughts. This means that a superfamily power that combines the Go family and the Huang family is about to rise. A lonely sunset family. Why is it necessary to waste energy? Big brother Du Zanhuang said lightly while gazing at the night sky through the binoculars. It seemed that he didn't care about things outside of him. Except for the starry sky above the endless night sky, nothing else. Brother, Chen Zong really surprised me. What do you think of this person? The younger brother Du Wendy spit out a cigar ring and asked. Extinguish your smoke. Du Zanhuang stared at the telescope and said quietly. The younger brother Du Wendy did not dare to resist, and hurriedly wiped out the cigar in his hand. Although he has no life outside. However, in front of his eldest brother, he did not dare to make a mistake. Some people are destined to be unsurpassed existences in this life. For example, Du Wendy's eldest brother. The eldest brother Du Zanhuang's eyes are deep and endless, still gazing at the endless night sky. After a long time, he mumbled to himself. The astrological signs are turbulent, Sirius is shining, and the south is 7 nights, and everything is dim. He finally put down the astronomical telescope. His gaze retracted from the endless starry sky. Soon, there will be great chaos in this Shanghai market. Emperor Du Zan's voice was deep and solemn, but his eyes were still calm as water. Hearing what the eldest brother said, His younger brother Du Wendy's complexion condensed suddenly. Chaos. This world, looking forward to more than 10 years, the eldest brother has never had such an evaluation. Brother, the great chaos you are referring to. Does it mean Chen Zhongying? Du Wendy asked with a solemn expression. The eldest brother Du Zanhuan took a deep breath and looked up at the endless starry sky. He did not speak. There was silence. Chapter 153. Go see him. A wisp of oriental fish belly is white, slowly emerging from the sky. After one night, the Shanghai and Shanghai markets woke up from the silence again. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars form a convoy. Slowly driving on the highway. I have experienced that huge turmoil yesterday. Today, the entire Shanghai Sea seems to have fallen into silence. The head of the Huang family was killed. The Huang family was almost wiped out. The whole city is panic. However, it shocked everyone even more. Just yesterday, the Fuxing Group, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly made a move. Large-scale acquisitions, mergers, asset enterprises under the name of the Huang family. Real estate, company. All industries. Don't let go. From yesterday to early this morning, almost 80% of the assets of the Huang family were annexed, including the ancient house of the Huang family. This is simply. The whole Shanghai Sea trembled. The Fuxing Group's actions were too great. Even. Without any cover. Boldly annexed the Huang family. In one night, the news has spread all over Shanghai. In an instant, the entire city was shaken. This is going to change. The head of the Huang family has just died one day. As a result, the entire Huang family was annexed! What does this mean? Shanghai and the sea, a quarter of the sky, were annexed. A superfamily that combines the two terrorist forces of the Go family and the Huang family is about to be born. The Go family owns Fuxing Group under his name. It is already a supergiant. Now, he even annexed the Huang family. Then, how terrifying will its power at this time expand? The Go family, to become one of the 4 new families in this city. However, at the same time, a magazine under the Fuxing Group, Renaissance Magazine, is being continuously expanded. Almost instantly, the whole street and alleys were covered with newsstands. Then, the whole city, everyone who saw this magazine was shocked again and boiled. The Mercedes-Benz fleet is driving quietly on the road. Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying sat quietly. Her beautiful eyes are complicated and messy. However, Chen Zhongying still drank his cigarette, calmly, as if everything was out of the question. The two of them were speechless. The main body of the Huang family fell, and things were too shocking. Ku Yi is holding his mobile phone, browsing the news on the internet in a complicated manner. She naturally also knows that Fosun Group has released the news. After hesitating for a moment, she turned her head and said slowly, "Yesterday, Fuxing Group Go shows made a shot. Just after you have dealt with the Huang family, they took action and swallowed all the Huang family's assets." Ku Yiren said with complicated eyes. "Oh." Chen Zhongying sat aside faintly, and replied a word. Still calm and indifferent. "Don't put everything in mind." Seeing him in such a state, Ku Yiren was also helpless and sighed lightly. This man, mysteriously, made her unable to see through. The current situation in the Shanghai Sea is getting more and more serious. Although the Huang family has been destroyed, but Go shows of Fosun Group, but is a more difficult host. A month ago, Go shows had already approached her, attempt to cooperate with the Ku Group and force her to hand over the project. However, he was eventually sent away by Mr. Chen. Since that day, there have been grievances between Fosun Group and Ku Group. And now, I'm afraid, more difficult to deal with. Ku Yi's brain was a little messy, his jade hand held his head lightly, and he shook his head helplessly. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz team slowly stopped in front of the KUS building. Along the way, the waves were calm. Ku Yiren stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz and walked into the building with Chen Zhongying. Today's Shanghai and the sea are surging. It seems that in this situation, It can only remain unchanged and change. Gu Yiren returned to the president's office on the 99th floor and continued to handle official duties. Today, the Huang family has been destroyed and swallowed. At this moment, people are panicking. She has to preside over the overall situation of the company, not to affect the group. As for Chen Zonging, he returned to the office next door, and continued to read indifferently, puffing up smoke rings. But, just 10 minutes later, the door of the General Staff office was knocked open. Secretary Sungs hurriedly walked into the president's office with a newly printed magazine. President Gu. This magazine. Look at it. Sungs' pretty face was a bit complicated, and she presented the magazine to Gu Yi with both hands. Gu Yiren was puzzled, took the magazine book, and opened it. Then, her pretty face changed a little. The contents of the magazine shocked her. The Huang family, 2,700 members, were slaughtered by the murderer overnight. Gruel. The murderer has been confirmed to be the security director of the Gu Group, Chen Zong. This line of characters, enlarged in bold, is printed on the front page of the magazine, which is shocking. Frame to blame! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Gu Yi was confused and shocked. Yesterday, Mr. Chen told her he only killed 2/3 of the population of the Huang family. However, in this magazine report, the population ... deliberately doubled. This kind of planting is too shameless. Renaissance magazine is not an official magazine. It's just a small media tool under the Fuxing Group. However, this Fuxing Group reported so ... What does it mean? Is this an attempt to frame and condemn Mr. Chen from a moral perspective? Exclamation mark. Holding the magazine, she hurried to the security director's office next door. Knock on the office door. Chen Zongxing was lying on the chair peacefully, flipping through an ancient book. Mr. Chen, this magazine. Gu Yiren's voice was solemn and handed the magazine to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging looked faintly, and took the magazine. Slowly turned it over and glanced at it. Then, Chen Zonging's gaze narrowed slightly. In the magazine, the bold font on that line is very conspicuous. The Huang family, 2,700 members, were slaughtered by the murderer overnight. Gruel. The murderer has been confirmed to be the security director of the Gu Group, Chen Zong. Yesterday, he massacred 2/3 of the population of the Huang family in the square of the Holy Trinity Church. 1,200 members. The reason is to slaughter these 2/3 of the population. Just because he did what he said. As for the rest, he didn't do anything. Because of disdain for the Ant family, why bother to kill them all? But at this moment, the magazine reported that the number of people killed deliberately more than doubled. Moreover, the title is eye-catching, so shameless. This is, deliberately planted, framed. Who instigated this magazine? Chen Zonging said slowly with a faint gaze. Fuxing Magazine ... is an entertainment media affiliated to the Fosun Group ... Behind it is Go Shou's instructions. Gu Yiren said with solemn eyes. Go Shou's? Don't know. Chen Zonging's gaze was slightly flustered, and there was no such person in his mind. Because this person is really too small. He was so small that he didn't bother to remember it. Have you seen him? A month ago, he came to your office to talk to you. Then, you blasted his bodyguards. Gu Yiren's complicated face explained slowly. Oh, come to think of it. Chen Zong took a deep breath, and finally remembered. In 1 minute, help me find out where Go Shou's is. Chen Zong put down the magazine, got up slowly, and said. Gu Yiren's beautiful eyes were slightly taken aback. Are you going to? Go and meet him. His voice was faint, and he slowly put on his suit jacket. Chapter 154. The heroes compete in the Central Plains. At this time, the Shanghai City, Fuxing Hotel. A grand and solemn business merger media meeting is being held. Fuxing Hotel, as a top 5-star hotel under Fuxing Group, undertakes the conference affairs of the entire group. Today, Go Shou's, the young director of Fosun Group, has personally come forward. Host this, Questile's grand business merger media meeting. Yesterday, he used aggressive methods to forcefully incorporate the remnants of the Huang family, aroused the attention of all parties, Almost the whole city is focusing on the movements of the Go family. For this reason, Go shows, as the young director of Fosun Group, must come forward and explain everything. Therefore, he presided over this grand commercial media meeting. Invite all forces in the city, almost half of the media reporters in the city, to come to the conference. And Go shows will give a grand introduction at the meeting and explain this extraordinary case of business merger. It's not so much an introduction, it's better to say just making excuses. Find a reasonable explanation for your own annexation. The entrance of the entire Fuxing Hotel is full of luxury cars. Maserati, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin. All the luxury cars, all the top Shanghai and Haihe license plates, all represent the noble power of the guests present. In this merger meeting, almost a quarter of the top executives of the Shanghai and Shanghai markets were invited. They are all the vassal forces of the Huang family. However, at this moment, the Huang family was annexed. They will also show their stance and show their loyalty to the new master, Go shows. At this moment, outside the hotel, far away from the street, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 came slowly from the end. Squeak! With a light brake, the Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of the Fuxing Hotel. The door opens. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a straight suit and looked faintly, slowly stepping out of the car. He looked up and glanced at the hotel in front of him. In front of the fountain, luxury cars are full of sight. The hotel door is carved with dragons and phoenixes. Very noble, like a palace. It's really an extremely luxurious hotel. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, then lit it, and took a sip. That's it. Smoking a cigarette. Slowly walked towards the hotel door. Sir, please show your VIP card. At the door of the hotel, several security personnel stepped forward and stopped him at the door. Today, the very grand meeting held in the hotel, even the chairman, Go shows, personally attended the meeting. Such a grand meeting, on-site security. How can there be any mistakes? Anyone who enters the venue must first provide a VIP card invitation letter. Then you must undergo 3 inspections and 6 inspections to confirm that there is no threat before you can enter the hotel to participate in the conference. As a result, Chen Zong was stopped. Because he doesn't have a VIP card, he is uninvited. I don't have a VIP card, I'm coming to Go shows, Chen Zhongying said slowly with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes faint and indifferent. Hearing that this person does not have a VIP card. You dare to call Sheldong so directly. Dozens of security guards at the entrance of the scene immediately surrounded them. Do you know where this is? Dare to try to make trouble here? Get out of the scene immediately. Otherwise, interrupt your dog legs. The security chief was fierce and angrily said, Kaka. But in the next second, the security chief's knees suddenly rang, and then he fell to his knees. Following the knee and thigh, a patch of scarlet blood overflowed. His knee was shattered by the kick. Noisy. Chen Zong held a cigarette and slowly retracted his leather shoes. The security chief wailed in panic and panic. A second, he was still yelling, interrupting Chen Zong's dog legs. But the next second, his own leg. Just like that. The kneecap that was kicked shattered and broke. Throughout the scene, all the security guards were shocked and angry. A large swath of security forces came up. Bold. Dare to make trouble at Fuxing Hotel. Don't you want to live? A security guard suddenly took out an electric baton, and the horrible current crackled. But in the next second, an aftershadow of the palm was suddenly up. Slapped fiercely. The body of the security guard was slammed out and hit the glass revolving door at the entrance of the hotel with a bang. The entire tempered glass door was instantly shattered. Chen Zhongying slowly retracted his palm, his eyes faint and calm. I said, I'm looking for Go shows. His voice was calm with a cigarette in his mouth. Throughout the hotel scene, all security guards were briefly shocked and then furious. Swiping together, a group of black-clothed security guards surged up with electric batons. Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Ants are not always high in the sky. Bow. Suddenly, his figure teleported. Wherever he passed, a piece of body flew horizontally. After blinking for a second, his figure stopped. Then, on the scene at the hotel entrance, dozens of security guards were directly blasted out. They were stuck on the wall of the hotel entrance. It was miserable and hideous. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath, then wiped the dust off the shoulders of his clothes. Just take a step and walk towards the Fuxing Hotel. At this time, inside the Fuxing Hotel, the crowds compete in the hall. An unprecedented commercial merger media conference is being held. The so-called media meeting is to openly legalize this illegal act of swallowing Huang's assets. Let the general public be able to accept the operation of this commercial merger. Make excuses, find a reason, everything. Make it legal. The entire banquet hall is named Hall of Heroes Competition. It is enough to see that Go Shows is ambitious. The heroes compete in the central plains, in the hall with brilliant lamp walls. The high-ranking dignitaries come and go. Various media and entertainment reporters, a camera lens, the spotlight flickers. Flashy, extravagant. People have to sigh. It really deserves to be with the local Fuxing Group, which was once their richest man in China. With this network, more than half of the rich and powerful in Jiangnan City came to cheer. The lights are dazzling, and people are moving in the focal length of countless spotlights and flashes. On the stage of the banquet hall, the beautiful host held a microphone and opened with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to today's media conference in your busy schedule. Today, the home venue of this media conference, and the main character of this meeting, also came to the scene. Next, let us warmly welcome Mr. Go Shows, Executive President and Honorary Chairman of Fuxing Group, come on stage. Wow! Halfway through the words, there will be on the scene, and there will be applause in the sky. From the high-level leaders of the Fuxing Group to the rich and powerful people who came to the scene, they all had dark expectations and excited eyes. Renaissance Group, Shao Chairman. Go Shows. This, but a real King Jun Xiok, with one's own power, within a day, annexed the entire remaining forces of the Huang family. These resolute and vigorous methods shocked Queen Jiangnan. If we say that before Go Shows' name was only known, not well known, but at this moment, his Go Shows' name is almost thunderous, especially when the light blue figure slowly appeared on the edge of the stage. The whole audience, applause thunderous again. Today's Go Shows, as the Fuxing Group, the future heir, and the representative of the latest generation of King Jun. He really has an extraordinary aura. A light blue suit with a black bow tie on the collar of a white shirt. His short black hair was combed sideways gently. His pupils scanned the surroundings, and his eyes were brilliant, showing his general demeanor. He was holding a goblet in his left hand, and his right hand was lightly behind him. Just step by step and step up the stairs. Every step taken is like a gathering of wind and clouds. Everything in the world is under his control. Chapter 155. Do you want to get ahead? With that, Go Show stepped onto the stage step by step. Throughout the audience, there was continuous applause. All the guests looked up at the young man in the light blue suit. That young man, at this moment, seemed to shine with a ray of light. It is the grandeur that no one can surpass in the whole Jiangnan and Shanghai. Guo's family, Go Shows, King Jun Xiok. He, standing on the stage. Then, he gently pressed his hand to the audience. Signal everyone, be quiet. The whole banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Thank you all for coming to today's merged media conference. Go Shows glanced brilliantly, sweeping the audience with a breath of control over the audience. Today, I, Fosun Group, will take over all the assets of Huhai Huangjia. This is a major business cooperation. It is also a grand business expansion. Go Show stood in front of the microphone stand, his voice calm and full of power. As the young director of a super group, his maturity and stability are diametrically opposed to his age. That kind of maturity is something that an old river and lake over 500 years old cannot have. It can be seen how powerful and unique his father has been in his cultivation since he was a child. Tiger father, a son of fierceness. In the audience, Countless guests were excited. From today onwards, the Huai Huang family no longer exists. An even more prosperous and unprecedented giant has been born. Renaissance Group, Go Family. Next, Go shows, announce. From today on, the Huai Huang family will be completely integrated into Fosun Group, a branch of the subordinates. Following, he shouted. The whole scene was thunderous with applause. The guests were excited. That is, I have witnessed the rise of an outstanding giant. In the south of the Yangtze River and the sea, the giants are present. Boom! Apostrophe. Suddenly, the two closed gilt doors of the banquet hall were blasted open suddenly. Go shows pupils condensed, following the light, raising his sight. Follow the spotlight. The dazzling light. Look in the opposite direction. I saw that a young man in a black suit stepped into the scene unhurriedly, greeted by everyone's stunned and shocked eyes. The security guards at the entrance of the banquet hall did not stop him at all, because the group of security guards had long been lying on the ground outside the corridor, unconscious. When he saw the man's face clearly, Go shows pupils. Suddenly shrank. Chen. Aspect! Exclamation mark. The one who came was Chen Zonging. He is dressed in a black suit and straight. His pupils looked faintly like a cut. He raised his head and glanced at the sign at the entrance of the banquet hall, the Hall of Heroes competition. The name is interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up. That's it. Step by step, come forward. All around the scene, everyone's eyes are projected on him. Thousands of eyes, all focused. Wherever he went, the guests around were all staring in consternation, and the bodies of a group of people turned back involuntarily. This young man, give them a very strong aura. That kind of oppression makes them unable to face it directly. All the guests present stared at the strange young man with shocked and horrified eyes. Some people recognized him. Most of the people present didn't even know this young man. Who is he? Because, in the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets, everyone knows the name of Chen Zong. However, few people have really seen his appearance. Even newspapers and magazines did not have detailed reports on Chen Zong. Therefore, almost most of the people present did not recognize Chen Zonging. Of course, there were dozens of guests who witnessed the funeral of the Huang family. They have recognized the identity of this young man. But, at this moment, in such a scenario, their faces were pale, and they didn't even dare to show the atmosphere. They didn't even dare to speak, and even forgot to remind the people around the identity of this person. Those guests are shaking all over. He came a day ago. He just personally slaughtered the entire Huang family funeral. However, after a day, he, unexpectedly, again, appeared at the Go family banquet! Exclamation mark. What does he want to do? Exclamation mark. Among the guests, a middle-aged man, with his eyes deep and frowned, stared directly at the young figure. He was sure that this young man was quite face-to-face, unlike a local. So, the middle-aged man frowned and stood up. Who are you? Do you know where this is? The middle-aged man stared coldly, took 3 steps in 2 steps, and rushed to Chen Zonging angrily, blocking his path. Dare to be here, make trouble here. You have the courage of the bear heart and leopard. The middle-aged man stared at Chen Zong with a cold face. Chen Zong stopped with his leather shoes. He slowly raised his head, his eyes faint. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Who are you? He asked indifferently. Me, Humphrey, I'm from the Shanghai Heizi family, Su He. The middle-aged man straightened his chest and stared at Chen Zonging with a condescending look. With the moment he reported his name, the guests in the surrounding banquet halls have a trace of admiration in their eyes. Su family, Su He. This, but a big man. In the Shanghai and Shanghai markets, the Su family wandered on the edge of gray. With his tough methods, he became a hero. Under his command, a trading port almost makes him Su He's name like the sky. But at this time, Su He looked awkward, and he stood in front of Chen Zonging, blocking the young man's path. In front of him, This young man dared to trespass into this group of heroes. It's simply disrespectful to Mr. Go. With such an opportunity, under such an occasion, how could he not seize this opportunity to take advantage of? Today, he used the young man's corpse to step on it, expressing his sincere heart to Mr. Go. By the way, you can still take a picture of Mr. Go's flattery. Suhi Chen Zhongying stared blankly and shook his head. I don't know. As soon as this remark came out, Suhi's complexion was suddenly cold. This is ignoring yourself! In the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets, dare someone so ignorant of themselves? Looking for death? Come here, take this for me. So he shouted violently and shouted at the security guard outside the door. However, after half a day, there was no response outside the banquet hall, because the group of security guards had long been lying on the ground in the corridor and lost consciousness. Do you want to get ahead? Chen Zong took a cigarette out of his suit pocket and lit it. Just look at this, so he faintly, presumptuous, unreasonable. The old man has been in the south of the Yangtze River for decades and has never encountered an arrogant like you. Give you 3 seconds to get out of the banquet hall. Otherwise, you don't have to go out. So he was angry with his eyes, suffering, shouted with a murderous intent. But he just finished speaking the cruel words. Bah! The whole person was lifted into the air by a huge force. In front of Suhi's eyes, the picture was spinning backwards and the sky was spinning. Then, boom! One cry. His body fell severely under the banquet hall a few meters away. The body directly shattered a marble dining table. Not far away, Chen Zong slowly retracted his palm. With a faint look, he only uttered 2 words, noisy. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and then continued to walk towards the stage directly in front of him. In the entire banquet hall, there is dead silence. The guests were shocked and stunned. With a palm, will Suhi fly? This young man, don't you want to live anymore? The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was solemn and strange. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a straight suit, and walked quietly towards the stage just like that, step by step. Stop! Suddenly, a terrible shout came from behind him again. So he looked vicious and murderous, trembling. Getting up from the ground, his pupils were blood-red. His pace was murderous, and he walked towards Chen Zhongying. You dare to hit me? So his whole person is like a crazy beast. He suddenly pulled out a dark pistol from his waist. As the leader of the grey industry in Shanghai and Shanghai, how could he not have a special method? The guns he wears are proof of his strength. If you don't have the ability, who can arbitrarily get firearms and heat weapons on the mainland? So his face was hideous, and he rushed behind Chen Zhongying, and the cold firearm was aimed at him fiercely. Do you dare to hit me? Do you dare to touch me again? Suhi's voice was cold, and the gun's bore was aimed at Chen Zhongying. This is a real weapon with live ammunition. Su, running rampant south of the Yangtze River, has never had anyone dared to humiliate him like this. Today, if you don't kill this person, don't let this person kneel and kowtow, he will never give up. Chen Zhongying's pace stopped slightly. Then he turned around, looking at Suhi faintly. I dare to kill you. Chen Zhongying's voice was faint and calm. In the next second, his white palm was already stretched out in front of Suhi. Puff! There was a splash of blood. Suhi's entire tracheal throat was torn out from his Adam's apple. With his fingers. Abruptly, puff. Suhi was shocked. His pupils widened. He tried to speak, but as soon as he spoke, the blood in his trachea gushed out like spring water. Ding ding ding. He stepped back dozens of steps, covering his tracheal neck with both hands, trying to cover the blood. But the blood poured out like a fountain. Can't stop it at all. In the end, with a sound, his body fell to the ground. The blood instantly stained the entire ground. The whole scene was silent and shocked. Everyone, what is this? Unexpectedly, dare to act like this in front of an entire social celebrity on the scene. Killing in public? What shocked everyone even more? His methods of murder. So terrifying! Exclamation mark. Grabbing directly with 2 fingers, he pulled the other party's trachea all out of his throat! Exclamation mark. This is simply a devil. In the whole scene, only ... Go shows on the stage, with a deep and indifferent expression, stared at this scene. Can see the emotion in his eyes. At this moment, he is still calm, like a bystander. Off-stage scene. Jin's gaze was vertical and horizontal, faintly looking around. Ding ding ding. The guests all around retreated in horror. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost and avoided it. Under the brilliant light and shadow, he slowly took out a square towel and wiped off the bloodstains from his fingertips. Then, from the side table, he held a glass of red wine. Take a sip. At the same time, a faint smile crossed the corner of his mouth. His smile is too sure, too confident. As a result, all the guests present were shocked that could not react. The atmosphere in the entire feast hall was solemn and tense. Time has passed. In this day and age, there are very few young talents who can make people so scared, so shocking the audience. Chapter 156. Put away your smile. Chen Zong held the red wine glass and continued to move towards the stage. His eyes met Go Shou's eyes on the stage. At that moment, it seemed as if there were 2 sharp blades fighting in the air. Young man, I advise you to put away your self-righteous smile. At this moment, another voice suddenly rang from the crowd in the banquet hall. A muscular man in a suit and muscular body slowly got up. His voice was thunderous, his eyes were like swords, and he walked towards Chen Zonging with a terrifying aura. Today, on these occasions, how can you wait for the younger generation to make trouble wantonly? You dare to mess with and disturb the scene? The strong man looked like a dragon, step by step, and walked towards Chen Zonging. He is Feng Yang, the head of Lian Boxing Gym. Under his command, he owns dozens of chains of boxing gyms. There are thousands of disciples in the boxing gym. As the master of the boxing gym, the martial arts world, a strong generation, Feng Yang. He has a powerful prestige capital. Just now, Chen Zong's trick to pinch off the trachea was shocking. However, in his eyes, it is nothing more than that. After pinching off the trachea, he concluded that there must be a sharp blade hidden between the fingers of this servant. The scene just now was just ... a blind technique. Killing is real, but this technique is suspicion of blindness. Therefore, Feng Yang at this time stood up, immediately kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, 10 minutes later, you will be dead on the street. Feng Yang's voice was thunderous, shouting sharply. On these occasions, Mr. Go, as his leader, he wanted to help Mr. Go, for the Go family, come out. Oh, really? Chen Zonging's smile deepened when he heard this, as if, with sarcasm. Young man, haven't you clearly recognized the situation? The celebrities at the scene today, whoever stands up, can let you die. The next day ... No one cares about the corpse on the street. Feng Yang's voice was thunderous, with a terrible murderous intent. He was telling the truth. Everyone present here are all but the celebrities of Shanghai and the sea, who have the exclusive side, can stand in this banquet hall, can stand in such a position, whose hand hasn't had a few lives to kill an ant-like little person, but in the blink of an eye, the next day, corpses were everywhere. No one knows, just ask. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit weird. Feng Yang's aura is indeed a bit powerful, like a murderous thunder, which instantly enveloped the audience. It seems that there is a faint momentum, and Chen Zonging's momentum is to be compared. The atmosphere of the scene congealed again. Today, this young man, after all, who is the killer? At this time, all the guests present, carefully examining Chen Zong's appearance in the eyes for the second time, did not seem to be as shocked and scared as before. Just now, I was just caught off guard, so I was shocked, but reacted at this moment, after calming down. This young man has not become so terrible. After all, he looked ... just like a young man in his early 20s. Moreover, listening to the accent tone, it is not like a native of Jiangnan. The strong dragon does not crush the snake, even if the dragon comes, in the south of the Yangtze River, you have to get down and behave like a man. What's more, this is just a young man in his early 20s. The vast majority of people began to show a gesture of schadenfreude, not too much to watch the excitement. However, not everyone, it's all. At least, there are some guests, but their faces are solemn and extremely solemn, because they personally experienced the funeral of the Huang family. This young, handsome, elegant, and prosperous young man. But one statue, the power of one person. Slaying thousands of members of the Huang family, there is a hero. But, in the hearts of this group of guests, they were also a little hesitant. After all, the person present today. But the Go family, the son of Go Shou's identity is also not simple. The Fuxing group now annexes the entire Huang family. He is dominating the quartet as a new rising terrorist force. It can be said to cover the sky and the sun. These two men fight. The result is still unknown. However, at this time, the Feng Yang in front of him was also not an easy master. This is an overlord who has won the boxing championship for many years. Fighting world heroes. Today's scene, life and death, is hard to conclude. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly raised his head, but he did not look at Feng Yang. Instead, he jumped across the crowd and looked at Go Shou's on the stage. Go-san. There are so many lackeys who support you, he said with a faint and meaningful voice. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the audience became a bit ugly. Is this humiliating young Master Go? This person really doesn't want to live anymore. However, on the stage, Go Shou suddenly laughed. In a light blue suit, he smiled. Saying calmly, Fortunately, you are not bad. Go Shou's voice was smiling and curved. It seemed that he was saying hello to Chen Zhongying. In the entire banquet hall, everyone's eyes became a little weird. Mr. Go, actually? Know this young man? Still face-to-face dialogue and exchange with this young man. And, I also said that, you're not bad. This is still showing. The strength of this young man is the same as that of young Master Go? You know, in the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets, Mr. Go has a weird temperament. He will never talk to anyone who is inferior to himself. In general, communication with low-status people can only communicate through Go Gongcai's secretary. Anyway, let him Go Shou speak in person, interlocutor. Well, it's very vulgar. However, at this moment, the young man in front of him could actually make Mr. Go speak in person. And, is it a peer exchange? Say that sentence, you are not bad! This, full of guests, many celebrities. They all looked at this scene in astonishment, and did not react for a long time. Especially the sentence, you are not bad! This sentence was actually spoken from the son of Go Rongxiok. What does this mean? Even Feng Yang's pupils trembled. Standing in front of Chen Zhongying, his burly body was actually a little trembling. The head of the dignified Lian Boxing Gym has won the champion of boxing again. But at this moment, the steps under his feet moved lightly, and there was actually an urge to retreat. Just kidding, the person in front of you is actually someone who can communicate with Go Gongcai. Peers. No matter how pretentious he was, Feng Yang didn't dare to do what he could on such occasions. Don't you want me to kneel down and apologize? Chen Zong retracted his gaze from a distance, and his eyes lightly swept towards the burly man in front of him. At this moment, Feng Yang's body trembled suddenly. His whole person, as if locked in by a terrifying breath. All the limbs were trembling. Feng Yang's forehead was in cold sweat. At this time, he only felt that the young man in front of him was a terrifying beast. That breath made his soul tremble. He moved his steps carefully, tried to back up, and escaped from the scene. You dare to take a step away, I will chop your hand. Chen Zhongying spit out a smoke ring and said slowly, Feng Yang. His legs trembled and his teeth trembled. It was the feeling of cold sweat sucking and trembling body. Chapter 157 What is a dragon across the river? At this time, Feng Yang finally realized how terrifying this fair-skinned and elegant like a scholar-like young man was! This damn. It's a Rakshasa killer god. He didn't know what he could do, trying to come forward and get ahead. This is simply asking for death. The one standing in front of me, it is possible, is a real dragon. Even Mr. Go had to talk to his peers. The identity of this person is simply terrifying. However, the countless guests present have never come into contact with such a young, resolute and domineering figure. If you don't make a move, one shot, resolute and overbearing to the audience. This is simply. There was an old saying in the ancients. The strong dragon does not crush the ground snake. Real dragon, no matter how strong. So what? In the ground of the earth snake, even if it is a dragon, it has to be coiled. If it's a tiger, it has to be nestled. The earth snake's land is deeply rooted, and the continuously spreading and expanding forces have reached the point of horror. Even if a powerful true dragon is coming from a distance, I am afraid I can't. This Feng Yang is a local snake born and raised in Shanghai. Although his power is not terrifying, but it is also deeply rooted and difficult to provoke. But, today, Feng Yang, the earth-headed snake. But, his mother ran into a terrifying dragon. Chen Zonging, this raptor across the river. Damn, deal with. Feng Yang, this kind of local snake. Just now, your words made Chen very unforgettable. With a radiance at the corner of Chen Zong's mouth, he lifted his eyes and swept forward to Feng Yang lightly. Then, he took a deep breath of cigarette. You seem to say. The celebrities at the scene today, whoever stands up, can make me dead. The next day. No one cares about the corpse on the street. Feng Yang's face was pale and speechless. The expressions of all the people present changed suddenly. It's the fuck. These guests, they're lying down inexplicably. Was involved in this disaster. In fact, this sentence. Just now Feng Yang said casually, pretending to be compelling. But how could he have thought that this terrifying young man would mention it again? And tugging. This is simply. This fucking. It was among them, questioning him naked. Slapped him Feng Yang in the face. And, not only that, this sentence will also involve all the guests present. For a moment, the faces of everyone present, Chi became extremely ugly. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. We never have such thoughts. This joke is really big. I'm waiting for myself to know. I haven't said such a big thing. In an instant, around the scene. Hundreds of on-site guests stood up again and again, all shook their heads and shirked their responsibilities. What the hell? Who would dare to nod and seek his own demise? Just kidding. Even young Master Go shows communicated with this person as a generation. Even young Master Go shows said this person, you are not bad. Apostrophe. Can such existence be ordinary people? Who dares to let him corpse in the wild? Isn't this asking for death? Everyone refused to admit it and shirk their responsibilities. No one wants to throw themselves into the pit. Hundreds of people present were shocked and trembling at this moment. When Feng Yang saw this scene, his forehead was even more cold and sweaty, and his face turned pale. This one, the dignified boxing champion, at this moment. It seems like a mouse has met a beast. His whole body was blocked, and his mind trembled. Even the courage to move a step was lost. At this moment, staying for one more second is suffering for him. What is this god? The first time the big scene was on stage, it showed absolute lethality and deterrence. Feng Yang was in the quagmire before, unable to advance or retreat. After that, countless guests were anxious and their scalp exploded. He originally thought that this young man was just a little cross. Just a little bit of suppression, you can be softened. But how could he have thought that this damn is a god-crossing dragon? Basically, it can't be shaken. Even young Master Go wants to communicate with his peers. What to do? At this moment, the entire banquet hall, only Go shows on the stage, was still calm, with a meaningful arc in the corner of his mouth. He just looked at this scene deeply. He didn't stop or interrupt. He was probing, observing, the strength of this Chen Zonging. Under the brilliant light, the corners of Chen Zonggong's mouth were curved. He gently raised his hand, and then squeezed his palm and knuckles. There was a snapping sound of cackling bones and joints. The sound was not loud, but it passed clearly into the ears of everyone present. In an instant, all the guests present were once again scared, and their faces all changed. All of them were so scared and fearful. Hundreds of people went back dozens of steps one after another. Around Chen Zonging's body, there was almost a huge blank space. Everyone dared not approach him, 1 inch. Only Feng Yang stood alone in embarrassment, face to face with Chen Zonging. This, Feng Yang's complexion became ugly, and his heartbeat was a little frightened. Both legs were shaking. It's like it's against a demon. Even the soul seems to be shaking. Boom. His legs trembled and he knelt down abruptly. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was blind for a while, with no eyes. Please forgive me. I shouldn't be arrogant. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. This scene simply just now. The proud boxer Feng Yang, the arrogant boxing champion, fell directly to the ground at this moment, kowtow apologizing. This scene shocked the audience. If you want me to be dead, you are always welcome. Chen Zonging's gaze was faint, standing proudly alone, shocking the audience. If one day your gestures, the sun and the moon are all shining, the world is king, the king is legendary. Well, this piece of heaven and earth, heroes and heroes, lords and treacherous ministers, all living beings, all seeing you as a god. In this grassy era, every man is in the central plane. You are all glory. Fearful. One surname can shock the world. My surname is Chen, and my name is Zonging. His voice was very calm, but it echoed the audience like the voice of death. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, with his hands behind his back, step by step. Walked in front of Feng Yang. Boom. Feng Yang, who heard this, was struck by lightning. It was a huge shock, shocked, horrified, unbelievable. His surname is Chen and his name is Zong. Right? Chen Zong! Exclamation mark. The prestige of one person is enough to shake the country. At this moment, Feng Yang was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead, and knelt down violently to apologize. That is, the awe and fear of the terrifying hero. However, the hundreds of guests present were trembling. The complexion was pale, and everyone's bodies were shaking and trembling. Chen Zonging is one person, one surname, so trembling? Exclamation mark. Around his figure, countless guests, all trembling. And Feng Yang knelt on the ground, violently kowtow. That was a fear that originated from the soul. Chen Zong. These 3 words represent how many people's nightmares? The second son of the Huang family was killed. The head of the Huang family was beheaded. Even the Huang family, a century-old giant, was destroyed. How many people are scared by this name? Chen Zonging toasted and took a sip of the red wine in the goblet. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he faintly glanced at Feng Yang, who was crawling on the ground under his feet. Knock your head harder, otherwise, 10 minutes later, you will be dead on the street. He looked calm, and replied the words that Feng Yang just threatened him. However, this time, Chen Zonging threatened Feng Yang. Feng Yang, kneeling on the ground, only felt his soul tremble. He didn't dare to have any resistance. He gritted his teeth and cocked his head violently against the marble banquet floor. Boom, boom, boom. The violent kowtow knocked out blood on his head. Blood stained the entire marble floor. But Feng Yang was still kowtow, violently kowtow. The skull is already cracked. This is not shocking. A second ago, Feng Yang was still arrogant and domineering, trying to threaten Chen Zonging and suppress this gangster. But the next moment, he became a poor ant kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. All because of his surname Chen. All the guests around were trembling. Hundreds of powerful and celebrities, at this moment, were in fear, not even daring to give a breath. This is simply in the name of Chen Zhongying, under the great age. This is the end of the world. Chapter 158. His name resounds throughout the world. The crowds compete in the hall. Chen Zhongying stood alone. His eyes were faint, and he shook his glass of red wine a few times. Then, he raised his head, his eyes jumped across the crowds, and looked directly at the figure in the light blue suit on the stage. Two eyes collided in the air again. Like swords fought. Arctic icebergs collided violently. The air was cold. Then, Go Shou suddenly laughed. The smile was light and cloudless, deep and boundless. Chen Zhongying, you really ... Very interesting. Go Shou gently raised the red wine glass next to him, and clinked glasses with him in the air. Is this a sign? Under the waves, it is still, and the clouds are light and wind is clear, and face it. This Go Shou's character has already reached unprecedented heights. Thousands of blades hung in front of him, but he remained the same. His face remained unchanged, and he smiled. This kind of character is too terrifying. Chen Zhongying also smiled, smiling lightly and faintly. He bypassed Feng Yang, who was kneeling in front of him, then stepped on the leather shoes, step by step, stepped on the steps, onto the stage of the banquet hall. The two of them just stood on the stage. The gaze is faint, like a sword looking at each other, although no murderous aura appeared in the air. However, the aura that was gradually cooling down had rendered the entire atmosphere very strange. In the entire banquet hall, hundreds of distinguished guests felt that there was a tense atmosphere all around. Everyone actually felt a bit dry in their throats. This kind of tension made them dare not take a breath. However, on the stage, the two stood opposite each other. The atmosphere seemed very calm. Is this magazine yours? Chen Zhongying slowly took out a magazine from his pocket. Step by step, he came to Go Shou's. Go Shou's lowered his head and glanced at the magazine. Yes, it's under my banner. With a curved smile on the corner of Go Shou's mouth, he took a sip of red wine. Oh, that would be easy, Chen Zhongying said slowly in a faint voice. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Suddenly, that white palm, like a horrible vice, severely grabbed Go Shou's neck. The scene freezes instantly and changes suddenly. In the entire banquet hall, everyone's eyes widened. Shocked, stunned, shocked! Exclamation mark. Everyone was overwhelmed by the reaction. This. A second, was it still light? In the next second, he directly pinched young Master Guo's neck severely! Exclamation mark. When you talk about changing your face, change your face. The Go family, King Junxiok, Master Go, was so severely choked by someone like this? Question mark. This is simply going to pierce the sky. Go Shou's entire neck was severely pinched, and his neck almost died out. At this moment, he has never seemed ... so embarrassed. The feeling of suffocation made him pale, and his breathing was rapid and difficult. Yesterday, the Holy Trinity Church, I only killed the Huang family. 1,209 people, and this magazine has been revised and increased to 2,700 people. Where did the extra 1,400 lives come from? Chen Zhongying asked Go Shou's neck with white palms. He never liked, was framed. He killed it. He admitted. He didn't kill him, he wouldn't admit it. There is no one in this world who is qualified ... to be framed against death. Go Shou's face was pale. He tried to adjust his breath, and then said, perhaps, you remembered wrong ... at the scene. More than 2,000 people were indeed dead. Crack. Chen Zhongying's palm, even harder, almost pinched his 5 fingers into the cartilage of his neck. Go Shou's was almost choked off. His complexion changed from pale to sauce purple. Dignified, the son of the giant young man. But at this moment, someone ... so choked his neck. This is simply shocking everyone in the audience. I said, I only killed 1,209 people. The magazine reported that the extra 1,400 lives came from. He asked again in a calm and indifferent voice, presumptuous. Let go of my son. At this moment, outside the banquet hall, a large group of security forces in suits and shoes finally rushed in for the first time. Wow! Hundreds of bodyguards in black suits rushed forward, and in a flash, the whole banquet hall was surrounded by water. Let go of the son, otherwise, kill on the spot. The bodyguards were angry and shouted. A long dark knife also flashed out from their waists. This is a group of horrible bodyguard thugs equipped with controlled weapons. The atmosphere of the scene is extremely solemn. On the stage, Chen Zhongying still pinched Go Shou's neck with one hand. He seemed to ignore the hundreds of bodyguards in the audience. I want you to explain to me. Within 10 seconds, explain clearly. If the explanation fails, I will send you on the road. His eyes were calm, just staring at Go Shou's. Go Shou's entire complexion has turned into a purplish purple, and his pupils have turned pale. That was the struggle before suffocation. This young master of the Go family was called the King Jun hero. But at this moment, someone choked his neck, and his life was hanging by a thread. Just apply a little force. Chen Zhongying was able to pinch his fragile neck instantly like a tofu, killing his life. Yes. It's the wrong print of the magazine. Go Shou's complexion was purple. His voice trembled and hoarse, and finally admitted. At this time, his whole person seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Being choked by someone, this feeling of life and death made him had to admit it. However, the countless guests present at this time looked extremely complicated and shocked. Everyone has a feeling of dizziness. Can't believe it. Even the dignified young master Go? This! This is simply shaking everyone's hearts. Great and great. Now, Shenzhen ... These three words are destined to completely ... resonate throughout the world. Destroy Huang's house. Pinched Mr. Guo's neck. These methods are not only extraordinary, but shocking. Horrible. Magazine, is it printed wrong? Chen Zong continued to pinch Go Shou's neck with one hand. Then, give you 1 day to correct the contents of the magazine. The number of slaughtered, 1,209 people. If you write one more, I will use your family's life instead. His voice is still calm, but it seems to have a very terrifying aura. Shock everyone present. Even the hundreds of security guards felt their souls tremble. All the bodyguards bit their heads in front, not daring to go backwards. At this moment, the sun is still in their hands. They must rescue the sun first. Otherwise, if something happens to the sun, all of them must be buried. Think about it. Although Go Shou's was pinched, he still refused to admit defeat. The voice quivered, but he did not agree. Consider Chen Zhonggong's white palms pierced with strength. With a terrifying force, Go Shou's entire neck was twisted and hollowed. Go Shou's complexion changed from sauce purple to blue-black again. If there is not enough energy and blood, it takes only 1 second to suffocate. Presumptuous. Let go of the sun. Otherwise I will be buried with you. Behind the scenes, hundreds of bodyguard members roared grimly. But all the bodyguards did not dare to step forward, because the sun was held in the hands of this man. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, ignoring the group of bodyguards in the audience. He pinched Go Shou's neck fiercely, and hung him in the air. He hates it the most. Being rumored. Chapter 159 Wind and Cloud Change, Ebb and Flow. I don't want consideration. He stared at Go Shou's, as if ... looking at the dying person. He has destroyed a Huang family. Killing one more Go Shou's is nothing to him. Go Shou's entire face turned black and cyan, almost asphyxiated. He trembled. Okay. I will change ... I will change it tomorrow. Correct the content. Only then did Chen Zong let go of Go Shou's. Go Shou's was directly limp on the ground, coughing. A scarlet fingerprint appeared on his neck. My son, are you doing anything? ! The group of security guards rushed up and helped Go Shou's, very cautiously. At the same time, Chen Zhongying was also surrounded by black security guards. He looked around, his eyes faint. In all directions, a group of bodyguards glared at him and blocked the water he contained. In the whole, the atmosphere of the Heroes Competition Hall was frozen to the extreme. But Chen Zhongying, with his hands on his back, just walked step by step towards the audience. He seemed to treat the countless bodyguards in front of him as a step by step, go forward. The group of bodyguards was actually a little trembling. Countless people bite the bullet and hold on. However, as Chen Zhong stepped forward, they eventually collapsed. A group of people regressed with complex and solemn expressions. Hundreds of people were pushed back by him alone. Let him go. At this moment, on the back of the body, Go Shou spoke suddenly. Hundreds of security guards present were all panicked. They were divided into two teams like an amnesty, and avoided a broad road. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly lit a cigarette. Then, just so indifferently, walked out of the banquet hall. In the entire banquet hall, no one dared to stop, no one dared to stop. That's it, let it go. Looking at that, the figure disappearing outside the door of the banquet hall. In the presence, all the guests felt that their brains were stunned and couldn't react at all. The shock shocked their spirits. Today, in such a business meeting with Mr. Go, the unbridled destruction of Chen Zhongzheng could still wave his sleeves and leave indifferently? Exclamation mark. This is simply, does this represent a signal? Chen Zong ... with the Go family? Could it be that there is another battle that is inevitable? Banquet hall. On stage, several private doctors rushed forward and urgently checked Go Shou's and dealt with the bruises. Go Shou's gaze slowly returned to depth. In his pupils, there are endless sharp flashes. My son, are you okay? The bodyguards were beside them, extremely worried. Small injuries, no teeth. Go Shou's twisted his neck twice and made the sound of joint snapping. The grip strength of one arm is more than 1,000 kilograms. He looked faintly, rubbed his neck with congestion, and muttered to himself. Just now, the reason why he didn't do it, the reason he didn't resist everything, just because he was testing. This Chen Zhong's skill and power. The power to grab the neck with a single arm has exceeded the physical limit of a normal human being. The strength of a single arm exceeds 1,000 kilograms. This is the result estimated by Go Shou's. In this way, Chen Zhongying's body strength can be calculated completely through the coordination ratio of the power of the whole body. Whether it is a mud bodhisattva or a dragon, everything can't escape the calculation of data. Contact the Physical Fitness Research Laboratory immediately. I want to calculate all the physical data of Chen Zhongying. Go Shou's finished his instructions, and then his eyes were deep, and he walked off the stage slowly. In the entire banquet hall, hundreds of guests looked at him with complicated, solemn, and admired eyes. Under the light blue suit, he is straight, like a dragon. Even if he choked his neck in the face of the enemy's threat, he still remained tolerant and did not fight back. Use this to snoop out the enemy's means data. Such a state of mind is convincing. This Go Shou's is absolutely comparable. With such an identity and such a mentality, he can be called a masterpiece. Everything changes. The ebb and flow, all in his control. The setting sun is embellished, and the entire sky is stained obliquely red. This city, from sunrise to sunset, every minute and every second, it seems undergoing a major change. Inside the KISS building, Ku Yiren sits in the president's office, with complicated and solemn eyes. Secretary Sungs waited cautiously and sent. After hearing, "Is Mr. Chen back next door?" Ku Yiren asked slowly, sitting in a chair. "It seems that I haven't come back yet." Secretary Sungs replied softly. All afternoon, Kuyi people were waiting for news from Mr. Chen. In the afternoon, after he went out, he never came back. Faintly, the Kuyi people have a premonition of worry. After all, he went to Go Shou's. It was a huge group force that was so secret that no one knew its strength. Renaissance Group, Go Family. Decades ago, he swept south of the Yangtze River and became the richest man. Then, disappeared. low hiding. Until today, no one knows how far this group has expanded, because it hides too deeply. However, at this time, in addition to the faint worry, Kuyiren has another important decision, which he wants to discuss with Chen Zhongying. She hesitated for a long time for the decision, and finally decided to wait for Mr. Chen to come back and discuss it with him. That is an important decision that can affect the safety of the entire group. Under the dimly yellow setting sun. 10 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz S600, slowly parked in front of the KISS building. Chen Zhongying, dressed in a straight suit, stepped out of the car door and lit a cigarette. He is back. He looked around the building, and then he walked into the building calmly. Such a calm posture, so graceful. It is hard to believe that he was still in the banquet hall of the Fuxing Hotel in the first 10 minutes, slaughtering a life and threatening Goshos. This kind of leisurely state of mind really seemed to ... in this world, except for the collapse of the world. Everything is just ants before his eyes. When he took the elevator back to the 99th floor office, the Kuyiren from the president's office next door had already rushed over. Mr. Chen, you and Goshos? Kuyiren stood in front of the office, her beautiful eyes were extremely complicated, with a hint of surprise. She didn't know what happened with Goshos when Chen Zong went this afternoon. Therefore, at this moment, she has a trace of doubt. Look for him and chatted a few words. Chen Zhongying lay on the office chair and slowly spit out a smoke ring. Something wrong? Kuyi's pretty face became a little complicated. It seems that there is no conflict between him and Goshos, right? In this way, Kuyiren breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's okay, that's fine. Sir, there is something Yiren wants to discuss with you. Kuyiren took a deep breath, with a trace of pleading in her beautiful eyes. Say. Chen Zhongying looked faintly and replied a word. Kuyiren gently walked into the office, and then carefully closed the office door. Standing in the office, she hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Sir, you should know the research room on the 77th floor of our group. Chen Zhongying nodded slowly. I know. He did hear a little about that research room. However, the Kui people set it as a forbidden place. Therefore, in the entire building, apart from Chen Zhongying knows a little bit, the rest of the people don't know it. This secret research room involves the life and death of the entire group. A month ago, the head of the Huang family led people into the group and has found the location of the research room. The location of the research room has been exposed. So, I want to ... change the location of the research room. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes were extremely solemn, and she looked at Chen Zhongying seriously. It's just that, in the entire group, there is no suitable secret research site. Even, I have thought about setting up in the suburbs, but the security is not ideal. The secret of the research room on the 77th floor of the KISS building has been revealed. Now, for the safety of the group's future development, she must, the first time, move the research room. Otherwise, the troubles are endless. Chapter 160 The so-called refining technology. So, why are you looking for me? Chen Zhongying lay on the chair, smoking a cigarette lightly. It seems that he doesn't care about this so-called research room at all. He only cares about the safety of this woman, Kuyi. As long as this woman is alive, those killer assassins in the Western world will definitely appear. As for the others, it has nothing to do with him. The Yiren took the liberty to ask Mr. Chen to help me ... choose a suitable address. Kuyiren leaned slightly and said seriously. Chen Zhongying gave her a feeling of invincibility. It seems that as long as this man is there, all problems will be solved. Therefore, when Kuyiren needed help in every way, she approached Chen Zhongying. I hope this godlike man can give her ... a little help. No time. Chen Zhongying spit out a smoke ring, and directly refused the woman's request. Kuyi was a little dull and stunned. She did not expect that Mr. Chen would refuse. Sir, please help me. This research room is related to the survival of the group. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes were pleading. Dignified, the daughter of the big president of the 100 billion group, at this moment, bowed to his knees and saluted a young man. If this kind of picture is spread out, I am afraid It will shock everyone in the Jiangnan business community. Everything, just because of this research room, is too important. All the secrets in her body, and even the core of the entire Ku group, are sealed in that laboratory, waiting for one day in the future to come out. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath and looked at Ku Yiren with faint eyes. Help you? Yes. Tell me, what's hidden inside? Chen Zhongzong was sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his mouth. His fingers tapped the tabletop lightly. With deep eyes, he stared straight at Ku Yiren, as if to see this woman through. There are too many secrets hidden in this woman. Chen Zhongying was a little curious. He wanted to know what secrets were hidden in this woman. After all, let the killers in the dark world of the West, even the Bible organization, would not hesitate to break into China just to kidnap her. At this moment, the air in the office seemed a bit quiet and depressed. Ku Yiren's delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes are a bit complicated, and their pupils are dodge. Dare to look directly at Chen Zhongying's gaze. The man's gaze at the moment was like a sharp sword, as if he was going to peel her back layer by layer, reaching his heart. It was the first time that she was spied on with such eyes. This look made her whole body as if there were no secrets to hide. There is just a secret medical laboratory. Ku Yiren adjusted his mood and explained slowly. Oh? Chen Zhongying stared at her with deep eyes. Under our group, almost all of the research and development of pharmaceutical products are completed in that laboratory base. Ku Yiren said seriously. Chen Zhongying did not speak. His eyes still looked at her indifferently. Smoke slowly, swallowing smoke rings. After a long time, the corners of his mouth raised an arc. That's it. Then, take me to see. His voice was calm, and he said slowly, although his tone was very peaceful, it seemed beyond doubt. At this moment, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes flashed quietly, as if a deep and mysterious aura flashed from the eyes. Okay, I will take you there. Ku Yiren nodded lightly, and finally agreed. She led Chen Zong out of the office and came to a special mysterious elevator all the way. There are more than a dozen elevators in the entire KISS building, but all elevators, except for the 77th floor button. Ordinary elevators can't reach the 77th floor at all. You must take the elevator with special permissions to reach the 77th floor. Turning on the elevator, the two walked into the elevator. This elevator does not have any other floor buttons, only the 77th floor. This is a mysterious special elevator that reaches the 77th floor. Press the 77th floor button. The elevator carried two people and slowly descended. After a few seconds, the elevator finally stopped on the 77th floor. The elevator doors opened. A huge secret base laboratory appeared in front of us. The 77th floor of the entire building is classified as a forbidden area. And today, it is also the first time for Ku Yi people to bring a strange man to this place. Chen Zongxing dangling cigarettes, his eyes faintly scanned around. Unlock pupil and retina, infrared protection, ultraviolet alarm, smoke alarm, bulletproof glass. The entire 77th floor and all the security facilities were unprecedentedly advanced. Various high-tech defense equipment, top security measures. Shocking. Although it cannot be compared with the military, it is also a layer of defense, with no flaws. Seeing all this, the corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Security equipment worth billions of dollars, just to guard this level of secret research room. It seems that what is protected here is not very simple. The entire research base is unlocked by the pupils and retinas, and S-class military defense is adopted. Ku Yiren explained as he led Chen Zong into the experimental base. The entire base laboratory has an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. The entire 77th floor is planned as a laboratory base. In the base, dozens of researchers wearing white coats are carefully conducting various data and chemical research. There was a pungent smell of medicinal preparations floating in the air. The atmosphere in the laboratory seemed tense and solemn. Fine, what are you studying? Chen Zongxing asked quietly, looking around. Indeed, the entire base laboratory can be described as an unprecedented mystery. Security equipment costing billions of dollars. as well as the mysterious experimental instruments scattered throughout the base. Everything shows that the research in this space is definitely not simple. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were complex and deep. After hesitating for a long time, he finally took a deep breath and said, I am developing a refinement technology. One refining technology that can reduce the pharmaceutical cost of pharmaceutical companies by dozens of times. This is the first time she has disclosed the secret of her mysterious project. Oh, the cost of pharmacy can be reduced by dozens of times? Chen Zong's gaze narrowed slightly. This seemed to make him interested. Cost reduction dozens of times? What does that mean? Marx once mentioned in Das Kapital, when 20% of the profits are available, humans can become active. When 50% of the profits are available, humans will take risks. When 100% profits are generated, humans dare to trample on all human laws. And when the profit exceeds 300%, humans dare to commit any crimes, even risking hanging their heads. However, to reduce costs by dozens of times, this kind of profit enough and crazy. So, this is the reason why those forces are trying to find you? Chen Zonging's eyes were deep and faint, just staring at Kuyaran. It seems to see through this woman. Indeed, dozens of times the profit cost is enough to make people crazy. Let countless pharmaceutical companies, countless families, all rob it frantically. But, this, by no means, the only secret in this woman. Because he saw a deeper hidden breath in Kuyaran's eyes. This woman tried to hide. Chapter 161 Gore in the air 7th floor, laboratory base. Chen Zonging's eyes were deep, just like that, staring straight at Kuyi, as if he wanted to see her through. The Huang family. The reason why he wants to cooperate with me with 100 plans ahead is to this project plan. To win this refining technology. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are complicated, and her voice is solemn. There is no flaw in her explanation. Perfectly clothed. Indeed, one technology can reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals by dozens of times. What profit margin will be generated behind it? Such technological profits are enough to drive any family or company crazy. Behind this, it can represent hundreds of billions, trillions, and even tens of thousands of market space. However, Chen Zonging still stared at her faintly. At this moment, his eyes were irresistible and irresistible. It seemed that all secrets could not escape this man. Kuyaran's heart was beating slightly. I don't know if it is panic or inexplicable heart palpitations. The look in this man's eyes made her feel a little scared. So, this is why the Bible is looking for you. Chen Zong stared at her for a long time, then suddenly spoke lightly and asked. The air in the experimental base suddenly became a little weird and quiet. Holy. The Bible? Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were dull, and she stared at Chen Zong in amazement. She shook her head in surprise and astonishment, expressing puzzlement. What is the Bible? The doubt in her eyes seemed very real. She seemed to really not know the existence of the Bible. Chen Zonging looked faintly, staring at her for a long time. It's nothing, just a little Western power. This time, he broke the topic. The Kuyaran on the side was a little surprised. Bible? This should be her. The second time I heard this name. The first time I heard it was 2 months ago. In the Sheraton Hotel. That day, she held a drug research and development meeting. In the hotel, was assassinated by a blonde foreign woman. After that, it was Mr. Chen who rescued her. And that was the first time she heard the name Bible from Chen Zong's mouth. The Bible. What kind of power is it? In her impression, the Bible. Isn't that a classic Christian book? What forces would be named after this inexplicable and strange Christian classics? Chen Zonging looked faintly, scanning slowly in the laboratory base, looking at all the facilities of the entire base. He didn't ask more about the secrets hidden behind this base. The secret behind this woman was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, the depth of hiding Chen Zonging couldn't see through. If you can't see through, just keep it. Secrets will always emerge. At this time, his only concern was to protect the safety of this woman. Seduced, the Bible appears. Mr. Chen, regarding the relocation of the laboratory, please give some suggestions to the Yiren. Ku Yiren leaned slightly, with a trace of respect, and asked. At this moment, the only thing she can trust seems to be Mr. Chen. Looking around, Chen Zhongying looked faintly. The most dangerous place is the safest place. He finally spoke, spitting out a few words. Upon hearing this, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Just look straight at Mr. Chen, please, sir. Clearly, Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the smoke ring. Isn't the basement empty? Ku Yiren reacted suddenly. Sir, what do you mean? Move the base to the basement. Chen Zhongying did not speak, but slowly nodded. What the art of war says, the fictitious is the real, and the real is the fictitious. This is just a tactic of virtual reality. Instead of doing everything possible, I want to hide the secret. Instead, put the secret in the most dangerous place. That way, on the contrary, will be ignored. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zhongying calmly walked out of the laboratory base. The pungent medicinal smell floating in the air seemed to make him a little offensive. However, when he just stepped out of the bulletproof gate of the base, the leather shoes under his feet stopped slightly. His eyes were deep and he took a breath of air gently. In the air, there was a pungent smell of potion, and the smell of various chemical agents. However, in the mixed air, he seemed to still smell a hint of formalin, and a hint of a shallow fishy smell. This is the smell of blood. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Behind him, Ku Yiren's puzzled voice came. She stepped on high heels and walked to Chen Zhong's side. It's okay. Chen Zhong shook his head, his eyes deep and leisurely. The smell is pungent. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, he turned and walked to the elevator. The elevator doors opened. Chen Zhongying looked calm and slowly stepped into the elevator. The elevator closed, and he just left the experimental base on the 77th floor. Only Kui was left, and he stayed at the gate of the base. However, just after Chen Zhong left, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes gradually returned to depth. She turned around and returned to the laboratory. Is there something wrong with the carrier? Ku Yiren asked the researchers in the laboratory with a solemn voice. The carrier is currently relatively cholera, and it is still unable to stabilize its cell concentration. The researchers in the laboratory looked solemn and reported carefully. Hearing this, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Open the gate. I'll go take a look, she said with a solemn voice. Mr. Ku. Yes. The carrier is very unstable. I am afraid it is dangerous. Several researchers reminded with solemn expressions. It's okay. The Ku Yiren ignored the group of researchers' dissuasion. She walked straight into the vacuum sterilization room, put on a white lab coat, and then the whole body was disinfected. She curled up her long hair and put on a transparent germ shield. After finishing everything, she turned her head and nodded gently to the staff behind her. In the base, those staff members looked solemn and slowly came to the console. Bacteria protection is ready. The UV interception press start is complete. Prepare for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Open the gate. The staff looked solemn and pressed the red opening button. The entire laboratory base was enveloped by a layer of lavender light. UV protection sterilization. Prevent the spread of vector viruses. Then, a huge metal wall in front of the laboratory suddenly appeared. A gap. The entire metal wall slowly opens. The entire wall is actually a hidden door to the organ. The wall slowly opened, and a lavender sterile vacuum channel emerged. The thick pungent breath is floating from the passage. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were solemn, and he slowly walked into the disinfection passage. Then, the door of the transparent passage was closed. President Ku, be careful. If something happens, please contact us immediately. The researcher outside warned with a solemn expression. Ku Yiren nodded, and then slowly walked towards the end of the lavender passage. At the end of the passage, a violent smell of blood is constantly surging. Chapter 162 Blocked. Secret 77th floor. Inside the laboratory base, all the researchers waited solemnly in front of the console, waiting for Mr. Ku to come out. Already, Half an hour passed. Inside the gate, at the end of the mysterious and terrifying passage. But Kui still had no news. As time passed, every minute and a second passed, the hearts of all the researchers were a little hanged. Suddenly, a sudden rush of alarm sounded. In the entire experimental base, red lights are flashing. No, it's Mr. Ku for help. Inside the base, all the researchers' complexions changed drastically. Turn on emergency defense mode. A level alert. Save people. Dozens of researchers looked solemn, quickly put on transparent protective clothing, and then rushed into the end of the lavender passage. Race against time. 10 minutes later, under the protection of dozens of researchers, Kui ran out from the end of the passage with a pale face. Close the passage gate to prevent vicious leaks. The researcher shouted solemnly. The red light is flashing. The lavender channel valve slowly closed. Then, Kuiron's body was disinfected and sterilized all over his body, and then he was finally helped out. At this moment, her long hair was wet with cold sweat, and her whole person looked extremely pale. Fang Kai, the moment inside, shocked her. Those things are becoming out of control. But soon, she recovered her mind from the shock. The carrier is very unstable. Carrier number 3. The symptoms are out of control. The volume of sedatives needs to be increased. Also, pay attention to the changes in the fat melt of the carrier throughout the process, and report any changes immediately. Kui's face was solemn, and the fellow researchers instructed. As the best doctor of biology in the Department of Medicine at Oxford University, her decision represents the progress of the entire project. Yes, understand. The researchers focused their heads. In addition, the research room on the 77th floor has been exposed. For safety reasons, the research room will be relocated to the basement of the group, on the 3rd floor. I will use the greatest manpower and material resources for the construction and relocation of the basement research room. It is estimated that the relocation will be completed within 1 month. In the last month, the planned project needs to be expedited and coordinated with the relocation. Kuiron's beautiful eyes were solemn and exalted. All the researchers present nodded solemnly. After ordering everything, Kui sighed. Some weakly walked out of the experimental base. Take the elevator back to the 99th floor. At this time, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. The sunset has gradually fallen. The sky turned into a dim cyan, unexpectedly, because of the base. The off-duty time was delayed by an hour. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for a long time because the processing of things in the base has delayed time. Kuiron came to the door of Chen Zongong's office, opened the door, and apologized. Chen Zonging was sitting in a chair at this time, flipping through an ancient book in his hand. It's okay. He slowly put down the book, and then got up. The two of them walked out of the office and took the elevator all the way downstairs. At this point, the employees in the entire building have already left work. In the empty building, only some night guards are still patrolling. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars are waiting respectfully downstairs in the building. The sky is getting darker. Kuiron and Chen Zongong drove back to the Ku's villa in a Mercedes-Benz like this. In the villa, the nanny aunt reserved dinner for the two of them. After the meal, Chen Zong left the Ku's villa and returned to the manor opposite. However, Kuiron also returned to the study on the 2nd floor and continued to work. Late at night, the lights in the study are lit. Kuiron sat at the desk. Her beautiful eyes were deep and complicated. She vaguely remembered that when she was at the laboratory base in the evening. Mr. Chen seemed to have mentioned the word Bible. This mysterious force, codenamed Bible, seems to have an entangled relationship with her. Bible? After all, what power is it? The assassination at the Sheraton Hotel began 2 months ago. She seemed to be spiraled into an invisible big net. Kuiron turned on the computer and tried searching for the word Bible on Baidu. However, the search results are just ordinary Christian articles. No relevant information could be found on Huixia's intranet. She tried, opened the external network, and went out over the IP. Then, on the overseas Google browser, I tried to search for the 4 words Bible organization. Click search. However, the entire Google browser displays no such message. Was it blocked by someone deliberately? Kuyaran's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, extremely deep and solemn. She seems to have touched some mysterious forces overseas. Bible. So, what kind of mystery organization is? A deep night. When a ray of sunlight slowly rises from the eastern sky. This magic capital has awakened from the perplexed dark night. In the room, Chen Zhongying finished his exercise. It is still 10,000 push-ups and 10,000 sit-ups a day. Then he took a cold shower, put on a neat suit shirt. Putting on his Omega watch, he turned and left the villa. Came to the Ku family manor opposite. In the Kiss manor, the hearty breakfast has been prepared. My sister Ku Shuang sat quietly at the dining table, just waiting for the meal. Since that time was kidnapped by the Huang family, under Ku Shuang, she has been recuperating at home, and she has asked for days off at school. I hope she can adjust from that state of shock. After all, she was just an immature girl who had just turned 20. Have never experienced such a panic and catastrophe. The hijacking did cause a lot of psychological shadow on her. The little girl's personality has become a bit quiet recently. He didn't talk, and didn't play his temper, just sitting quietly at home and in the room every day, staring at the ceiling blankly, and then playing games. Chen Zong held a cigarette in his mouth and walked into the Ku family manor. When I saw the figure of this man, a strange look appeared in Ku Shuang's big sluggish eyes. There was an inexplicable throbbing faintly, breeding. For this man who saved him, Ku Shuangxia's feeling towards him is changing. Even she herself can't notice it. Where is your sister? Chen Zongjing pulled a chair and sat down, and asked faintly. She's upstairs. Come down immediately. Ku Shuangxia recovered from the sluggishness and pointed her finger upstairs. Her big watery eyes continued to look at Chen Zongying, as if not willing to move away for a moment. A few minutes later, my sister Kuyaran walked down the stairs in a black old costume. Start breakfast. Chen Zong picked up the knife and fork and started to eat lightly. Kuyaran took a sandwich for breakfast and started to eat too. Now the company's situation is on the line, and the secret construction of the experimental base is still underway. All the burdens are too heavy, so she must keep herself strong. But under the sister Kushwang, her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange luster, and she looked straight at Chen Zongying at the dining table. For some reason, under Kushwang at this moment, the look in his eyes was completely different. It seemed to have a little soft light, a little strange and inexplicable throbbing. There were also many mysterious feelings that she couldn't understand herself. Seeing the elegant appearance of this man eating, she would actually feel. This man is a bit seductive. This is unprecedented before. I have money printed on my face. Chen Zong finally couldn't bear it, put down his knife and fork, and asked coldly. Ku Shuangxia was taken aback by his words, and he shook his hand. No. No. Then take your gaze back and eat. Chen Zongying was as cold, and gave her such a word in reply. So cold, so overbearing, and so imposing. Under Ku Shuang, the whole person was frightened first, and then suddenly aggrieved. Pouting his mouth, he stopped talking in anger. However, at the same time, Huhai, a luxurious mountaintop mansion. The whole mansion is as magnificent as a palace, covering an area of several thousand square meters. It almost occupies the entire top of the mountain. The huge swimming pool with a length of nearly 100 meters is twice the size of the national standard swimming pool for the Olympic Games. The endless golf course. There is also a huge flower bed lawn like a football field. Here, it is almost like a private palace. This is the Guojia Manor under the Fuxing Group. The young master of the Go family, Go Shows, is now wearing a nightgown, slowly getting up from the soft Simmons bed. Two young female assistants stepped forward cautiously, showering and changing clothes for him. Then he shaved him. All daily life is taken care of in every possible way. Standing in front of the mirror, the two female assistants gently put on a light blue shirt and suit for him, and then fastened a belt, put on leather shoes. Go shows exudes an indifferent and profound breath all over his body. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly knocked gently. "Go in," Go Shou said lightly. The door opened. The secretary Ning Wan walked into the room wearing a uniform and stepping on high heels. "Master, the content of Fuxing magazine will be printed out today and sent to various organizations and newspapers. Does that content need to be changed?" Ning Wan asked with a serious face and slowly. What she was referring to was naturally the content in the magazine about Chen Zong's massacre. After all, yesterday Chen Zonging was alone and broke into the hotel himself, ruining the whole occasion of the young master and mediating the banquet. Cause a very bad impact. So, the female secretary came to ask at this moment. See if the young master needs to revise the content of that magazine. After all, Chen Zonging personally said yesterday that he wanted the young master to revise it. And the young master, also yesterday, was forced to agree. Go Shou's looked faintly, stretched out his hand slowly, and clasped $1 million Jaeger LeCoultre watch on his wrist. "Don't pay attention." He only uttered 4 words, then turned and walked out of the room. "Is the helicopter ready?" Go Shou asked lightly, walking towards the outside of the villa. "It's ready," female secretary Ning Wan said, following the young master. At this time, outside the Guo's manor, a luxurious helicopter was already waiting at the door. Go Shou wants to participate in an interprovincial exchange meeting. According to his identity, there is no need to take a flight. Private helicopters, open-air routes, special plane transfers. Chapter 163 Precarious Wind and Rain. Fuxing Building 9 in the morning. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly stopped in front of the KUS building. Ku Yiren and Chen Zong got out of the car and walked into the building. After Chen Zong returned to the office, he lit a cigarette. Then, he called the secretary Sun Xwin. "Mr. Chen, what's your order?" Sun X leaned slightly and stood at the door of the office. For Mr. Chen, Sun X has always respected him and dare not neglect. "Is today's Fuxing magazine printed and published?" "Get one for me." Chen Zenging took a deep breath of the cigarette ring and said lightly. Sun X's face was taken aback, then nodded. "I'm going to buy it now." 10 minutes later, Sun X, panting slightly, walked into the security director's office with a brand new Renaissance magazine. "Mr. Chen, this is the latest edition of Fuxing magazine today." Sun X handed a magazine to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging slowly took over the magazine, then opened it read it through. There is no change in the content of today's magazine. No explanation was given for the tampering with the number of his massacres. This Go shows. Didn't he pay attention to his yesterday's warning at all? Chen Zongong slowly closed the magazine. Then, pinch out the cigarette. "But, do you know the address of Fuxing Group?" Chen Zong looked at Sun X and asked. "I know." Sun X nodded gently. "Well, take me there." He slowly got up from the chair. His eyes were faint, and he walked out of the office. Sun Xu's pretty face was dull and stunned. He hesitated for a few seconds, stepped on high heels, and walked out immediately. A few minutes later, a red BMW mini car slowly drove out of the underground garage. Sun X drove the mini car, carrying Mr. Chen, and drove all the way towards the Fuxing Group. Along the way, her pretty face was a little complicated, and even a little worried, because, last time she drove Mr. Chen to the Nguyen mansion. As a result, it caused a big explosion in space. The entire Nguyen mansion was lit. That scene of horror had already caused some psychological shadows on her. So at this moment, Sun X was a little scared. But although she was afraid in her heart, she did not dare to ask more. This man gives a strong aura. Even Mr. Kui has respect for him. How can he dare to ask more if he is a little secretary? Half an hour later, the BMW Minutes car passed through the congested street and slowly drove into the Bund Landscape Avenue. However, the infamous Super Group, Fuxing Group headquarters building, is located here. Located on the bustling street of the Bund. Mr. Chen. The building in front is the headquarters of Fuxing Group. Sun X drove the vehicle, stretched out her hand, and pointed to the skyscraper hundreds of meters ahead. The arc-shaped huge building, like a spaceship and battleship, stands on the banks of the Huangpu River. "Stop," Chen Zhongying said slowly while sitting in the co-pilot. Sun Tzu was very obedient and parked the car on the side of the road. "Wait for me here," he said, pushing the door and stepping out of the car slowly. I lit a cigarette and looked up at the huge skyscraper ahead. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. Taking a step forward, he just indifferently walked towards the Fuxing Group building. In the BMW Mini car, Sun Tzu with a complicated face, staring blankly at the figure that was gradually moving away. Her mood is a bit complicated and inexplicably worried. After all, this is Fuxing Group. Earlier, Mr. Chen made a big uproar against the Nguyen clan and destroyed the entire building. That scene has already cast a shadow on Sun Tzu. But at this time today, Mr. Chen has come to Fuxing Group again? What will happen to him? Sun Tzu had to worry. The Nguyen Group is at best a small group with a scale of tens of billions. But the Fosun Group in front of you is completely different. This is a super enterprise that stands in the Shanghai Sea and is truly famous in the south of the Yangtze River. The market value is over 100 billion, involving the entire Jiangnan region, almost all industrial chains. Such a behemoth is not easy to provoke. But, at this moment, Mr. Chen's figure has become farther and farther away. He has walked downstairs to the Fuxing Group. Standing in front of this huge arc-shaped skyscraper, Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the smoke ring. His eyes faint. Fuxing building is not as well known as seeing it. He was smoking a cigarette, step by step, and walked towards the building. "Stop, who are you looking for?" At the door, two security guards stopped him at the door for the first time. Like this, how can the large-scale corporate headquarters with extremely strict security let people come and go at will? Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring. "I'm looking for it, Goshus," he said in a faint voice. The security guards at the door looked stunned, and looked at this elegant man in a suit with inexplicable surprise. This man dare to call Sheldong's name so directly? Could it be? The identity of this person is unusual. "What's your name? Do you have an appointment?" the security guards at the door asked seriously. "Make an appointment." "No." Chen Zhongying was smoking a cigarette. His eyes were faint, and he said calmly, "But I'm looking for him. So, let him come down and see me." The air was quiet for a while. Then, the security guards seemed to have heard a big joke. "Let Young Dong come down and see him?" What international jokes are you making? The young director has a distinguished status and ranks among the top 10 wealthies in Shanghai. Even if the chief executive of Shanghai wants to see him, he needs to make an appointment in advance. However, just relying on this, an unidentified young man who wanted to see Sheldong too? Moreover, he was not ashamed and asked Young Dong to come down himself? Not to mention that young director is not in the company today. Even if Young Dong was in the company, it would never be possible to come down. Say crazy words. My young director of the Fuxing Group, is it the one you want to see? Give you 3 seconds. Get out of here. Otherwise, you will lie down and leave. The security guards at the door were stern and angry. But in the next second, all the bodies of the security guards were blasted out. The security guards only felt the picture in front of them spin around. Then, they were blasted out dozens of meters away, and fell to the ground severely. Dozens of security guards passed out directly. Chen Zhongying stood there quietly, slowly retracting his palm. He took a step and walked slowly towards the Fuxing building. In the entire hall, the girls at the front desk were shocked. "Who are you?" the girl at the front desk asked in shock. But Chen Zhongying did not answer, just walked calmly towards the elevator floor. Wow! A large group of armed security forces rushed out for the first time. Joke! Here. But the headquarters building of Fuxing Group. Once upon a time, who would have thought? How many people dare to break into the Fuxing Group building? This Fuxing group has been standing on the bank of the Huangpu River for decades. The years are up and down, and the world is precarious. No one has ever dared to trespass into the headquarters of Fuxing group so unscrupulously. Today, at this time, this situation is the first time. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, took a deep breath, and then walked towards the crowd of people step by step. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever he walked, a figure flew across. The so-called fully armed security, the so-called elite security team. In front of him, it burst like a bubble. Chen Zhongying grabbed a security guard at random, pinched his neck, and asked, "Which floor is Go Shou's office?" "Fuck you. Today you will definitely not walk out of the Fuxing building alive." The security guard yelled at him unyieldingly. Chen Zhongying looked indifferently. Boom. At once, he directly pushed the head of the security guard into the wall. The entire wall was sagged and cracked. The security guard's head was covered with blood. His head stuck deep in the wall. "Say, live. Don't say, die." Chen Zhongying spit out a few words indifferently. With only two choices, choose one. The security guard was frightened and trembling, and he was incontinent in his crotch to urinate on the 60th floor. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The security guard's voice trembled, and the whole person almost wanted to collapse. With a wave of his right hand, Chen Zhong directly threw the body of the security guard away. He stepped across the stumped body on the floor and slowly walked into the elevator. Pressed down the floor, 60 floors. The elevator closed its doors and rose slowly. Chapter 164. One surname and one name. The world trembles. Ding! Apostrophe. The elevator rose to the 60th floor and stopped slowly. The elevator doors opened. Wow! Outside the elevator door, the entire long corridor. The black is full of suits. Countless security forces in uniforms completely blocked the entire corridor. Water can't leak. Chen Zhongying stood in the elevator, looking at the crowded crowd outside the door. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and then the corner of his mouth raised a sneer. "This Fuxing group's welcome ceremony is really enthusiastic," he muttered to himself, walking slowly with his leather shoes, and stepped out of the elevator door. In the next second, his figure turned into a remnant shadow. Boom, boom, boom. Ahead, a black sea of people, like a dam bursting, collapsed in an instant. A sea of people, howling miserably, was directly blown out. In the rear, a sea of people fell one after another. Chen Zhongying, he was alone, sweeping all the way. In the darkened corridor, the people howled miserably and flew across the sky. Anyway, wherever his figure passes, there is a lot of destruction. The so-called thousands of people. The so-called, there are many people. In front of him, just a snap of his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the crowds of the entire corridor instantly collapsed. Chen Zhongying looked faintly as he stepped on the wrecked body all over the floor, and just like that, he slowly came to an office. This is an extremely luxurious office area. The entire office door is made of pure mahogany. Above, 5 words are engraved in gold. Xiaodong's office. This is the office of Fuxing Group. Go Shou's. Boo. Chen Zhong kicked directly and kicked open the door of the office. In the eyes, the huge office of hundreds of square meters is luxurious and grand. Gilt carvings, diamond ceiling, the huge rhino leather sofa, carved with dragons and wind, looks like a Western European palace. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zhong slowly stepped into the office. There was no one in the entire office. Go Shou's was not present. Chen Zhongying looked around, walked up to the luxurious mahogany boss chair so unceremoniously, and then sat down calmly. He put his leather shoes on the mahogany desk, lying on the chair like this, smoking a cigarette lightly. Wow! Outside the office, the group of security guards looked horrified. Everyone was surrounded by the door, but no one dared to enter. This man ... really terrible. With so many people, he can't stop him at all. At this time today, this group of bodyguards finally know what is meant by the power of one person, sweeping the army. This is simply a devil. Who are you? Dare to break into my Fuxing group? You will never get out of here alive today. At the door of the office, The group of security guards were angry and scowled. At this time, a large amount of manpower is being dispatched urgently. Oh, really? Chen Zonging just lay down on the office chair, with Erlang's legs tilted, and he faintly puffed out smoke rings. My surname is Chen, and my name is Zonging. Boom. The moment he reported his name, all the security guards the body trembled. Everyone involuntarily regressed a few steps. That is a tremor from the soul. Everything, because of his name. My surname is Chen, and my name is Zonging! Exclamation mark. Chen. Aspect. His surname, Chen Zonging. Here, Zhengrong Dashi. Ever thought about it? There is a person, with only one surname and one name, can trembled the world, as if under his name. Anything, lords, powerful, princes and generals. Everything, like ants. Chen Zonging, just so indifferently and quietly, lying on the chair. He smokes faintly, his eyes calm. Go shows, when will you come? Outside the office, the security guards looked horrified, and everyone felt like their hearts were pinched. Is he Chen Zonging? The one who swept the Huang family, killed the entire Huang family. King Jun Xiaoxian, Chen Zonging! Exclamation mark. All the security guards, their hearts throbbed, and their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Their hearts seemed to be controlled by the fair and elegant youth. My son went out for a meeting. The security guards couldn't bear the pressure, their voices trembled and explained. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, his eyes faint. Notify him immediately and let him come back. I'm waiting for him here. He just lay on the chair so leisurely, as if really treating this place as his own office. All the security guards at the scene looked at each other. At this moment, they have a feeling of being beaten by a dog. This person is too arrogant. The security guards looked very embarrassed and tried to step forward, berating Chen Zonging to leave. But in the end, before the security guards could say anything, Chen Zong spoke first. I'm thirsty, make me tea. He tapped the mahogany tabletop between his fingers, quietly commanding. The security guards looked complicated and looked at each other. Everyone was aggrieved, vomiting blood. This, let them make tea? What a joke. They are elite thugs specially trained by the group. But at this moment, that man wants them to make tea for him? This is simply humiliation. Why? Didn't you hear it? Chen Zonging's voice was faint, and he repeated again. All the security guards present only felt cold sweat on their foreheads. This man exudes a terrible invisible coercion. Let all of them feel their souls trembling. Everyone almost wanted to collapse. Unable to withstand this terror and coercion, a group of security guards looked at each other, and then finally selected two people, stepped back cautiously, and made tea for him. If this scene were to be spread out, it would tremble the sea. He rushed to the Fuxing building privately and sat unscrupulously in Go Shou's office. How dare he tell the security guards to make tea for him? How arrogant strength is needed. I dare to say such a thing. A few minutes later, the two security guards tremblingly carried a cup of hot tea and walked into the office cautiously. Chen Zongong tapped lightly between his fingers, motioning to place the tea in front of him. The two security guards trembled, sweating all over, and placed hot tea on the desk in front of him. Then the two of them quivered out of the office, shaking with horror. Outside the entire office, a large group of security guards still looked horrified and surrounded the door. And Chen Zonging, with Erlang's legs tilted, his eyes faintly, sipped the green tea lightly. Completely enjoy the appearance of leisurely. This is simply unprecedented. However, at the same time, other provinces, somewhere, a branch of Fossum Group, a luxurious office meeting room. Go Shows is wearing a light blue suit and standing straight at the conference table, presided over an important business negotiation meeting for representatives of all parties. Jingle bell. At this moment, He put his phone on the conference table and it rang suddenly. Go Shows looked puzzled and suspended the meeting. I picked up the phone and saw that it was the secretary Ning Wan's call. He was slightly puzzled and answered the phone. "What's the matter?" Go Shows asked indifferently. "He is very annoying and is disturbed during the meeting. The sun. Something has happened." Chen Zonging broke into the group headquarters alone, sitting in your office at this time, threatening to let you arrive. On the other side of the phone, Secretary Ning Wan's voice was solemn and anxious, and reported, Hearing this, Go Shou's eyes narrowed slightly. A touch of coldness flashed from his eyes. But soon, he recovered his calm. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. "Really? Go Shou's looked faintly, facing the other end of the phone, and ordered, "Then you go personally, ask him a hello, kindly persuade him, give him a step down, let him leave obediently." Then, he hung up the phone. In Go Shou's eyes, Chen Zong. After all, it was just a martial artist. Besides being courageous, how can Yu Fu make any strategy? Give him a little step, and he can only go down. What's more, even give Chen Zong 10 courage. I'm afraid so. I dare not do something extraordinary. After all, in this Jiangnan city, is Go family now. It is a majestic symbol. Chapter 165 Opportunity is gone. Obsolete Fuxing building, 60 floors. Young director's office. Chen Zonging tilted Erlang's legs and sat comfortably in the boss chair, smoking a cigarette and sipping hot tea. A piece of leisurely contentment. Outside the office door, dark security guards surrounded the door. But everyone did not dare to step forward. This scene is simply a weird drama. Everyone can only watch. This man sit in the young director's office, smoking and drinking tea unscrupulously. The group of security guards seemed to become ants. They only dared to watch, even the courage to shout everything, because his surname is Chen. The last name is Chen, the first name is Zonging. The whole Jiangnan, now. Who doesn't know, who doesn't? The name of one person trembled the audience. However, at this moment, tuk, there was a sound of high heels stomping on the ground. A delicate woman, wearing a black wool uniform dress, walked from a distance. The moment I saw this woman, the group of security guards at the office door were all respectful and salute. I have seen Secretary Ning. All the security guards did not dare to neglect and bowed their bodies to salute. The one in front of him is the personal secretary next to Young Dong. The position is high and he is trusted by Xiao Dong. Ning Wan nodded lightly, then motioned to let them move away. A group of security guards did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly gave way. Stepping on high heels, Ning Wan walked into the young director's office just like that. "Are you Mr. Chen Zonging?" Ning Wan walked up to the desk like this, looking at the fair and elegant man with beautiful eyes. Obviously, Ning Wan was taken aback by the appearance of this man. She seemed to have a hard time imagining that such an overbearing and rival name would be a name that would make the entire Shanghai market scared. But he himself is so young, white and elegant, like a scholar with temperament. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, and glanced at Ning Wan from the corner of his eye. He ignored this woman. The air was slightly silent. Ning Wan smiled softly and stepped forward. "Mr. Chen, my son, went outside the province today and is having an important meeting, so I can't come back. Let the little girl come to talk with Mr. Chen." Ning Wan's voice was calm and soft, seeming to have a hint of respect in her tone. "Let Go Shows talk to me in person. You are not qualified enough." Chen Zongjing took a deep cigarette and said indifferently. The air at the scene suddenly became a little depressed. Ning Wan's pretty face changed slightly. "Mr. Chen, I know you are here for the Fuxing magazine." She smiled lightly and explained, "Today, it is estimated that the magazine forgot to print. Regarding your massacre of members of the Huang family, the relevant number will definitely be changed tomorrow." After all, Ning Wan was also a woman who followed Go Shows and experienced strong winds and waves. Therefore, at this moment, mentioning killings and other things is quite calm. Moreover, He can also talk to Chen Zongping in front of him. This kind of aura is strong enough. However, Chen Zong gave her a faint glance. Just one glance. Boom. At that moment, Ning Wan's delicate body trembled suddenly. She was frightened directly. The high heels stepped back a few steps. One of the shoes under his feet could not be stepped on firmly. The high heels twisted, and the Zhao body directly fell to the ground in embarrassment. The high heels under my feet have broken. Sprained Jade foot in silk stockings. With her long hair slightly messed up, she was so embarrassed that she sat down on the ground, her chest trembling violently. That is panic, fear. This man, with only one look, actually shocked her to this point! Exclamation mark. You are not worthy of qualifications, talk to me. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, and then got up. That's it. Walking quietly towards the outside of the office. Telgo shows, the opportunity has passed and it is out of date. Then, just like that, he walked out of the office. Outside the office, the group of security guards are facing enemies. Backward in horror, they wanted to stop this man, but no one dared to step forward. Let him go. Ning Wan trembled lightly, got up from the ground, and shouted to the group of security guards. After getting the order of Secretary Ning, the group of security guards were on the verge of an amnesty, and they evaded a path in horror. Allow Chen Zong to leave safely. Ning Wan was so naked with her jade feet, her chest undulating, and her beautiful eyes looked at the leaving figure of the man deeply and solemnly. Gradually, a sneer and contempt flashed across the corner of her mouth. Chen Zong, even if you are strong, what about it? Today, don't you have to leave obediently? Here is the headquarters of Fuxing Group. You dare not do it. After all, in front of the sun, you are at best just a martial artist. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong walked all the way out of the Fuxing Group building. Behind him, the 2 rows of black security forces followed closely, for fear that he would suddenly get into trouble halfway. It wasn't until Chen Zonging completely walked out of the building that the group of security guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's like an amnesty. Not far away, the red BMW mini car was waiting quietly. Sung's sat in the car with a complicated and messy mood. She worries whether Mr. Chen will cause a crisis in the building again. But as a result, nothing happened. Mr. Chen walked out unharmed. Chen Zong went to the front of the BMW sedan, opened the door and got in the co-pilot. Send me to another place. Chen Zong said leisurely with a cigarette in his mouth. Sung's nodded slightly. Where? Fuxing Magazine's newspaper building. Hearing this address, Sun Xu's pretty face was taken aback. Go to Fuxing Magazine newspaper. Why are you going there? However, Sun Xu did not dare to ask more, started the car, carried Mr. Chen, and left slowly. 10 minutes later, the mini car slowly stopped at the door of Fuxing Magazine. This is a 20-story building. Here is the newspaper building of Fuxing Magazine. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong stepped out of the car slowly. He looked up and glanced at the building. Then, he told Sun Xu in the car, go back 200 meters and wait for me for 10 minutes. Hearing these words, Sun Xu's pretty face was stunned, shocked, and discolored. Mr. Chen, is this going to be? Half a month ago, she did the same, and drove Mr. Chen to the Nguyen mansion. That day, Mr. Chen asked her to drive back 200 meters. After the result, the entire Nguyen mansion was bombed. But today, Mr. Chen actually once again told her to go back 200 meters! This reminded Sun Xu's mood. Mr. Chen, you do you want to? Sun Xu looked horrified and looked straight at him. Sir, this is a magazine company under the Fuxing Group. Sun Xu gently shook her head. She wanted to remind Mr. Chen. After all, this is a subsidiary of Fuxing Group. If something goes wrong here, I am afraid the consequences are unthinkable. Well, I know, Chen Zonging replied a few words faintly. He just knew that this was the company of Fuxing Magazine, so he came here specially. If not, then he really too lazy to come. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong walked towards the magazine building just so indifferently. Only Sungs was left alone, staying in the car dull and shocked. A few minutes later, there was a panic in the magazine building. Immediately afterwards, a large number of staff rushed out of it in horror. See this shocking scene. Only then did Sungs recover from the sluggishness. She hurriedly put in reverse gear and retreated the BMW car hundreds of meters away. Chapter 166. I'm Chen Zonging. I'm here to blow up this building. Fuxing Magazine Building, a 20-story building. Almost instantly, everyone rushed out in horror, just because of a word from a strange man. This is Chen Zonging. I'm here to blow up this building. One name, one sentence. In fact, the entire magazine, hundreds of people, were so scared that they were on the verge of an enemy. In the entire magazine, no one dared to resist. Everyone fled in horror. In the blink of an eye, the entire building was empty. Take the elevator all the way to the top floor. Chen Zonging looked around. The corners of his mouth were indifferent. He said that he would blow up the building. Then, it will blow up and never break its promise. Since Go Shows doesn't change the magazine, he doesn't bother to let it change. Simply, planning to blow up the entire magazine building directly. So as not to ask someone to edit the magazine. How troublesome. Give the magazines directly, and revise them later. He looked around on the top floor of the magazine, and then came to a high-voltage electric box. Although, he didn't carry a bomb. But, who has stipulated explosives must be used to blow up buildings? If he thought about it, he could choose 101 ways to blow up this building. Standing in front of the high-voltage electric box, Chen Zonging looked faintly, lit the lighter, and then threw the entire lighter into the high-voltage electric box. Then, with his hands in his trouser pockets, he leisurely walked down the stairs and left the magazine building. Just for the moment he just stepped out of the magazine building. Boom! There was a violent explosion on the top floor of the building! Exclamation mark. Immediately afterwards, the whole building, the explosion sounded constantly. Boom, boom. The violent high-voltage volt current, at the moment when the lighter fires, bursts out with terrifying compression power, comparable to dozens of terrifying time bombs. In a blink of an eye, the entire Fuxing Magazine building, like a giant firework, blooms in the middle of the city in an instant. The fire wave swept through and exploded into the sky. A few kilometers away, in the headquarters of Fuxing Building not far away, Secretary Ning Wan, sitting in the office, ordered a female employee to apply anti-swelling ointment to her jade feet. She just tripped under her feet and sprained her ankle. So there is some swelling at this time. But these are just trivial matters. The important thing is that Chen Zong retreats knowing the difficulties. This is what she cares about and care about. Lying quietly on the massage chair, Ning Wan enjoyed the comfortable massage in the massage chair. She closed her beautiful eyes lightly and rested lightly. But at this moment, suddenly, outside the floor-tossling windows, there was a violent and distant muffled explosion. Ning Wan opened her eyes suddenly and looked out of the French window in surprise. Then, her heart trembled suddenly. She didn't care about the injury and swelling under her feet, got up suddenly, and rushed to the French window. I saw that a few kilometers away. The familiar building is undergoing a violent explosion. That is Fuxing Magazine Building! Exclamation mark. Shocked, horrified, can't believe it. Ning Wan was completely shocked and stupid. In panic, she trembling with her hands, took out her mobile phone, and dialed the son's phone. At this time, outside the province, in a conference room, Go Shows presided over this important interprovincial conference calmly. Dingling bell, jingling bell. At this moment, the cell phone ringing quickly rang again. Go Shows' eyes condensed, with a trace of impatience. This is already the second time his meeting has been interrupted. He answered the phone impatiently. What's the matter? Then Chen Zong has already left. Go Shows' voice was impatient, with a hint of coldness. The son. the big business is not good. On the other end of the phone, the secretary Ning Wan's voice trembled lightly, with horror. The Fuxing magazine building was blown up. Boom. Hearing this, Go Shou's body abruptly trembled. The Fuxing magazine building was blown up? Go Shou slapped the conference table with his palm. The entire conference table in front of it cracked in an instant, and then it was shattered with a bang. Who is it? Who did it? Go Shou was completely angry and uncontrollable, and said furiously, Fuxing magazine, that. But an important branch of his group. The market value is nearly tens of billions, bears important positions such as the reputation of the group news. But, at this moment this tens of billions of magazine building was actually exploded? This is simply public provoking his Go family, provoking his Fuxing group. Throughout the meeting room, all the members of the meeting looked incomparably horrified, and looked at the meeting table in front of them that was shattered by a palm. Everyone, at this moment, finally, they have a taste of the true power of this young man of Fosun Group. However, Go Shou's anger at this time shocked everyone present. What happened in Shanghai Stock Exchange? Yes. That Chen Zong does it. On the other end of the phone, the secretary Ning Wan's voice trembled, reporting in horror. Go Shou's twisted his palm abruptly, and directly screwed the earphones into scraps. Chen. Aspect. His expression was extremely cold, and a terrible chill was exuding from all over his body. Prepare the plane now and set off. Return to Shanghai. Go Shou shouted angrily. Even the branch office building in his hometown was bombed. What's his thoughts? Continue to stay here for the meeting? At this moment, the Danjiao King Jun in Shanghai, Go Shou, who is respected as one of the heroes, was also completely angry. He wants back to the Shanghai Sea, find Chen Zonging. Afterwards. High. The red BMW Mini car, carrying Chen Zonging, slowly drove back to the Q's building. At this moment, Sun Xu's whole person was still a little dumbfounded. Just now, she actually saw a skyscraper with her own eyes, which was set ablaze. Exploded. This is already the second time her life seems to be experiencing a blockbuster European and American action movie. As I watched, the Fuxing magazine building was blown up in front of me. Well, it's Fuxing magazine, a branch of Fuxing Group. But Mr. Chen, he actually really dare? How dare this man has to be able to? Even the Fuxing Group is not afraid. Sun Xu is unimaginable. Chen Zong took the elevator and returned to the 99th floor office. When he was just sitting down, it didn't take long. The Kuyiren from the president's office next door rushed in. Mr. Chen. You went to the Fuxing building? Kuyiren's beautiful eyes were extremely shocked and complicated, and her voice trembled slightly. Chen Zonging slowly lit a cigarette and nodded faintly. Go, by the way. Blasted the Fuxing magazine. From now on, there should be no gossip reports, he murmured, as if he didn't put these things in his eyes at all. At this time, Kuyiren's whole person has been completely dumbfounded and dumbfounded. By the way, blow up the Fuxing magazine? After all, is it really what Mr. Chen did? 10 minutes ago, she received news that Fuxing magazine had been bombed. That is, she also brought a trace of prayer, hoping that it was not done by Mr. Chen. But at this moment, when he heard it with his own ears, Mr. Chen responded. Ku Yi was stunned. Is it really what Mr. Chen did? Exclamation mark. What he said. Why is it so calm? Question mark. Well, it's a veteran magazine that has been standing for decades. Say fried, just fried? Exclamation mark. This is simply, the sky will be chaotic. The troubles of the Huai Huang family have just ended. The remnants of the Huang family have not even disappeared. But at this time, he got into the Fuxing Group again. From then on, between the Ku family and the Fuxing Group, I am afraid, it will be like water and fire. Chapter 167 Incompatibility between men and women. The setting sun dyes the sky red. This city is plunged into an endless twilight night. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars slowly drove into the Kujia Manor. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes are complicated, and he stepped out of the car in a mess. Chen Zonging got out of the car with a faint look while smoking a cigarette. Tonight, the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets almost shook again. The old-fashioned magazine and newspaper in Jiangnan, the Fuxing newspaper building, suddenly exploded inexplicably. The whole building was blazing with flames, and finally collapsed in the endless ruins. The whole city is panic. In the hall of Kiss Manor, a sumptuous dinner is ready. After the arrival of Kuyiran and Chen Zonging, they began to eat. However, at this table, the expressions of Kuyiran and his father Ku Huihai looked a little solemn. Today, the father and daughter heard about the explosion of the Fuxing magazine. At this moment, how can you pretend to be safe? You know that. But the industry of the Fuxing Group, this is openly against the Go family. Although, the Go family has already had a prying idea about the project in Kuyiran's hands. Previously, Go shows had also come forward to negotiate with Kuyiran, although the negotiation failed. But after all, he hasn't torn his face. And now, Chen Zonging blows up Fuxing magazine. That's equal to, blatantly, tearing the final piece. This is to go to war. At the entire table, Chen Zong was the only one sitting calmly, tasting red wine and enjoying steak. It really seems to forget the scene during the day. In other words, it's not serious at all. At this moment, under the sister Ku Shuang who was eating quietly, she suddenly broke the silence at the table. She blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at Chen Zonging curiously, and suddenly asked, "Did you really exploded the building of Fuxing magazine?" This sentence is very abrupt and out of keeping with the times. As a result, the scene at the table suddenly became a little quiet. Chen Zongzong leisurely handed a piece of steak into his mouth, and then replied indifferently, "Is this strange?" Indeed, for his reaper, it's really not surprising. It's just that one building was blown up. A few years ago, he had single-handedly destroyed the entire Asian strategic nuclear base of the US military. The explosion almost caused the entire sea to tremble violently within a radius of tens of kilometers. Now, in a mere building, and what's the point? At the dinner table, the Ku family had mixed feelings. Ku Shuang looked at this man in a complicated and sluggish manner, and stopped talking. These days, her state is a bit unpredictable. Since she was rescued by Chen Zonging, she has never made trouble again, and has never had a temper. Moreover, there will always be a sneak peek at Chen Zong. Even she herself didn't know why. This dinner was very quiet. After the meal, Chen Zong got up and left the Ku family manor. Outside the villa, on the lawn, the night is decorated with stars. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong walked slowly towards his villa opposite. But at this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps behind him. "Wait a minute." A magnetic voice came from behind. Holding a bag of fruit under Ku Shuang, she ran to Chen Zonging. "No, fruit?" Her beautiful eyes were a little complicated and messy, and she handed a bag of fruit to Chen Zonging. "Oh." Chen Zonging nodded faintly, and took the fruit. "Then bypass her and move on. It's getting late." So he wants to take a shower and go to bed earlier. But suddenly, Ku Shuang hurriedly turned around, Yush has arms around his back suddenly. The air seems quiet. Chen Zonging was taken aback, staying where he was! The whole night, on the lawn, the atmosphere has become a little soft and inexplicable. Ku Shuang hugged the man so tightly. At this moment, it seems the whole world is quiet. Thank you for saving my life." She plucked up a lot of courage and finally spoke, thanking the man. She held this sentence in her heart for a long time. Chen Zong saved her life, but she never even said a thank you. Today, I finally said it. The atmosphere at the scene became a little gentle. She just hugged this man's waist with her hands, and she didn't even know her emotions at the moment. Anyway, when her brain was hot, she hugged the man. It's quiet, down to earth, and gentle. Yes, in the next second, Chen Zong turned around, and then pushed her away very coldly. Men and women don't get married. His voice was calm but also indifferent. It seemed like a piece of ice, freezing the autumn frost to the heart. With a cigarette in his mouth and the bag of fruits, he disappeared into the night lawn so lonely and indifferently, only left. Ku Shuang is next to him, with complex undulations. Gradually, her beautiful watery eyes were filled with mist. It seems to be wronged, but also stubborn. This is the first time she was so rejected by a man. In college, no boy has ever dared to face her with such a cold attitude. Wherever she went, the boys flocked to wherever she went. The feeling of holding the moon among the stars made her very enjoyable. But today, she was flat in front of one of her own bodyguard directors. This feeling made her very strange. Men and women. Are you giving or receiving a kiss? Ku Shuang murmured and repeated this sentence with her blonde hair gently curled with her fingers. Gradually, the corners of her mouth rose again. The beautiful eyes are misty and the corners of the mouth are smiling. Her emotions at this time, even herself can't explain clearly. At the same time, the night of Shanghai and the sea. A private helicopter was hovering rapidly, flying from outside the province. 1,000 meters high in the sky, the propeller roared. The helicopter hovered over the ruins of Fuxing Magazine. Go Shows was sitting in the luxurious helicopter cabin, but his gaze was unusually ferocious. He stared fiercely at the ruins of the building that turned into a black pool. His breathing became terrible. In his pupils, a terrifying killing intent appeared. This Fuxing Magazine was founded by his father. Represents the rise of the rejuvenating Go family. Witness the rise and fall of the entire era. Today, this newspaper has become a gateway for the Go family to control media news in Shanghai and Shanghai. In this era, whoever controls the media organizations controls ... the right to speak of news and public opinion. The influence of Fuxing Magazine in the hearts of the people in Jiangnan cannot be underestimated. But, today and tonight, this tens of billions of magazine building, just like that, turned to ashes. Only the base frame of the building, which was charred to black, was still supporting it crumblingly. The entire magazine was destroyed. This loss cannot be measured by money at all. The Go family not only lost a newspaper worth tens of billions of dollars, even more loss, the right to speak of the media in this city. Without the newspaper office, what other means can be used to control the news and public opinion? In the cabin, Go Shows clenched his fists, and his whole body exuded a chill. Chen ... Zonging. In his eyes, there was endless murderous intent. This is the first time he has had a strong murderous intent on a person. My son, my subordinates will immediately dispatch personnel to destroy Chen Zonging. In the helicopter cabin, a bodyguard subordinated with a solemn expression, asked for it. Go Show's expression changed coldly, and chills emerged. No. Let him live a few more days. Go Show said coldly, resisting the turbulent killing intent in his heart. Being able to, in such an angry situation, can still ... hold down the turbulent murderous intent in his heart. This Go Show's disposition is enough to see how terrifying it is. He did not move Chen Zong just because, waiting for an opportunity, a reason. His Go family had just annexed all the assets of the Huang family. It has attracted much attention in Jiangnan. At this critical moment, his Go family can't act rashly. If not, it will be counterproductive and will become the target of public opinion attacks. Moral risks are more terrifying than real swords and guns. When a family is attacked by public opinion, even if it is a giant clan, it will be disintegrated. Go Shows understands this. Therefore, dealing with the Ku group, dealing with Chen Zong, his Go family, need a reason. Chapter 168. Give a seat and drink tea. A deep night. When a ray of oriental fish belly white emerged from the sky, this Shanghai and the sea magic capital recovered from the endless darkness. Chen Zonging had already finished his exercise and had finished washing. Put on a neat suit and bring an Omega watch. Like a gentleman in a suit, he slowly came to the Ku family manor opposite. In the Kios manor, a hearty breakfast has been prepared. Ku Yiren sits at the dining table, processing work emails on his mobile phone. She is still in an all-uniform skirt today, with long hair like a shawl, exuding the breath of a female president. Seeing Chen Zhonggong entering the door, she put away her mobile phone and stopped working. "Mr. Chen, it's time to eat," she said to Chen Zhongying with a soft voice, with a trace of respect. Chen Zhongying was not polite, nodded lightly, and took a seat. Ku Yiren yelled softly to the second floor, under the frost, "Come down for breakfast." Soon, a beautiful shadow ran down the stairs from the second floor. Under Kushwang, the little witch is dressed very today. A tight-anced shirt outlines her well-developed white rabbit. The lower body is a pleated miniskirt, Bei's long legs. People can't wait for the urge to take a bite. There are fluffy slippers under her feet, and cute. And the most suffocating thing is her delicate face with light makeup. The light blonde hair curls lightly, as if ... like a lively doll princess. Seeing this girl, dressed so exquisitely and attractively, Sister Ku Yiren was a little stunned. "What's the situation with this girl?" "Shuangxia, are you ready to go to school today?" Ku Yiren asked suspiciously in Meizu. Since being held hostage, her sister Shuangxia has been recuperating at home until today. Therefore, Ku Yi thought that she was going to school. However, Ku Shuang shook his head slightly. "Don't go." "Then, are you going to go out on a date?" my sister Ku Yiren asked again. "Don't go." my sister Ku Shuang replied, blinking her eyes. "Ku Yiren, don't go out on dates, don't go to school. So, you have nothing to do at home dressed up like this, and you also painted makeup. Who are you going to show?" Ku Shuang blinked her eyes, and then sat down at the dining table. And she sat in an unbiased position, right across from Chen Zhongying. The two were separated by only one table length. As long as Chen Zhong looked up, he could see this girl. At this moment, Sister Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are even more weird. She looked at her sister Kushwang inexplicably. Then, he looked at Chen Zhongying, who was aside. I should think too much by myself." Kushwang just sat across from Chen Zhongying, light blonde hair curled lightly, and began to eat. For some reason, her dining posture today is very ladylike. Jade hand gently pinched the knife and fork, and then gently cut the steak. It looks like ... a gentle and virtuous Princess Baiyu. Seeing this scene, my sister Ku Yiren only felt a little big head. Those who don't know this girl are better off. But she grew up watching this girl since she was a child. This girl was born a witch and rouses troubles. The temperament is like a wild boy. But, at this moment, the appearance of this indifferent lady eating. "Is this really your own sister?" At the table, the lady under Kushwang ate her breakfast tenderly. At the same time, Meima lightly glanced at Chen Zhongying on the opposite side of the table. But in the end, that guy Chen Zhong ... won't even look up, eating breakfast on his own. Then, Kushwang was immediately depressed. "Anyway, this lady is so today, isn't she? Anyway, this lady has a light makeup today, right? Anyway, it's rare for this lady to eat such a lady, right? Anyway, take a look at me." Kushwang was a little depressed and broke. "I spent most of the day dressing up and putting on makeup. As a result, this man didn't even look at himself. Is it really unattractive? Impossible." In school, almost all boys in the department circled around themselves. Every day she confessed her love letter, and the number of times she was confessed, she could write a book. But, why doesn't the man in front of him look at himself? Shuangxia didn't believe in evil anymore. While eating, she secretly kicked off the slippers under her feet, and then gently stretched out her jade feet, just like that. She stretched out towards Chen Zhongying under the dining table. At the table, the meal continues. Under the dining table, a lingering feeling of rubbing his legs is happening. Under Kushwang's white and tender jade feet, they rubbed against Chen Zhong's trouser legs. Chen Zhongying looked up inexplicably, unprepared. His eyes were still calm, with a hint of coldness, just staring at the witch across the table. A misery, quietly brewing. "You have a cramp in your leg." But in the next second, Chen Zong's words interrupted the entire scene of meeting in an instant. Huku Shuang's face blushed and she hurriedly retracted her legs. No, no. She concealed a little guilty conscience. Isn't this man sick? Anyway, this lady is so proactive and seductive. Can you give me some reaction? Are you a man? Exclamation mark. The Kuyiran on the side looked at the two people with strange and suspicious eyes. Eat well. Kuyiran glared at her sister, motioning her not to make trouble. Kushwang pouted her small mouth, her pretty face flushed, and gnawed the steak angrily. The little witch was suffocated. This breakfast was a bit baffling. After eating breakfast, Chen Zong got up and went to work with Kuyiran. Only Kushwang was left alone, staying at home, gnawing the steak hard, and his mind was shocked. The little girl was frustrated today. However, at the same time, Huhai, the mansion on the top of the mountain, Guo's house. In front of the lawn, there is a luxurious mahogany tea table. Guo Shou's, dressed in a light blue suit and straight, just sat at the tea table leisurely and brewed morning tea lightly. The morning tea boiled with dew in the morning is extremely fragrant. Pick tea personally and collect dewdrops personally. He likes it. Everything is done by himself, including making tea. Only the tea you make yourself is truly a good tea, and it can be called an unrivaled product. Yesterday, he was murderous and furious. Now, he has been killed by the endurance, and he has restored his calm and indifferent. Such a state of mind is rare in the world. This Guo Shou's profoundness is unimaginable. Master, young Master Su Chen has arrived. At this moment, an assistant stepped forward and reported respectfully. Oh, isn't it? Guo Shou said with a calm look. Let him in. A few minutes later, a young man was brought in. The man's face was sad, and he had just experienced the pain of losing his father, making him look haggard. Go son. My father, who was killed by him. Please let him speak clearly. The man looked very sad and indignant. He respectfully stepped forward, bowed vigorously to Guo Shou's, and pleaded. Killing the father's hatred is nothing to share. His father, Su He, attended the Guo family business banquet 2 days ago and suddenly died suddenly. The trachea was directly cut off. These methods are simply too cruel, and they are simply provoking his Su family. This hatred, he Su Chen, must avenge it. Give you a seat, Guo Shou said with a faint look, just sitting at the tea table. The two subordinates stepped forward, brought a mahogany chair, and placed it on the opposite side of the tea table. This is to give Su Chen a chance to sit down and drink together. You know, looking at the Shanghai Sea, how many people are qualified to drink with Guo Shou's at the same table? This is a great honor. Su Chen looked excited and sat down cautiously. Drink a sip of morning dew tea to moisturize your throat. Guo Shou's personally poured a cup of hot green tea for him. This made Su Chen flattered. Your father was killed at my banquet. Guo Shou's toasted and took a sip of green tea, with a deep look in his eyes. He has been with my Guo family for so many years. No credit, but hard work. So, your father's hatred is my Guo family's hatred. Guo Shou's voice was calm, and he said slowly. Hearing this, Su Chen's complexion was extremely dignified and excited. This represents, behind Su Chen, there will be Guo family backing him. The Guo family, willing, be the patron of his Su family. Do you want to find out your homicide? Guo Shou's looked at him slowly. Su Chen's body shook suddenly. He for the past 2 days, stayed up all night and kept investigating who killed his father. However, there was not enough eyeliner, and it was impossible to find out the identity of the enemy. News seems to be blocked throughout the Shanghai and Shanghai markets. He couldn't inquire at all. Killing the enemy of the father. But even the enemy can't be found. This made him so angry, but he had nowhere to vent. At this moment, I heard the words of Guo Gongcai. Su Chen's complexion suddenly became excited. Mr. Guo, this is to help yourself. I beg, Mr. Guo pointed out. Guo Shou's looked faintly, gently stretched out a finger, dipped it with tea, and then, on the mahogany tea table, slowly wrote a few words. Time, place, people are all here. Guo Shou's looked deep, and pointed to the line on the tea table. The corners of his mouth raised a curve that was not easily noticeable. He did not tell Su Chen the true identity of the murderer's father and enemy, but it simply explained the time, place and characters. "Don't worry, your hatred is the hatred of the Go family." This statement seemed to give Su Chen a strong backing promise. This made Su Chen so excited. He knelt on the ground suddenly, kowtow respectfully. "Thank you, Mr. Go. I, Su Chen, will definitely live up to expectations. After the revenge, I, Su Chen, from now on ... I would like to do my best for Mr. Go." "Well, Go." Go Shows waved lightly. Su Chen just got up, nodded, and then hurriedly turned and left. Looking at his leaving figure, an icy arc flashed across Go Show's eyes. The reason why he didn't tell Su Chen ... the identity of his father and enemy. Because, from the beginning ... this Su Chen was just a decoy tool for his plan. If so, I told Su Chen that it was Chen Zong who killed his father and enemy. Then Su Chen, dare to go for revenge? What Go Shows needs is a bait. Let Su Chen go and die, and everything that follows will justify it. Chapter 169. Was it you who killed my father? Q's building, 9 tiny floors. Sitting in the president's office, Ku Yiren is making urgent arrangements for the evacuation and construction of the experimental base. All this is going on quietly. In name, she is named after the group's interior decoration. Then, 3 decoration teams came in. In fact, everything is secretly carrying out the construction and transformation of the 3rd floor of the underground base. The 3rd floor of the underground garage was originally a shelter for air defense and disaster prevention. But at this moment, it is about to be transformed into a secret base laboratory for the Ku Yi people. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. But Ku Yiren's mind was faintly restless. The time for her is running out. Nowadays, all forces in Shanghai and the sea are eyeing each other. The progress of the project was extremely slow and encountered various problems. If at this time, there are errors in the project, then I am afraid the entire game of chess will have to be lost. In the entire Kiss Mansion, all colleagues have complicated minds and have their own thoughts. The group is facing more than just competition in the pharmaceutical industry. Also, family forces from all sides are vying for each other. In the past few months, everyone has been struck by strong winds and waves. Shanghai and the sea are restless. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging in the security director's office is still indifferent. Lying on a chair, faintly smoking a cigarette, flipping through a copy of selected works of Napoleon in his hand. To him, life seems to be, in addition to smoking, it is reading. The wind and waves will rise outside, and he is still indifferent. It's hard to imagine how much he needs to be able to ... under such a turbulent situation. There is such an indifferent state of mind. One day passed quickly. From sunrise to sunset, the setting sun hung diagonally at the end of the western horizon, dyeing the entire area of Shanghai and the sea red. In the Kiss Mansion, the Ku Yiren finished his work, carrying a handbag, and followed Chen Zong to take the elevator downstairs. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars have been quietly waiting at the door of the building. Bodyguards waited around, protecting and assessing the security situation on the spot. After confirming that there was no danger, the bodyguards carefully opened the door and escorted Ku Yiren and Chen Zong into the car. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started and drove away slowly along the established route. Along the way, it was very quiet. The sound insulation of Mercedes-Benz cars is very good. Outside the street, there was a hustle and bustle of traffic. In the car, it was extremely quiet. Ku Yiren sat in the car, still not free, holding a laptop, constantly calculating and processing official documents. However, Chen Zonging sat on the side indifferently, puffing out smoke rings. It seems that everything is out of the way. But at this moment, suddenly, a Lincoln sedan rushed to catch up. Then he slammed in the direction and crossed in front of the Mercedes-Benz team. Crunch. The Mercedes-Benz team should be caught off guard and slammed on the brakes. The Mercedes-Benz team was forced to stop. The Kuyiran sitting in the car was slammed by the inertia of the sudden brake. The laptop fell on the ground, and his body slammed into the front seat in pain. "What's the matter?" Kuyiran rubbed his head and asked with her beautiful eyes frowning. "Mr. Ku... we are surrounded," the driver said with a solemn expression in the front row of the Mercedes-Benz. Sure enough, dozens of Lincoln cars galloped around the street. In an instant, the Mercedes-Benz team was blocked up tightly. The whole street scene. The atmosphere is instantly solemn. The doors of dozens of Lincoln cars opened instantly. A large group of thugs in black suits got off the car. Looking around, hundreds of people are murderous. Su Chen looked cold, holding a dark pistol, step by step. Walking towards the Mercedes-Benz team. He walked directly to the Mercedes-Benz in the middle. Then, stretched out his hand, pistol butt, and knocked on the car window. The windows of the Mercedes-Benz car slowly lowered. Chen Zhongying sat in the car with a cigarette in his mouth, and turned his head to look at Su Chen outside the window. Su Chen looked coldly, staring at Chen Zhongying for a long time. The appearance of this man is exactly the same as the picture of the murderer Go provided him in the morning. Mr. Go did not lie to himself. This man is killing his father and enemy. "It was you who killed my father." Su Chen's face was cold, and the gun was loaded in his hand. The pitch-black gun hole aimed directly at Chen Zhongying. His tone is like an interrogation of Hades. "If you kill your father, you will avenge the blood." His Su family has become a giant of the Shanghai Sea. Is it a general generation? To dare to touch his father, he must pay the price of blood. Sitting in the car, Chen Zhonggong glanced at the young man with faint eyes. "Excuse me, who is your father?" He spit out a smoke ring and asked lightly. Seeing this man, he dared to be so unscrupulous at this time. Su Chen's complexion became even more cold and angry. The gun in his hand was aimed at Chen Zhongying in the car. 2 days ago, Fuxing Hotel. "Don't you dare not admit it?" Su Chen's expression was extremely cold and ferocious, and his eyes stared at Chen Zhongying. "Renaissance Hotel?" Chen Zhongying's eyes frowned slightly, as if he was reminiscing. It's not that he has a bad memory, but because there are too many killings. Killing is with him, but at the fingertips. After killing so many people, why should he record their names? It's just ants. There is no need for him to remember. 2 days ago. Fuxing Hotel, chairman of Goat Harbor, Su He. "Was you killed by you?" Su Chen shouted angrily. "Oh, Su He?" A bit of an impression. Chen Zhongying nodded slowly, and he remembered a little. "If I remember well, he died after I chopped off his trachea." "Is he your father?" Chen Zhongying was still sitting in the car, faintly looking at the young man outside the car window. The Kuyiran sitting next to him, with a complicated face, watched this scene nervously. She tried to stop, but in this kind of scene, people pointed a gun, and she couldn't intervene at all. "Have you finally remembered?" Su Chen's face was terrifying, and the gun pointed at Chen Zhongying. "Get off the car and kneel down," Su Chen threatened with a grim face. He wants to personally take a video of this man kneeling and kowtow. Then, shotted headshot. To pay homage to the father, the spirit of heaven. Chen Zhong did not make any movements, still sitting quietly in the car. From the corner of his eye, he cast a faint glance at Su Chen, as if he was looking at a fool. "Are you here? Are you talking to me?" Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a word. "You are talking about, get out of the car immediately, kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will blow your head with one shot." Su Chen shouted angrily with a gun in his hand. Behind him, hundreds of members in black suits were surging and murderous. Holding a gun, he is the core of everything at this moment. In this world, there is no one who can be under the barrel of a gun and still refuse to accept it. The firearms invented by mankind are the only weapons in this world that have no solution. When the bullet came out, no one could stop it. "Oh, isn't it?" Chen Zhonggong sat in the car, the corners of his mouth raised a mocking arc. "Then I also give you 3 seconds. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. His voice is calm, faint and indifferent. Even though, facing the aim of the barrel, he remained unchanged. His face remained unchanged. You wanna die? Su Chen was completely angered. He was furious and could not bear it. Boo! He pulled the trigger abruptly, and the pistol fired fiercely. A bullet whizzed out through the barrel. The bullet pierced the void and shot towards Chen Zhongying's head. Zheng. But, at the moment when his head is about to be shot through, the bullet stopped at a distance of 1 millimeter from the center of his eyebrows. Because, his clamping the bullet cased severely. The whole bullet was resisted in front of him. Just relying on the power of 2 fingers. Actually, with bare hands, caught a pistol bullet that was fired at close range? This is simply. Su Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body stepped back dozens of steps. He looked down at the gun in his hand, then suddenly looked at the bullet between Chen Zhong's fingers. How is this possible? Chapter 170 Climb over Ding. Chen Zhongzong flicked his lightly and dropped the bullet to the ground. Then, the door of the Mercedes-Benz was finally opened slowly by him. A shiny black leather shoe slowly collapsed on the ground. He was dressed in a black suit and straight, just like a messenger from hell. So slowly, he stepped out of the car. You want to kill me? Chen Zhongying had a cigarette in his mouth, and his voice was quiet and quiet. I said, give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Step by step, he walked towards Su Chen. Come on. Su Chen's face was fierce and angry, and he suddenly yelled. Wow! Behind him, hundreds of thugs were crushed and swarmed. Suddenly surrounded Chen Zhongying. Water can't leak! Hundreds of machete, murderous surging. I don't care who you are. Even if you are a heavenly king, I will ... You will be planted here today. When I say to kill you, Su Chen will kill you. Never break my word. Su Chen suddenly filled the pistol with ammunition, and then loaded it again. Senhai's dark gun hole once again aimed at Chen Zhong! He didn't believe that if this man could block it once by chance, could he block it a second time? Before you die, I'll give you one last chance. Tell your name, and I will keep your whole body. Su Chen's face was fierce and angry, and the gun hole pointed straight. You! Don't you know me? Chen Zhongying's eyes were slightly taken aback. He thought that before Su Chen came to take revenge, he had already done all the work of inquiring about the news. At this point, it seems that his information work is not sufficiently prepared. I care about your identity. Even if you are a heavenly king, Lozi is useless. You will die today. Even if I don't kill you, the Go family and the son of Go will kill you. Su Chen's voice was ferocious and angry. Behind him, there is the Go family Go Gongcai backing up. Even if the person in front of him is the king of heaven, I can kill him today. Oh, young Master Go? Chen Zhongying's gaze was slightly puzzled when he heard the name. Then, he seemed ... somewhat understood. Never mind. He shook his head slowly. My surname is Chen, and my name is Zhongying. Well, you want to kill me? Then I ... give you this opportunity. Chen Zhongying step by step, walking towards Su Chen. Boom. When, hear the name, Su Chen was present. The bodies of hundreds of thugs. Trembling suddenly! Chen! He said, his surname is Chen? His surname is Chen ... Name, aspect? Boom! Everyone, like being struck by lightning. Ding ding ding! Su Chen's body trembled tremendously, and he backed away dozens of steps in horror. His pupils are cracked! His own murderous father and enemy. Is Chen Zhongying? That, the murderer who slaughtered thousands of people in the Huang family and killed the lord of the Huang family ... Chen Zhongying? Why? Why didn't Mr. Go tell me earlier in the morning? If so, I knew that the enemy was Chen Zonging. Even if he gave him 10 courage to Su Chen, he wouldn't dare to come. But at this moment, everything is too late. Things have already happened. Chen Zonging, step by step, walked towards Su Chen. Around the front, hundreds of thugs were actually ... No one dared to stop them. Everyone was shocked by his name. Just because he is called Chen Zonging. In this world, if there is one enough to tremble the world. In this world, if there is a surname, it is frightening to hear. Then, his name is a symbol of the great world. In the age, he is the hero. Following, his figure walked. The crowds all around, all retreat and evade. The name of a person trembles so far. Su Chen was trembling, the guns in his hands actually were a little unstable. He didn't even dream of it. My own enemy who killed his father. Could it be him? Exclamation mark. That terrifying demon that trembles the southern half of the sky. If I knew it was Chen Zonging, then give him 10 courage. He dare not come for revenge. Just kidding. Even the entire Huang family was destroyed. In this area of Jiangnan, is there an existence that Chen Zonging dare not trample on? Question mark. This is a terrifying and monstrous anger dragon. Hey, Su Chen couldn't bear such a coercive aura at all. His knees softened, and he knelt to the ground abruptly. The firearm in his hand was also scared to the ground. Mr. Chen, I'm waiting to be reckless. This is ... This is a misunderstanding. At this time, Su Chen, like a wilting cobra, was completely caught for 7 inches, unable to resist, leaving only endless panic. He didn't even care about killing his father's hatred, so he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Your own life is more important. Father, if you die, you will die. But he is still alive, and he has to inherit the tens of billions of Goat Harbor. At this moment, facing the demon Chen Zonging, he can only beg for mercy. He must beg for mercy. The so-called hatred of killing the father, the so-called not sharing the sky, are all forgotten. You just said ... You want to kill me? Chen Zonging looked faintly, and slowly came to Su Chen. Su Chen knelt to the ground, her body trembling violently. The villain dare not. The villain dare not have such thoughts. At this time, Su Chen's whole body was trembling, and his voice became horrified. Just kidding. Even the entire Huang family ... Thousands of people couldn't stop Chen Zong. Now, just relying on my own small area. This bit of ant-man and horse, I want to deal with Chen Zonging. This is simply moths fighting the fire. A second ago, he was also arrogant and domineering, threatening to kill. The next second, he fell to his knees, desperately begging for mercy and apologizing. This contrast is shocking. Chen Zonging took a deep breath of the smoke ring, and then sighed. But I can't take it back after I have said it. He just said, give Su Chen 3 seconds to get out of sight. Otherwise, there is no need to leave. As soon as the words of the of death are spoken, how can they be taken back casually? If so, what order is there in this hell? Boom. Hearing this, Su Chen's entire complexion changed drastically. Shaking with horror, he ignored the gazes of all the boys present, and violently kowtows directly at Chen Zonging. Mister, please forgive me. Mister, please go around me. The villain has eyes but doesn't know Mount Tai. The villain is just a dog. You just treat me like a pile of and let it go. At this moment, Su Chen, the heir to the tens of billions of Goat Harbor, just fell to his knees and begged Chen Zonging for mercy. Although he was wearing a suit, he looked like a wild dog at this time. This scene was shocking. The hundreds of younger brothers present also looked embarrassed. Everyone looked like a dead father and mother, with frustrated faces and horrified eyes. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, and a sneer flashed at the corner of his mouth. Knowing that, why bother just now? He beckoned to Su Chen. You climb over. Su Chen's body was trembling, and he dared not resist. It was so trembling, kneeling and crawling to Chen Zong's feet. Chen Zong glanced at the corner of his eye. Look up. Su Chen, who knelt down at his feet, did not dare to resist at all, with a frightened expression on his face, shaking his head lightly. His eyes were full of horror, as well as begging for mercy. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and took a deep breath of cigarette. Then, he raised his palm. Slapped fiercely. Su Chen was struck by lightning, and was directly slammed out by a violent force. Boom! Su Chen's body was directly fanned out dozens of meters away, and it fell to the ground. Even the ground was cracked. Puff! He directly spouted out a mouthful of blood. The row of teeth, mixed with endless blood, spit out frantically. He opened his mouth tremblingly and tried to speak. But the mouthful of blood could not stop the overflow, accompanied by the fall of dozens of teeth. Puff! In the end, he vomited another bit of blood and passed out directly. With a slap, he slapped Su Chen tens of meters away, slapped off both rows of teeth, and died of blood vomiting in his mouth. This is simply. Chen Zong retracted his palm, took out a square towel, and wiped it slowly. What he said is impossible to break his promise. He said that if Su Chen didn't have to leave, then he didn't have to leave. Even if he was spared his life, it would be a living sin is inevitable. Teeth fanned and passed out. Even if Su Chen wakes up later, I am afraid ... will become a ... lifelong disabled vegetable. Then, Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and looked around again. Ding ding ding. The hundreds of thugs had their hearts struck by lightning, and their bodies retreated dozens of steps one after another. Cold sweat of horror oozes from everyone's foreheads. Chapter 171 Blockers. Change owners. Just now, you seemed to threaten me with a knife. Chen Zhongying looked around, his voice calm, muttered. Kang, bang. In an instant, all the thugs on the scene dropped the machete in their hands to the ground. 1 sentence. 1 second. Everyone gave up their swords and surrendered. This scene is simply too shocking. Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc of disdain. Everyone, slap 1,000 slaps, one less, and one finger. In the presence, hundreds of thugs looked terrified and terrified. After hesitating for a few seconds, in the end, they couldn't withstand such terror pressure. Hundreds of people raised their palms and slapped their cheeks severely. Slap, slap, slap. The violent slap in the face condensed into waves of tremors, echoing in the air. Beat yourself. And still so hard. This scene is simply ... too shocking. Not far away, inside a Mercedes-Benz car, President Ku Yiren's pretty face was dumbfounded, and he looked at the scene outside the car window in disbelief. This. In front of the Mercedes-Benz team, the group of Ku's bodyguards were also stunned. Everyone looked at this scene with a dazed expression. This is too ... too awesome, right? Exclamation mark. Mr. Chen, he hasn't even done it yet. Just give out their names. Those hundreds of thugs just surrendered and slapped themselves frantically? Question mark. How terrible is his name? Hundreds of people were ... to be frightened by the wind. Hundreds of people in front. Chen Zhongying just stood so leisurely, with a cigarette in his mouth, is counting the number of times each person slapped indifferently. He actually didn't mean to leave at all, but just stand like this, for everyone. With hundreds of people present, no one dared to play conspiracy. That was enough to slap himself fiercely. 20 minutes later, everyone's cheeks were red and swollen, as if they were pig-headed faces. 1,000 slaps. No one dared to play slippery. Chen Zhongying glanced around, then nodded in satisfaction. Kneeling, he uttered 2 words faintly. Bow! Exclamation mark. In an instant, hundreds of thugs knelt down one after another without hesitation. You can even hear the bone tremor of the knee hitting the ground. Just kidding. At this moment, even their young master Su Chen was slapped and slapped to death. Their group of ant thugs, who would dare not follow? Question mark. Chen Zhongying nodded, then turned around and walked in front of the Mercedes-Benz team. His eyes were faint, and he got into the Mercedes-Benz like this calmly. Let's go, he told the driver's bodyguards. The group of Ku's bodyguards was shocked for a long time before they came back to their senses. Hastily started the convoy and drove away slowly. In the entire scene, only the hundreds of thugs were left, their bodies trembling and horrified, kneeling on the ground. All the thugs just knelt to the ground like this, shockedly afraid to get up, until half an hour later they finally trembled, and got up from the ground in a panic. The power of one person actually shocked them. To this point, this is simply too scary. Master, how are you, Master? At this moment, all the thugs hurriedly gathered in front of the young master's body. Young Master Su Chen, lying horizontally on the ground, his mouth was full of blood, and he had completely passed out. Only a lingering breath remained. Quickly, take the young master to the hospital. The thugs looked tense and solemn, and carefully lifted the young master's body and got into the car. The young master was hit hard by Chen Zong, slapped and slapped. Everyone's heart trembled and got into the car quickly. Dozens of Lincoln cars galloped out, heading in the direction of the top 3 hospitals in Shanghai and High City. Master, but now the only heir to Goat Harbor. Master, there must be no accident. However, just as the subordinates drove to Master Su Chen on the way to the hospital, suddenly encountered a stumbling block. Across the front, a whole row of Cadillac teams rushed out. A burst of fierce and violent engine roar swept through. Hundreds of Cadillac cars, like a long dragon, instantly surrounded the group of thugs from the Su family. The water was impenetrable. The Cadillac door opened. The Lord of Dan Palace, Dong Biao, was dressed in black and wore a pair of sunglasses on his face. With a long knife in his hand, he just got out of the car faintly. Behind him, wow, a large group of members in black suits immediately got out of the car. The darkness is overwhelming, and the crowd is like a wave. Numerous crowds in Tan Palace surrounded the entire Su family convoy, just like the turtle in the urn. In the Lincoln sedan, hundreds of Su family thugs looked pale and embarrassed. Everyone shivered. If we say that their number is a few hundred, but the crowd on the opposite side, there are thousands of people. The darkness is crushing. It's like a wave of people. The endless crowds. What are you doing here? Exclamation mark. With a cold face, Dong Biao walked step by step to the Lincoln car in the middle. He looked calm and knocked on the car window glass. Get off. In the Lincoln sedan, the thugs of the Su family members did not dare to have any resistance at all, shaking their bodies. All the members got out of the car in horror. Goat Harbor? Su family? Dong Biao asked with a cold face, scanning the hundreds of thugs. The group of Su clan thugs nodded in fear. At this time, they were so embarrassed. A moment ago, he had just escaped from the hands of that demon Chen Zongying. But the next second, he was surrounded by the black crowd in front of him again. This is utterly degraded. They Su family, who provokes whom? Since the death of Master Su He 2 days ago, almost all forces have been able to bully Su family sideways. It was too frustrated. Dong Biao's eyes were indifferent. He probed slowly, and glanced inside the Lincoln car. I saw a young man covered in blood, fainting, lying on the car chair, waiting for rescue. He is your young master, Su Chen? Dong Biao pointed to the unconscious man in the Lincoln sedan and asked. The group of Su family thugs nodded with complex and trembling faces. I don't know. Where does the hero come from? A leader of the Su family's thugs cautiously stepped forward, bowing and saluting. My young master was severely injured, and I hope that the hero will be able to accompany and make way. When my young master wakes up from rescue, thank you very much. Hu Hai, Tan Palace. Dong Biao said slowly with a faint and indifferent gaze under his sunglasses. When, hearing these words, the expressions of the Su family thugs changed slightly. Tan Gong, this is a newly emerging underground power, previously unknown. But now, it has suddenly risen, almost sweeping across the entire Jiangbai area, become a new legend. Today, they actually met. It turns out that it was the boss of Dan Gong. Disrespectful. The Su family leader looked solemn, with a trace of caution. Today, please also ask the boss to open aside. Let my young master see a doctor. In the future, I will go to the goat port of the Su family. You will be exempted from export trade tariffs. This is throwing olive sticks. Goat Harbor is a large seaport area, and the Su family has always controlled the trade of the entire Goat Harbor. All import and export duties are exempted. That is to say smuggling activities can be justified. This is a huge grey profit band. The olive branch of Sus family is rich enough. Oh, isn't it? Dong Bio's eyes were faint. The corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Okay, then let's save your son. After finishing speaking, Dong Biao suddenly raised his long knife and stabbed Su Jin's left chest with a fierce one. Puff. The sound of a long knife piercing through the heart. Blood overflowing. Su Jin's entire left chest was penetrated. He didn't even have a chance to open his eyes. Just like that, he was stabbed to death directly in the fainting master. Hundreds of Su family beaters, shocked, panicked! All the thugs rushed forward in shock. When I saw young Master Su Jin's body with his heart pierced and lying horizontally in the car, the brains of all the Su family's thugs were blank, and their expressions were extremely embarrassing. The young master of his family, now the only heir to the entire Goat Harbor. That's it. Dead? Zheng. Dong Biao took the long knife out of Su Jin's corpse. The blade was still stained with scarlet blood. From today, your Su family and the entire Goat Harbor will be owned by my Dan Palace. Dong Biao held the knife and stood in front of him, his voice calm and murderous, and said slowly, "You." The Su family leader looked very ugly and angry, and tried to resist. But he hadn't had time to say the next sentence in the future. Puff. The long knife fell, and his head directly fell on the ground. In the splash of blood, the headless corpse of the Su family speaker fell to the ground. Who would dare not follow? He ended up like him. Dong Biao Hengdao was in front. His voice was cold. Throughout the scene, a crowd of people from Dan Palace surged forward. Then, hundreds of Su family fighters looked pale, and everyone did not dare to resist. This is going to change. The Su family, Goat Harbor. Today, it was changed hands. Chapter 172. People's hearts are not ancient, but things are not. Night. The mansion on the top of the mountain. Go Shows took off a light blue suit, revealing his muscular body. He slowly came to the 10-meter diving platform in the pool and took a deep breath. Then, facing the deep blue swimming pool, he jumped. Puff. The water splashed. Go Shows' body tossed in the waves, like a shark, rushing through the waves. Practice every night and swim for 1 hour. It is his essential training. In the 100-meter swimming pool, he walks through it like a shark. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. His physical stamina seems to never dry up. The swimming speed is much faster than ordinary people. 5 minutes later, he had already swam a kilometer of water. This speed completely surpasses swimmers in any national team. The physical strength is shocking. He lay on his back in the pool, wandering slowly, seeming to be resting. At the same time, female secretary Ning Wan, wearing an all uniform and high heels, walked towards the swimming pool. How, Su Chen? Is he dead? Go Shows asked faintly, lying on his back in the pool water. In his plan, Su Chen is nothing more than a chess piece. Asking Su Chen to take revenge is just an incentive. According to Chen Zong's character, I'm afraid, before Su Chen's revenge succeeded, he would have been beheaded. Thinking of this, the corners of Go Shows' mouth raised an arc. Dealing with Chen Zonging, dealing with the Ku group, he needs an excuse and a reason. If you are uneasy, people will feel uneasy. After all, he had just annexed a Huang family. All public opinion in the arena has not faded yet. His Go family can't make another move rashly. However, at this moment, Su Jin's death, it's just a good reason. In this way, his Fuxing group would be able to justifiably make a move. My son. The plan failed. But the female secretary Ning Wan, with a complicated and ugly face, said hesitantly, Hearing this, Go Shows' expression flashed with surprise. Failed? Impossible. According to his calculations, according to his analysis and understanding of Chen Zonging, it is absolutely impossible. These days, Go Shows seems loque. But in fact, he has already mobilized the entire psychology expert, the character emotion expert, has thoroughly analyzed Chen Zong's character. Almost no one knows Chen Zong better than him. It was a madman who was slaying fiercely. How could someone with that kind of personality let Su Chen leave? This is impossible. Summon Su Chen to come right away. Go Shows lay in the pool with a cold expression. My son. Su Chen, dead. Female secretary Ning Wan said with a solemn and complicated expression. Go Shou's pupils condensed and looked at her doubtfully. Didn't the plan fail? Why did Su Chen die again? Su Chen indeed died, but it was not killed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong let go and left. Ning Wan's pretty face was complicated and solemn, and explained, the subordinates were on the way to send Su Chen to the hospital. The master of the door, Dong Biao, hijacked. Dong Biao killed Su Chen. For a moment, the air around the pool was quiet and cold. Dong Biao? Go Shows fixed his eyes on the female secretary. Yes, Dong Biao shot and slaughtered Su Chen. Moreover, at the fastest speed, he seized the Su family and Goat Harbor. Ning Wan solemnly reported. In an instant, the air was cold. Go Shou's complexion was extremely cold, and a murderous intent emerged. The plan failed and it was completely messed up. Moreover, halfway, also killed a Dongman. Dong Biao? Dong Biao. Go Shou's voice was cold, with a terrible chill. In this Shanghai and Shanghai market, in this Jiangnan area, no one knows that the Sujia Goat Harbor is a force that is subordinate to the Fosun Group. Nominally, the Su family is named Su, but in fact, the backer behind the Su family is Go. No one has ever dared to power from the territory of his Go family. But then Dong Biao dare to take this opportunity to the power of his Go family. It's just looking for death. Wow! Go Shou sprang up suddenly and jumped up from the swimming pool. In the endless water waves, his sturdy body flicked through the air, and then landed steadily. With his right hand raised, a bathrobe was draped over him. Call me all the information of Dong Biao. I want everything. Go Shou put on his bathrobe and walked towards the villa hall step by step. If he said that before, he didn't know that there was Dong Biao in Shanghai and Shanghai, because Dongman is too small, so small that no one pays attention. So at this time, Go Shou's got it. Dong Biao. This name made him face it for the first time. Yes. The female secretary Ning Wan nodded respectfully. Then, after hesitating for a few seconds, she suddenly asked, my son, why don't you send someone to destroy the Dongman? Indeed, why is it so troublesome for a mere Dongman? Send people to destroy it. That is shrimp. You have to grow up and eat it before it's delicious. Go Shou's figure disappeared in the dark night villa, leaving only such a profound sentence. At the same time, in the dark family villa, Fanjin stood alone in front of the French windows. Beautiful eyes, looking at the stars outside the window lonely and desolately. Since his father was chopped off his arm a month ago, he has been hospitalized with severe injuries, and he has not recovered until today. Father was badly injured, not only the body and mind. Father has been in the world for decades, but he was overpowered by Chen Zong, who was in his early 20s. Those emotions are simply not something that my father can bear. My father wanted to win too much. As a result, under all the losses, unable to bear, the mind was rushed. Today's father is still alive, can lie on a hospital intensive care bed, like a living dead. Her family was completely defeated in this rebellion and usurpation. Looking up at the starry sky, she felt weak. Just relying on her being a weaker woman, how can she fight the Ku family? Even the Huang family was destroyed. That Chen Zonggong is extremely vulgar. She hates, she is jealous, she is unwilling, but helpless. She is jealous. Why can Ku Yi people find such a powerful helper? But she herself was helpless. She hates why Ku Yi is so cruel and ruthless, cutting off all the family eyeliner in the company, and not giving her any hope and way of survival. Fanjin bit her red lips tightly, and endless complex emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes. Finally, she picked up the phone and hesitated. Sent a text message to Ku Yiren. in the early morning. The summer sun has already lifted off early, dispelled the dark fog of this city. Kyuji Manor, inside the boudoir. Kuyaran stretched out dazedly, rubbed her messy long hair, and got out of bed. He picked up the phone from the bed table and glanced at the message. But I found an unread text message that was sent late at night. Open it and see. Is it a text message from Fanjin? Mr. Ku, are you free tomorrow night? I want to invite you to a meal and talk to you. The tomorrow night marked in the text message refers to tonight. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and this family's problem has not yet been resolved. Although on the surface, the family has died down. However, the defensive heart is indispensable. No one knows what Faye's plan is. After all, the family is one of the group's veteran shareholders. If the family rebelled against turmoil again, the loss would be too serious for the group. But at this time, Fanjin suddenly texted herself asking for dinner. What does this mean? Kuyaran is not afraid of Fanjin, she just feels puzzled. Moreover, some don't know how to face this former girlfriend. Once you could hold your hands and go shopping with each other. Once we could wear girlfriend outfits and go on a date together. Once, they studied business together, just to contribute to the group. But now, people's hearts have changed. After hesitating for a long time, Kuyaran finally returned a word to her. Great. Chapter 173. Beautiful girl Akishimo. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Kuyaran hurried to the company. Today's situation, the situation of the entire company, requires her real-time supervision. The group building is downstairs and has 3 floors underground. The decoration team is rushing to work overnight, and the secret construction of the base is underway. The external claim is that the internal firefighting equipment has been improved and decorated. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. And next door, in the security director's office. However, Chen Zhongying was still lying on the chair, faintly puffing out smoke rings, holding a copy of 100 Scholars in his hand, and was reading quietly. For him, there is nothing else in life except tobacco, alcohol and books. Of course, except when he took out the square scarf, because when he took out the square scarf, it was when he was killing. In the entire office, except for the choking smoke ring, there was only silence. Tingling bell. At this moment, the Huawei mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang an incoming call ringtone. The rapid ringtone broke the quiet of the office. Chen Zhongying was taken aback for a moment. His phone number was never revealed to others. Few people know his phone number, and very few people will call him. Except for Ku Yi, almost no one knows his number. Is there an emergency in the north? Chen Zhonggong's eyes condensed, and he took out his phone and took a look. Caller ID, is an unfamiliar caller number. Looking at the number, is it a local cell phone in Shanghai? Chen Zhongying looked puzzled, and answered the phone suspiciously. Yeah, it's Chen Zhongying. A sweet and pleasant female voice floated over the phone. When he heard this voice, Chen Zhongying's gaze condensed, and his expression became a little strange and complicated. Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you doing? The sweet and gentle female voice asked delicately. Chen Zhongying's expression was strange. He broke off immediately, and hung up the phone directly. This voice, besides the little witch of the Ku family, Ku Shuangxia, who else would it be? Chen Zhongying's eyes were complicated, and he continued to pick up the book and read. But at the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. How could that ghost girl under Gushwang know his number? Could it be? It was given by Kui. Chen Zhongying's eyes condensed. He warned Kuyaran not to disclose his phone number to anyone. But that woman obviously doesn't take her words to heart. Chen Zhongying was a little upset and continued to browse the books. Tingling bell. As soon as he calmed down, the rapid cell phone ringing rang again. Chen Zhonggong's eyes condensed, and he directly picked up the phone and blocked her caller number. No need to be annoying again. The world is finally quiet. Chen Zhong picked up the book and lay on the chair, enjoying the world of books and cigarettes with peace of mind. Did he? But at this moment, the phone's SMS ringtone rang again. Chen Zhongying looked irritated, picked up his phone, and clicked on the text message to take a look. Chen Zhonging, why did you hang up on my phone? This lady has never been hung up. You are the first. Give you a chance to make up for it. Answer my call quickly. Looking at this text message, Chen Zong's brows deepened. That girl, she didn't go to school in the last few days and stayed in the manor every day. Did she suffer from depression? Otherwise, how could you suddenly harass yourself somehow? Naive. Chen Zonging was a little worried, and directly blocked her text messages. He is the most annoying, being disturbed when he is reading. I lit a cigarette, opened the book, and continued to read it patiently. The world is finally quiet, but just right. When he finally calmed down and read the book wholeheartedly, the WeChat prompt sounded suddenly. Chen Zonging picked up the phone abruptly. His eyes looked angrily. I saw that in the WeChat address book, a new friend added message appeared. Pretty girl Autumn Xuanxia request to add you as a friend. This name is extremely naive. More naive, it is the profile picture of this WeChat account, a selfie of Ku Shuang with a double bald head sticking under him. How naive is it to do such boring things? 3 black lines have emerged on Chen Zong's brows. He clicked directly and refused to be added as a friend. A few seconds later, the WeChat prompt sounded again. The other party applied for addition for the second time. Pretty girl Autumn Xuanxia request to add you as a friend, why not add me? Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging was almost on the verge of anger, and he directly pulled this beautiful girl Ku Xuanxia to the WeChat blacklist. The phone is blocked, the text message is blocked, and the WeChat is blocked. Simple and rude. At this time, inside the Kiss Manor, Ku Shuang was curled up and slender white legs, lying on the sofa, holding the phone in both hands, blinking beautiful eyes, waiting for the success of adding WeChat friends. Can result. The other party rejected your friend request. Apostrophe. The other party has rejected any of your application messages. Apostrophe. The pretty face under Ku Shuang changed from euphoric expectation to dullness and consternation. And then annoyed and angered. Damn it, Xiaobalien Chen Zonging, do you dare to refuse me? Dare you to black me out? Ku Shuang was angry and frantic, clutching the pillow, and smashing the sofa angrily. The long pale blonde hair was messy and scattered, as if it represented her mood at the moment. From her birth till now, there has never been a man who dares to reject herself like this. This is simply the biggest stain in her beautiful girl's life. No. It's a shame. Chen Zonging, this hatred will not be reported to a non-beautiful girl. Ku Shuang's teeth rustled, and her watery eyes were full of anger. Second miss, are you okay? In the hall, the nanny auntie was the first time she saw her crazy appearance, and hurriedly asked with concern, it's okay. I'm fine. Ku Shuang threw the pillow off angrily, and then stepped on slippers and ran up the stairs. Sunlight spreads all the way from the east to the west. As the sun sets, it is already dusk. In the office of the Kiss building, Chen Zonging stretched his waist and slowly closed the book. Unconsciously, the day passed again. Coming to the floor-tossling windows of the office, he faintly looked at the scenery outside. The sky was tainted at dusk, but a dark cloud came. It seems that a shower is coming. Chen Zongong lit a cigarette and walked out of the office slowly. In the office next door, Ku Yiren has finished the work at hand. Carrying a satchel, he also walked out. Today's off-duty time is very punctual. The two took the elevator downstairs. Downstairs of the group building, 5 Mercedes-Benz cars have been waiting respectfully outside the door. Mr. Chen, I have a private dinner tonight. You don't need to accompany me. You can go back first. Ku Yiren said with a magnetic voice, carrying his bag. Tonight, she meets Fanjin on a date. Because it was a private meeting between women, and, in her opinion, Fanjin was not threatening at present. Therefore, she did not intend to bring Mr. Chen. Hearing this, Chen Zong's gaze was taken aback. Dating with boyfriend? Inconvenient? He asked faintly with a cigarette in his mouth. This time, it was Ku Yiren's turn that was stunned. No, I don't have a boyfriend, she quickly explained. It's a private dinner. just having dinner with a shareholder of the company. Even she herself is a little strange. Why should she explain so much to an unrelated man? Your life belongs not only to yourself. So, don't try to get lucky. Don't try to get rid of me. You have no chance to regret. Chen Zhonging's voice was calm, and then, despite Qiuyi's opposition, he got into the Mercedes-Benz. His attitude is very simple. He will, and follow to go to the banquet. Qu Yiren stood there in a daze, for some reason. When she heard Mr. Jun's words, an inexplicable emotion flashed in her heart. Faintly, a trace of warmth flashed. This man spared no effort to protect himself. At that moment, Qu Yiren, the daughter-in-chief president, was slightly confused. However, she quickly adjusted her mood. Then, trouble Mr. Chen. She pressed her red lips slightly, nodded, and then got into the Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started and slowly drove away from the Q's building. Chapter 174 Jiangnan Wine. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz fleet slowly drove into their Marriott Hotel on Jiangbin Road. Here is the address of the hotel. Fanjin Reserved. Super 5-star Shanghai and Hai High City. Marriott Twin Hotel. Two towering hotel skyscrapers converge into the shape of twin stars. In the middle of the two buildings, there is a magnificent hall porch decorated, resplendent and magnificent, like a European-style palace. After the Mercedes-Benz was stable, the two hotel attendants respectfully stepped forward and opened the door carefully. The two of Qu Yiren and Chen Zhonggong stepped out of the car, and just now, boom! In the dim sky, a thunder flashed. Immediately afterwards, the puff-like rain poured down. On a cool summer night, it rained heavily. You guys, have meal in the cafeteria in the lobby, and when you're done, wait for me at the door. Qu Yiren ordered the group of bodyguards behind him. Then, she walked into the hotel with Chen Zhonging. The hotel waiter led the two people all the way to the presidential private room on the top floor. Go through the corridor and take the elevator straight to the top floor of the hotel. Finally, I came to this one of the most luxurious boxes in Shanghai, WJ Marriott Hotel. Number 1 Presidential Box. This number 1 presidential box has a minimum guaranteed consumption of 1 million yuan. It can be seen that the guests who can come here for consumption need much wealth and status. For a dinner, the minimum consumption is 1 million. This is not something ordinary people can consume. After a dinner, I ate a house. The four male waiters carefully pushed open the two golden doors of the box. In the eyes, it is magnificent. Luxury is boundless. A dining table as huge as a palace emperor is placed horizontally in the middle of the box. On the dining table, golden candles embellish it, setting off a classic atmosphere. However, in front of the French windows of the presidential box, a purple Cheongsam was standing. She has brilliant eyes, staring at the scenery outside the window so deeply. At this time, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows hundreds of meters high, the whole city is shrouded in a misty rain curtain. Outside the window, the rain is pouring. Miss F, your VIP has been brought here, the waiter respectfully said at the door of the box. Fanjin, standing in front of the French window, nodded gently. Miss Qu, you are here. Then, the beautiful figure of her Cheongsam turned slowly, but when her gaze fell at the door of the box, she was slightly taken aback, because she saw another familiar figure at the door. Chen Zong. Is he here too? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Fanjin's beautiful eyes visibly trembled. It was a wave of icy anger and hatred. This Chen Zonging made his father disabled. His father's plan was lost. Today's father has become a living dead. All this is thanks to him, Chen Zonging. But at this time, he actually came to this dinner. This made Fanjin's complexion cold. Why are you here? You are not welcome here. Fanjin's face was as cold, and his eyes were directed at Chen Zonging. She will never forget the appearance of this man in her life. This man made her family become like this. This hatred can never be forgotten. Fanjin, he is my friend. I invited him to come with him. Qu Yiren stepped forward and explained the magnetic sound. It's a round game. At the same time, the Qiuyi people also changed Fanjin's name from Chief to Fanjin. She didn't hope that the two families would really be divided completely because of this. Used to be a close partner. She really didn't want the shareholders and the family to break. She wanted to try to restore this friendship. He is not welcome here, Fanjin repeated with an extremely cold expression on her face. The hatred for Chen Zonging has deepened into his bones. Even one more look made her feel anger overwhelming. However, Chen Zonging looked indifferently, with a cigarette in his mouth. He walked into the presidential box so leisurely. Then, he pulled a chair away and sat down, uninvited to enter. He is calm, without the slightest polite appearance. Who allowed you to come in? Who allowed you to sit down? You, get out. Fanjin's pretty face was cold and angry, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chen Zonging, motioned him to roll. Oh, you, say it again. Chen Zong was smoking a cigarette, tapping his finger on the mahogany tabletop, staring at Fanjin slightly. Ding ding ding. Fanjin was actually turned back a few steps by his a gaze. The look in this man's eyes was raging, like a beast, making her heart tremble. Fanjin's beautiful eyes were complex and deep, and her expression was pale and embarrassing. Security, she screamed, and she was about to call the hotel security. Okay. With a clear drink, Kuyiren's pretty face was dignified and stepped into the box on high heels. Sit down and eat. Kuyiren pulled a chair straight away and sat down at the dining table. Her words broke the icy atmosphere of the scene. Fanjin suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart and took a deep breath. Then, coldly walked to the table and took a seat. However, her eyes still glared at Chen Zong. The resentment and killing intent in those eyes was hard to conceal. Serve. Fanjin clapped her hands and motioned for the waiter to serve. Soon, the queen attendants of the box began to serve dishes. Plates of luxurious dishes with golden plates were brought up carefully. Golden Buddha jumping over the wall, braised bear paws, stewed puffer fish, steamed monkey brain. A series of top-notch and luxurious dishes were brought to the table. It deserves to be a presidential box with a minimum consumption of 1 million yuan. Every dish is luxurious and top-notch, rare in the world. Serve wine. Fanjin's voice was calm and greeted the waiter. The waiter nodded, exited the box, and went to fetch the wine. A few minutes later, the two waiters slowly walked into the box, carrying a pot of clay-stained ceramic wine jars. Slowly lower the wine jar. The mouth of the altar has not been opened yet. It seems that it has been sealed by mud and dust for a long time. But the smell of wine can't hide it, floating in the air. Miss Ku, this is something I specially prepared for you. It has been aged for 20 years, and the daughter is red. Fanjin sat right in front of the dining table in the box with a calm voice and said slowly. Kuyiren nodded lightly, interested. The waiter stepped forward and used a knife to chip away the soil seal of the wine jar. Then, carefully opened the lid of the altar. A strong aroma of wine floated out instantly. The entire box is filled with sweet and aging wine aromas. Jiangnan rice wine is a must in the world. The mountain ghost looked down on the railing to watch the fire, and the furnace fell on the ground with Dao Gui. Drink the remaining yellow rice wine. Sit and listen to the cuckoo sound. At this time, a jar of yellow wine completely stirred up the whole atmosphere in the box. The wine is scented and mouth-watering. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes dark and deep. He has always been addicted to wine. Drunk life and dreams of death, life geometry, pouring wine. Fanjin greeted the waiter. The two waiters stepped forward, fetched the wine spoons, and poured 3 glasses of mellow rice wine for the 3 of them. The wine is mellow and yellow, such as Kyangyui exudes a strong aroma of wine. Mr. Ku. Fanjin held up the wine glass, hesitated, and finally changed his name awkwardly, and shouted again, "I am toasting, you are free." Then, she picked up the wine glass and drank the full glass of rice wine in one sip. Kuyiren nodded lightly, followed, drinking half a cup of rice wine. The aroma of wine floats in the air of the box. A table full of rare dishes, mixed with the fragrance of rice wine, makes people appetite. Chen Zonging sat aside, but he was not welcome. Raise the chopsticks and start to move the meal. He didn't come to talk about things. It's just that it's just a meal, nothing more. Sip wine and enjoy dishes. His posture is extremely elegant, like a gentleman. At the table, the two heroines, also formally, began to cut into the topic. Fanjin shook the wine glass lightly, her long hair curled up, her delicate face looked a bit deep. The previous thing was that my father was wrong. Fanjin said slowly with a complicated voice, my family, I am willing to withdraw from this equity battle. Fanjin hesitated, and finally said such a sentence. Is this actively seeking peace? In the box, the air became a little quiet. Chapter 175. Dare not what? I let you drink. Kuyiran sat at the dining table in the box, her beautiful eyes staring at Fanjin calmly. I never thought about going to war with your family. Therefore, there is no such thing as a withdrawal from the fight. She paused and continued. Your family is still one of the veteran shareholders of the group. Through change. Kuyiran's pretty face is very calm, without the slightest mood swing. She meant that she was willing to let the past go. Just take it. Everything before has never happened. After all, it is a girlfriend of more than 10 years. After all, his father and Fchi were in the same boat. Her family, Kuyi is not a person who has fallen into trouble. If the family no longer conspired to rebel, then she could take it as nothing happened. As the president of the group and the core person in charge of the entire project, Kuyi people can still have such a state of mind and forgive and tolerate their former enemies. This can't be said to be overwhelming. Thank you very much. Fanjin's beautiful eyes were deep and complicated. She toasted gently, and again drinking the rice wine in the glass. At the table, the dishes did not move much. And wine, a few cups into the stomach. After all, Kuyiran is not 1,000 cups without being drunk. A few cups of rice wine into the sandalwood mouth. It is already a little bit drunk. Her pretty face flushed slightly, a sign of drunkenness. But she can still stay awake. After all, it is not drunk, but also clear intuition. On the other side, Fanjin also had a sense of drunkenness, and her beautiful eyes were a bit deep. However, Chen Zonging alone was still drinking lightly. Toast and drink, cup after cup. He really seems to be not drunk in 1,000 cups. Looking at this man who drinks and is not drunk. In Fanjin's eyes, a chill quietly flashed. Good wine. Chen Zonging muttered to himself with dozens of glasses of rice wine pouring into his throat, but still not drunk. The rice wine is delivered to each other, and the smoke ring is vomiting. Life is a joy. Another cup of rice wine entered the throat. After slowly savoring, he turned his head, looked at Fanjin on the opposite side. It's a good altar, 20 years old wine. This wine is worth it. Chen Zonging's voice was faint and deep, and he stared at Fanjin meaningfully. Since it's delicious, then you can drink more, Fanjin said with a calm face and no happiness, anger, sorrow, or sorrow. Well, such a good wine can't be wasted. Chen Zonging nodded and continued to let the waiter pour the wine, drinking and eating indifferently. This is simply a cocktail party for him alone. Cup after cup. Fanjin's pretty face was deep and indifferent, and in her pupils a murderous intent flashed gradually. She is waiting for this man to fall under the wine table, because this jar of wine is more than just ordinary aged rice wine. Instead, she carefully adjusted poisonous wine. Today, Fanjin's drunk and warm meaning does not lie in seeking peace. Instead, kill. That's right, she is going to poison Kuyiran. But what I didn't expect was a Chen Zong appeared in the middle of the journey. Now that Chen Zonging is here they are simply poisoned to death together. Something is wrong. Therefore, Fanjin didn't mean to stop him at all, and let him drink. The more he drank, the better. And she herself had already taken the medicine for understanding. As long as the amount of alcohol I drink is controlled, I can be safe there. And Kuyiran, and Chen Zong Both were poisoned to death under this rice wine. This is a terrible killing. In order to poison the Kui people, Fanjin did not hesitate to get involved with drugs. This woman's mind is too harsh. After half an hour, Chen Zonging is still drinking. Haven't fallen yet. I don't know how many cups he has drunk. Anyway, it is a jar of aged rice wine weighing 50 catties. The degree is not low, but he was so alone. He almost drank the whole jar of rice wine. And, not at all drunk? If it is said that Kuyiran did not fall, then it is normal. After all, what is contained in rice wine is chronic poison. In addition, Kui people don't drink much, and they don't react so quickly at once. They need to infiltrate slowly and then become poisoned. But this Chen Zongong is guzzling. He drank almost half of the whole jar of yellow wine. With such a huge capacity, he still has no signs of poisoning? Doesn't even mean to be drunk? This! Fanjin's complexion changed slightly. She turned her head, winked at the waiter quietly, and asked, "Are you sure you have poisoned it?" The waiter's face solemnly nodded, and hinted to Fanjin that the poison had already dispersed into the wine. Fanjin's eyes flickered and gave the waiter an order. The waiter quickly understood, respectfully stepped forward, and continued to pour a glass of rice wine for Chen Zonging. It seems that he wants to completely drunk Chen Zonging and poison him. Such a good wine, why don't you have a glass? Chen Zong suddenly pushed the glass, pushing the full glass of rice wine to the waiter. The waiter's expression changed, and he shook his head again and again. No, the villain dare not. Don't dare. He'll let you drink it. Chen Zonging's complexion was calm, and suddenly he pinched the waiter's neck, and then forcibly poured a full glass of rice wine into his throat. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing?" At the dining table, Kuya's pretty face was a little lost and surprised, staring blankly at the scene. The waiter was pale, coughing violently, trying to spit out the wine in his throat. But before he could react, Chen Zong picked up another glass of wine, pinched his throat, and poured it in. Grumbling, Chen Zong poured dozens of glasses of red wine into the waiter's throat. The waiter's complexion instantly turned pale, and then he convulsed all over. He fell to the ground, foaming at his mouth. His eyes widened. After struggling for a few seconds to plant, he died straight away. In the whole box. The air was dead instantly. In an instant, Kuyiran's pretty face was pale, her beautiful eyes were shocked, and she looked at this scene in disbelief. This wine poisonous? Fanjin stood up abruptly and tried to rush out of the box. With a light wave of Chen Zong's right hand, a chopstick flew out suddenly and hit directly on the box door. The door of the presidential box was severely closed. What a pot of aged wine! Chen Zong took a napkin and slowly wiped off the greasy wine stains on the corners of his mouth. Then, he stroked his suit and slowly got up. Synthetic preparation, ketamine. Good handwriting. He lit a cigarette and said quietly. Fanjin's expression was completely embarrassed. She backed away in horror, her pupils in shock, amazement and disbelief. No. Impossible. How could you? How can I not die? Isn't it? Chen Zonging's mouth raised an arc, and looked at her faintly. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Just. The toxin of ketamine has no effect on me, he muttered to himself in a faint voice. That's right. In a mere guilty way, the little poison of ketamine, this amount of poison at all, it can't help him to die. His body has endured the most terrifying potential in the world. His body has withstood the most terrifying venomous antibody in the world. His body cells and his nerves are so powerful that it is unimaginable horror. Just rely on the so-called drugs circulating on the market. It can't help him at all. To him, this poison is just a bite from the ant's kiss, and it has no effect. If you have to use one word to describe him, then he ivory poison is not invaded. Chapter 176. Hand over the antidote. Leave your corpse. The entire number 1 presidential box was murderous. No. Impossible. Impossible. Fan Jin's pretty face changed color, her whole body seemed to be lost and messed, and her high heels were also twisted off. She kept going backwards, and the whole person fell into a kind of inexplicable panic. She couldn't believe it. Even if you can't die, Kuyaran must die too. With her beautiful eyes, she suddenly looked at Kuyaran aside. Even if the poison of Chen Zonging is not dead, but that Kuyaran will definitely die. Just now, Kuyaran drank 3 full glasses of rice wine. The dose of these 3 cups is enough to let the poison evaporate and cause death. Sure enough, the Kuyaran at this time suddenly felt weak. Her tender body just stood up, uncontrollably slumped in the chair. Fan Jin, you. Kuyaran's voice was weak and weak. She couldn't believe it, couldn't believe the fact in front of her. Once, a girlfriend of more than 10 years of friendship. At this moment, actually, poisoned yourself. This let her chill. This broke her heart. You just need to be your tyrant. If someone dares to bully you in the future, this girl will definitely break his leg. If there is me, no one dares to bully you. Remember to take care of yourself after you go abroad. In the company, I will take care of you. You go abroad for further study. Remember that you will shine brightly when you come back. Scenes after scenes came to mind. The friendship and sincerity that were once years, seemed to be broken at this moment. At this time, the person in front of you, Fan Jin in front of her had completely transformed into the one she could never return. Fan Jin at this time was the murderer. What kind of hotness is needed to do this kind of thing? Kuyaran slumped on the chair, her beautiful eyes flushed and misted. It's not the fear before death, but the despair of your girlfriends and friends. In the box, Fan Jin looked grim. It was a pleasure of revenge. The corner of her mouth began to laugh, smiled ferociously and crazy. Ha 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 ha. Kuyaran, you can't escape my palm. Your Ku family will definitely lose. My family is the real leader of the group. This group should not be surnamed Ku, but Fan Jin laughed. His eyes flushed. It was excitement, hideousness, and cut off everything in the past. No emotion, no compassion. She is crazy to achieve great things. Chen Zonging, standing aside calmly, took a deep breath of the smoke ring. Then, he slowly walked towards Fan Jin. Hand over the antidote and save your corpse. His voice was calm, but there was an unprecedented coldness. He is dead and never moves women. However, some women are looking for death by themselves. So he can only shoot and send them on the road. The antidote? Ha ha ha. There is no antidote. You can't save her. You can't think about it. Fan Jin laughed wildly, and almost lost control of her whole person. There is no cure for her. Ketamine, as the main raw material of arsenic, has been processed and synthesized by a new equation, and it has become a highly toxic with almost no solution. The only antidote had been taken by Fan Jin in advance. Therefore, at this moment, she has no response to yellow wine toxin, because her blood already contains antidote, which has been detoxified. However, Kuyaran did not. She didn't take the antidote, so at this moment the blood vessels in her body are being eroded by the venom. Fan Jin smiled terribly. Today, there is no plan at all, leaving Kuyi people any way to survive. She wanted to watch Kuyaran die in front of her. Seeing this woman with such a hideous appearance, Chen Zong's expression was slightly cold. Hand over the antidote and leave your corpse. He repeated a second time. He never talks nonsense with people. Usually, only say it twice. Never repeat it a third time. Antidote. You don't think about it. Ha ha ha. Fan Jin laughed wildly. Chen Zonging's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stepped forward, grabbed Fan Jin's delicate body, and then threw her onto the dining table. He directly pulled Fan Jin's jade arm, and fixed the woman's jade arm on the dining table. Then, a sharp silver light appeared in Chen Zong's right hand. Weapon, Devil May Cry. Zheng. Devil May Cry flashed, and in an instant, it cut through the arteries of Fan Jin's arm. Suddenly, the blood flowed like a shot. The red blood crazily overflowed along the blood vessels and arteries. "What are you going to do?" "No." Fan Jin struggled violently. She yelled and struggled with a premonition of what Chen Zong had to do. At this moment, she was completely like a mad woman, completely mad. But Chen Zong held her arm tightly, not giving her a chance to struggle at all. He used a wine glass, followed by the blood dripping from Fan Jin's arm. Since Fan Jin is unwilling to hand over the antidote, Chen Zong's Yuo, bloodletting and medicine. There is an antidote in this woman's blood. Therefore, he wanted to use this woman's blood to extract antidote ingredients to detoxify Kuyiran. Blood filled one cup after another. There were blood stains on the whole ground. Fan Jin gradually lost too much blood, and his whole body was weakened. No. No. She yelled as hard as she could, struggling. But Chen Zonging did not give her a chance at all. It was filled with 10 cups of blood before he let go of Fan Jin. Fan Jin didn't care about the blood that was still overflowing from the blood vessels in her arm. She rushed directly. Trying to destroy the 10 cups of blood. Chen Zong directly raised his hand and slapped him. Pop! Fan Jin was fanned out. However, at the same time, outside the number 1 presidential box, the crowded hotel security personnel also received the order and rushed over immediately. The owner of this Marriott hotel has an unusual relationship with Fan Jin. There was an affair between the two. Fan Jin, the former junior of the owner of the Marriott hotel. Therefore, the entire hotel is now doing its best to protect Fan Jin. As far as she designed to poison, or she tried to kill, the Marriott hotel is all behind, acting as an accomplice. But at this moment, the hotel security staff rushed up immediately after learning that Fan Jin had an accident. The door of the presidential box was directly kicked open by the group of overwhelming security personnel. "Go kill him." Seeing Fan Jin's body covered in blood, a security chief yelled out of anger. "This Fan Jin is the boss woman." "What happened to the boss woman? How could they not be angry as their little brothers?" Exclamation mark. Wow, a group of people holding machetes. They want to madly break through the door and enter. At this time, Chen Zonging in the box still looked calm. He lit a lighter with his left hand, extracting antidote ingredients from the 10 cups of fresh blood, and his right hand, inadvertently, gently lifted. On the dining table, a porcelain plate was instantly shattered. Then, countless fragments, like a rainstorm, flew toward the group of security guards at the door. Puff puff. Like a sharp weapon, the fragments of the porcelain plate penetrated the bodies of the group of security guards in an instant. A group of security guards fell directly in a pool of blood. The whole scene was completely chaotic. "Chong, kill him!" Several security guards yelled again, trying to rush in. However, they just stepped in. Then he was pierced through his head by a series of tiles, and fell to the ground and died. In the entire box, Chen Zonging was alone, while refining the antidote in the blood. On one side faintly, blocking the security outside the door. It seems that he is standing alone. Outside the door, there are hundreds of security guards. No one can take a step forward. In his hands, any object can be turned into a weapon. Dinner plates, chopsticks, wine glasses, teacups. Rows of tableware flew horizontally, piercing through the bodies of one security guard after another. As long as, before the table, the plates of utensils and weapons have not been used up, those security guards can't get in half an inch. Chapter 177 Grim Reaper, Smile. The entrance of the entire presidential box. The black hotel security surrounded it, spreading from the door all the way to the entire corridor. Hundreds of security guards are murderous. However, no one of the countless security guards could break through the door of the box. Anyway, someone stepped out. He was pierced by chopsticks and fell to the ground. The whole hallway at the entrance of the private room was almost full of dead bodies. The blood stained the ground and the corpses piled up together, terrifying. In the presidential room, Chen Zonging still stood calmly. The eyes are faint. In front of him, The 10 cups of blood had been refined. Drops of dark red antidote ingredients decomposed from the blood. Since there was no disinfection equipment on site, Chen Zhongying used high-temperature liquor for disinfection. After disinfecting the ingredients of the antidote, he took the antidote and came to Ku Yiren's side. At this time, Ku Yi was a little confused, and his consciousness was a little weak. The toxin of ketamine began to penetrate into her blood cells. The body has already had an obvious poisoning reaction. She was sweating on her forehead, her body was limp on the chair, her breathing became weak, and she felt weak. In the pupils of both eyes, the line of sight became more and more blurred. Everything in front of me seemed to fade away. She is about to lose consciousness. In her mind, scenes of previous scenes flashed back. In this life, that's it. Is it going to end? Her breath became weaker and weaker, her eyes couldn't hold up anymore, and she slowly closed her eyes. But at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her sight. Chen Zong helped her up. Then, the antidote extracted from that cup was handed to Ku Yiren's lips. Carefully, the antidote was fed into her mouth. Outside the door, the group of hotel security guards grinned and tried to rush in. Chen Zhongying was feeding the antidote to Ku Yi, and his expression was indifferent. Taking advantage of the momentum, he freed up a hand, picked up a chopstick, and waved it gently. The chopsticks turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the front door. Puff! The chopsticks directly penetrated the throats of the 2 security guards who rushed into the door, and the blood couldn't stop the splash. The 2 security guards covered their necks and fell directly to the ground. Wherever he goes, Chen Zhengxing glanced wherever he passed. There is a security in the dark. No one can get close to half an inch. No one can stop the sight. In the entire presidential box, Chen Zhonggong stood indifferently, feeding the Ku Yi the antidote. Outside the door, the black security guard kept rushing ... and then kept falling down. Layers of corpses filled the doorway almost instantly. The blood poured red, staining the entire corridor floor. No, don't want to save her. Don't think about it. Not far away, Fanjin's hair was disheveled. Her exquisite face was savage, and she rushed up frantically. Holding a piece of glass in her hand, she rushed towards Chen Zhongying. Try to stop this man. Today, she spares no effort to make Ku Yi people die. Only when Ku Yi is dead, her family can justify her claim and become the heir to the group's first major shareholder. She would never let Ku Yi people live. It is impossible. Fanjin was holding the glass and stabbed at Chen Zhengzong frantically. Chen Zhongying's eyes were cold and severe, and he waved his right hand. Slap. He slapped Fanjin's face with a severe slap. Puff. Fanjin's mouth overflowed with a bit of blood, and her delicate body was directly thrown away. He hit a chair hard, and directly smashed the chair into pieces and collapsed. Her body was trembling, and her complexion was terribly painful. She tried to get up, but her whole body was so painful that she couldn't get up again. Chen Zhongying fed all the antidote in the cup into Ku Yiren's mouth. He took off his suit jacket and draped it carefully on Ku Yiren's body. Then, he slowly got up. He glanced across the door of the box. Ding ding ding. The faces of the hotel security guards at the door changed drastically, and everyone ... The body was directly frightened and took a few steps backwards. No one dared to rush in. Step by step, he walked towards Fanjin. His eyes were calm, but cold. Fanjin was frightened, shaking backwards. At this moment, the man in front of him is almost like a demon, making people scared. With a smile on the corners of Chen Zong's mouth, his whole body was gentle and elegant. Grim Reaper, smile. He smiled and picked up the jar of poisoned wine by the dining table. Then step by step, he walked in front of Fanjin. What are you going to do? Fanjin's eyes widened, crawling backwards in horror, trying to escape. However, Chen Zong's leather shoes stepped on her cheongsam skirt, let her whole person, unable to escape half an inch. The wine hasn't finished, you and I. Continue. As he said, he slowly squatted down. Get 2 wine glasses. 2 glasses of poisoned wine were filled separately. 1 cup for Fanjin, 1 cup for himself. He handed the wine glass to Fanjin. He'll do it first. Then, he directly picked up his cup and drank it. This, simply knowing that it was poisonous wine, he still drank it out. This kind of momentum makes people tremble. Fanjin was frightened, her body trembling. The amount of antidote in her body is limited. At this time, the amount of alcohol she drank was just enough to detoxify. If so, drink it again. Then she herself I am afraid she will be extremely toxic too. Why don't you drink it? Chen Zhenging looked at her with faint eyes. I don't drink. You dare to move me? You absolutely can't get out of this hotel today. The hotel security at the door. They are all my people. Fanjin trembled fiercely and threatened. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zhongpo himself again poured a glass of poisoned wine, and then faintly drank it. Then look, they dare to come in. After speaking, he pointed his finger at the door. When the security guards at the door of the private room heard this, their bodies were frightened again, and they retreated suddenly. This man is more terrifying than the devil. Everyone, there is no one, dare to step in half a step. Just kidding, anyone who dared to step in ... At this moment, they are already lying on the ground, turning into cold piles of corpses. Even if they don't have any brains, no matter how strong they know how to save their lives. Can live. Who wants to die? No one wants to be a corpse. Therefore, no one dared to step forward at this time. Fanjin's eyes trembled in horror, looking at the group of security guards who were afraid to enter the door. Her mind was a little broken at this moment. What are you doing in a daze? Come on, take him down. Fanjin yelled at the group of security guards. And Chen Zhonging, faintly savoring the mellow poisonous wine, just smiled like that. His smile was too terrifying. That sure and indifferent elegance is more permeating than a devil. Just let Fanjin roar and cry for help. No one of the black and white security guards outside the door dared to step into the presidential private room. Everyone was shocked by Chen Zong's confident smile. That smile made people tremble, so I didn't dare to look directly at it. One person laughs, but 10,000 people tremble. This is simply shocking. So, are you drinking or not? Chen Zong looked at Fanjin with a faint look. If you don't drink, I can feed you myself. His smile made people feel broken. At that moment, Fanjin completely collapsed. Under the terrifying pressure of this man, she couldn't resist at all. The king wants the minister to die. The minister has to die. Death wants you to drink it. You have to drink it. Chen Zhonging's momentum is too terrifying. Fanjin's mind collapsed under that fierce beast and devil's gaze. She was weeping and trembling, holding up the glass of poisoned wine, and slowly handing it to her lips. After that, he cried and mourned, and drank the glass of poisoned wine. Chapter 178. He wants to kill, no one will stop him. Good drink. Another glass. Chen Zhonging smiled, picked up the jar of poisonous wine, read, and poured another glass for her. After that, I didn't forget to pour on myself. He raised his glasses and clinked glasses gently with Fanjin. Then, drank it all in one go. Knowing that it was poisonous alcohol, he was still so unscrupulous, so calm and comfortable drinking. These scenes are too shocking, because his body is not invaded by poison at all. His body has extremely powerful cellular functions and countless white blood cell antibodies. His immunity is thousands of times that of a normal person. When a person's body is strong enough, it can even be highly poisonous and difficult to invade. This is simply a living legend. Fanjin on the side was completely broken. She is just an ordinary person. The antidote in her body has almost reached its limit. It couldn't bear it at all. The next toxicity of this poisonous wine. If she drinks again, she will definitely die. But, at this time, she couldn't resist at all. Under Chen Zong's terrifying coercion, her nose and tears were mixed. Tremblingly, she picked up the wine glass and continued to drink the second glass. Please. Bypass me. Don't kill me. Fanjin was completely crushed. The makeup on his face had been spent, and the whole person was trembling in panic and begging for mercy. At this moment, she can only beg for mercy. Chen Zonggong forced her to drink. This is death. She doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to die. Kill you? You misunderstood. Chen Zongying slowly lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Kill you? I'm afraid I will dirty my hands. So, I'm giving you a chance to go on your own. Boom. Hearing this, Fanjin was completely crushed. Give you a chance to go on your own? Exclamation mark. This sentence is more terrifying than killing her directly. This is to force a person's mind to collapse. Knowing that she was going to die, let her solve herself by herself. This is simply, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll be a cow and a horse for you. I'll give you the flesh, and I'll be a slave for you. All the assets of my family are given to you. All to you. Fanjin collapsed in horror, begging for mercy miserably. When a woman, she collapsed to the limit. At this time, she ignored all her dignity. She just wants to live. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Zongying still had a smile at the corner of his mouth, like a devilish smile. He toasted and drank the poisoned wine in one gulp. This is him already, and I don't know the first drink. Hundreds of poisons do not invade. The jar full of poisonous wine, in his eyes, looked like a jade liquid. But in that Fanjin's mouth, it was really poisonous wine. The toxicity of ketamine is enough to cause a person to die suddenly in 5 minutes. Chen Zongpo filled her with a glass of poisoned wine. Cheers, he said, toasting and drinking. As for Fanjin, his whole body was completely broken. Snot and tears were mixed. The body trembled. She held a glass full of poisoned wine in her hand and didn't dare to drink it at all. Drink it again. The toxicity in her body is enough to cause death. Why don't you drink it? Chen Zongying looked at her lightly. Let me please I give you everything. Fanjin trembled, begging for mercy in panic. She really doesn't want to die. Never mind. Chen Zongying sighed. Good wine can't be wasted. If you don't drink it, I'll feed it. As he said, he directly took the wine glass in Fanjin's hand and grabbed Fanjin by the neck. Fanjin subconsciously opened her red lips. Then, Chen Zong directly poured the full glass of poisoned wine into her throat. Cough. Puff. Fanjin's body trembled violently, and she was forced to drink poisonous wine in her mouth. She coughed violently, and her whole body was choked with suffocation. She was trembling. That was the struggle before death. Human instinct made her struggle violently. His legs stared, trying to survive. However, Chen Zong did not give her a chance at all. The of death wants you to die for the third watch, and will never leave anyone for the fifth watch. He personally fed Fanjin wine. 1 cup, another cup. Fanjin collapsed, coughing violently. This scene is too miserable and too hideous. This Chen Zongying has no feelings of pity and cherishment at all. In his eyes, there is only indifference. At the entrance of the presidential box, the black press pressed a group of hotel security guards, their expressions horrified. Everyone can only watch the boss lover being poisoned with alcohol. The hundreds of them didn't dare to step forward to stop them, because, if you step in, you will die. No one dared to step into the door of this box. Stop. At this moment, there was a weak cry from the side. I saw that Kuyiren had already woken up from the confusion at this time. Her toxicity finally disappeared. She was weak, leaning on the chair, and slowly stood up. Hear the voice of Kuyiren. Chen Zongying finally stopped drinking. Cough. Fanjin was lying on the ground, coughing violently. She was full of tears and nasal mucus. Mixed with poisoned wine. And she was so miserable now. Just like a wild dog. The infamous female director of the group. A shareholder member worth tens of billions. But ended up in such a tragic end. Step by step, Kuyi walked weakly towards Chen Zongying. Mr. Chen, let her. Kuyiren's voice was very soft and weak. She had just recovered from the toxicity, even speaking very hard. Chen Zongying looked up, looking at this woman with a deep and dark gaze. She just wanted to kill you. Kuyaran's chest rises and falls, as if to make breathing smooth. She's lost her mind for a while. Please, sir, don't care about her. Kuyaran's voice was weak, and she started begging for mercy for Fanjin. How stupid is this woman? Stupid enough to beg for mercy for her murderer? Chen Zhongying looked calm and looked at her. I said if I wanted her to die, she could only die. His words are calm and cold, with a terrible breath that rivals. He was dead, and he did what he said. Never break his promise. As Chen Zong said, he filled a glass of poisoned wine again, and then fed it to Fanjin's mouth. No, sir. Please, let her go. Kuyaran's delicate body trembled lightly, kneeling down weakly. This is to beg for mercy for Fanjin. Kneel down for her. When, see this scene. Fanjin cried bitterly, her Jiao body trembled miserably. She never thought ... this is the end of the matter ... this woman, actually ... kneeling to save herself! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying was silent, just looking at Kuyaran who was kneeling in front of him. You shouldn't be like this, he muttered and looked at Kuyaran. Mister please ... you are merciful. Kuyaran knelt before Chen Zhongying, weakly pleading. Never mind. Chen Zhongying sighed. Kang Dang. He squeezed his right hand. Directly squeeze the wine glass in your hand and explode. Endless poisonous wine poured on the ground. He said that if he kills, he must kill. Never broke his promise. But today, for the woman in front of me, for the first time, he broke his promise. Chen Zong took a step forward and helped the woman who was kneeling on the ground up. You and my peers, remember ... in the future, don't kneel in front of me. He helped Kuyaran and said calmly. Kuyaran's pretty face is complicated, her beautiful eyes are filled with mist, and she nodded cautiously. Let's go. Go home. Just like this, Chen Zong supported Kuyaran and walked slowly toward the outside of the box. Outside the door of the presidential box, the black and overwhelming group of security guards retreated in horror. All that was left was Fanjin ... laying limp on the floor of the box. She burst into tears completely, crying heart-piercing. Willow crowing in the garden at dusk. Things are wrong. Remember that person, Angelica. If you want to talk, tears will flow first. Chapter 179. Behind the scenes. Let go of cruel words. He just supported Kuyaran and walked out of the box. Step by step, outside the corridor, the crowd of black security guards trembled one after another, and gave him a broad road. It's not that I don't want to deal with him, rather, I dare not. Dozens of dead companions were already lying on the ground. Anyway, dare to go to the former. All have become corpses. None of them dared to make a move rashly, and none of them dared to go forward and die. Chen Zhongying assisted the weak Kuyi as he walked all the way ... out of the corridor, through the hotel corridor, walked slowly towards the lobby. On both sides and behind the darkened hotel security guards, although they followed closely. However, no one dared to do it, and no one dared to stop it. At this time, at the Marriott Hotel, at the gate, another tense conflict is continuing and the swords are drawn. Dozens of bodyguards of the Ku group, holding electric batons, are confronting hundreds of security guards in the hotel. Since then, the KISS bodyguards have noticed that something is wrong. Missy might be in danger. In order to protect the young lady, Yang Feng, the head of the bodyguard, led his men, about to rush into the hotel. But as a result, I never thought about it. Hundreds of people suddenly rushed out of the hotel and surrounded their group of bodyguards. Basically, they are not given any chance to rush in. Everyone, prepare to break through. Yang Feng, the leader of the bodyguard, shouted with a cold expression. All the bodyguards are holding electric batons, and the crackling electric current bursts, preparing to make an emergency breakthrough and rush into the hotel to rescue the lady. The situation is tense. Tensions. But at this moment, suddenly, a riot broke out in the crowd of hotel security guards in front of them. Immediately afterwards, countless figures seemed to be overturned by a huge force. Bah! The figure flew across. In the sea of people ahead, two figures slowly emerged, coming from a distance. Chen Zhongying was wearing a white shirt and stiff, so he supported the weak Ku Yiren and walked slowly from the end of the crowd. Anyway, there are those who are close. Everyone was blown away by him with one hand. One person shocked the audience. Around, countless hotel security. Everyone was frightened and avoided. Abruptly to him, gave up a path. This person is really terrifying. At the entrance of the hotel, there are countless black and white hotel security guards. Actually, no one dared to stop him. Chen Zong supported Ku Yiren and came to the Mercedes-Benz car. "Miss, are you okay?" The KISS security guards rushed up for the first time, their expressions extremely nervous. "It's okay." Ku Yi was a little weak, and shook his head gently. Even if something happened to her, she didn't want to make these family bodyguards worry and blame themselves. Therefore, she did not explain too much. The bodyguards quickly opened the door and escorted the Ku Yi people into the car carefully. At this moment, all KISS bodyguards are on guard. At the door of the hotel, the group of undermined hotel security guards still did not leave. They were just like that, facing each other. Although he didn't dare to move forward, he still didn't plan to just leave. Chen Zhongying stood by the car, slowly took out a cigarette, and lit it. Raising the wrist, glanced at the time of the Omega watch. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Then, he looked around. "Tomorrow, at 9 o'clock in the morning. All of you, don't leave. When I come, take your heads." This, simply. The arrogance is boundless. At the hotel entrance, the hundreds of security guards looked at each other first. You can see the shock, bewilderment, and disbelief in each other's eyes. Then, the fear of this man gradually faded. Because of the brilliance of this sentence, it was overblown. "Tomorrow, don't everyone leave, waiting for him to come and take the head." Isn't this what you often see in movie scenes? Bragging, blatant words. Who wouldn't say such ruthless things after the rush? Who knows if you will come tomorrow? It's just empty talk. At this moment, all the security guards laughed mockingly. Earlier, they thought that this young man is a ruthless character. And at this moment, they suddenly discovered. It turned out that this was nothing more than a scam at best. "Why, don't you dare to do it today? Have to wait until tomorrow?" A hotel security captain clambered forward, staring mockingly, looking at Chen Zong provocatively. The black bodyguards behind them also mocked and sneered, and slowly stepped forward. Hundreds of hotel security guards looked provocative. Chen Zhongying still stood there calmly, alone, looking around the audience. "Tonight, a woman is here, so it's not convenient to do it. At this time tomorrow, I will come home. Tonight, Ku Yiren is present, and she has just recovered from the toxicity. In order to take care of the woman, it is inconvenient for him to kill. Therefore, he chose to come tomorrow." But, in the eyes of the group of security guards at the hotel, this is basically you after the end. Be cruel, who wouldn't say it? "Is there something to do tonight? Aren't you pretty awesome? Come on, I'll put my head here, waiting for you to chop." The hotel security captain craned his neck and gestured to Chen Zhongying. This clamor is simply arrogant. Behind the security captain, the hundreds of security members also sneered. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly spit out a smoke ring. "Okay, tomorrow, wait." After speaking, he pulled the car door and went straight into the Mercedes-Benz car. However, he lowered the window again, turned his head and looked at the group of clamoring security guards outside the car window. "By the way, tomorrow night, call your hotel owner to come with you. Tell him you don't have to run, you can't escape." Then, the window is raised. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars just drove slowly away from the Marriott Twins Hotel. The night is endless. On both sides of the street, the night scenes of the magic capital dazzled the city. The Mercedes-Benz fleet is slowly driving on the streets dotted with neon lights. Inside the car, it was quiet. Ku Yiren's long hair was slanted, and his head just leaned against the window glass. Macy looked at the neon night view outside the window. She had already tears streaming down her face. The former best friend, the sister of the childhood sweetheart. Today, they have become enemies of hatred. People are immortal. Things are wrong. For the benefit, thus betrayed, for their rights, they kill each other. 10 years ago, she never thought about it. One day, I and Fanjin will face each other with swords. I never thought that Fanjin would actually poison himself. Her heart was completely broken. The childish friendships of childhood, the friendships of former girlfriends. The emotions accumulated since childhood. At this moment, it fell apart. Her tears couldn't stop falling. Tears rained down. A trace of inexplicable complexity flashed across Chen Zhonging's icy indifferent face sitting aside. He had never seen a woman cry so sad. He had never seen it before, and he couldn't bear it. The of death at this moment, that ice-cold heart. Actually, some were slightly ablated. He didn't even notice it. He slowly took out a brand new clean square from his suit pocket. Then, handed it to Kuyiren. He didn't speak. It was just such an act of handing it over. Kuyiren's delicate body trembled slightly. She trembled lightly, and took the man's scarf. Wipe it. I'm not used to a woman crying in front of me. Chen Zhenging hesitated, and finally said such a sentence coldly. It's a bit of a cover-up, but it's serious. Kuyiren clutched the scarf that the man had handed him, and turned his head to prevent him from seeing his embarrassment. Then, gently wipe away the tears on the face. The air at this moment seemed extremely quiet. Master Liu, go to the bund. Kuyiren wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was a little hoarse, and she told the front row driver. Chapter 180. Forcing Death. Take a step back. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly and came to the bustling streets of the Bund. The neon lights flickered, dotted the whole Western-style long street on the Bund. Here, it is known as the most prosperous area in Shanghai. Countless tourists are in an endless stream. Here, it is also known as the most expensive place in Shanghai. An inch of land and an inch of gold. The starting price of 300,000 yuan per square meter makes this the hottest golden zone in China. Wearing Chen Zong's suit jacket, Kuyiren stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz so slowly. The cool summer night still carries a trace of heat. She passed through the crowded crowd and slowly walked up the steps of the Bund Landscape Avenue. Behind him, dozens of bodyguards followed closely behind him to drive away the flow of people around her. After all, this is a female president of a group worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Her safety is very important. You guys, wait for me in the car. Kuyiren turned his head and said to the bodyguards. She wanted to be alone, not wanting to be disturbed. Miss, but there are too many people at the scene. The bodyguard leader Yang Feng said solemnly. Indeed, such places with noisy traffic are most prone to danger. Let me accompany her. At this moment, Chen Zong behind him slowly stepped forward with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing Mr. Chen step forward and the group of bodyguards, it was a little settled. After all, Mr. Chen's skills are terrifying and extraordinary. If it is accompanied by Mr. Chen, then the safety of the eldest lady should be no problem. So the bodyguards slowly stepped back, returned to the Mercedes-Benz, and waited quietly. Kuyiren gently leaned against the guardrail of the Landscape Avenue, letting the breeze on the Huangpu River blow over her long hair. The Huangpu River in the dark night is still prosperous. The night cruise ship is decorated with colorful lights, slowly passing by on the Huangpu River. The sound of the cruise ship's whistle echoed in the night sky. A few hundred meters away, on the opposite bank of the Huangpu River, is the city's most prosperous core business district, Luzhui Commercial Center. Hundreds of skyscrapers, still decorated with lights, stood in the dark, and Kiss Building is among the countless skyscrapers. Kuyiren leaned in front of the guardrail, looking at the surface of the river. Beautiful eyes again. Wet. The mist filled her eye sockets and blurred her vision. Chen Zonging stood aside calmly and indifferently, smoking a cigarette lightly. In silence, The flow of tourists around her was blocked 1 meter away. "Can you accompany me to buy some wine?" Kuyaran suddenly turned her head, her long hair slightly messed up by the wind, looking at Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging was taken aback for a moment, looked at her and said calmly, "You have just been detoxified, so you shouldn't drink. It's just inappropriate, not impossible." This time, Kuyaran unexpectedly defied Mr. Chen's suggestion. She took Chen Zong's hand and walked towards the convenience supermarket not far across the street. Chen Zonging was a little stunned. Let it be pulled by the Kiwi people and walked to the convenience supermarket. Kuyaran's soft and slippery jade hand was pulling him tightly. This feeling, he hasn't felt it for many years. His palm is covered with rough calluses. His hand of death is only used to kill people, nothing else. But today, he actually was held by a woman. Kuyaran took Chen Zonging and walked into the convenience store. She went directly to the wine cabinet on the shelf and took 2 bottles of old Shaoxing's daughter red and yellow wine. Carrying 2 bottles of rice wine, he came to the counter and paid the bill. The female cashier in front of the counter glanced at the two of them, and said like a salesman, "Recently, Okamoto avoids yuan sets for a discount in our store. Would you like to get a few boxes?" Hearing this, Kuyaran's pretty face turned red suddenly. She hurriedly let go of Chen Zong's hand. The dignified daughter-in-chief, at this time, became flustered. Chen Zonging on the side was also a little inexplicable. "We are a colleague, I am his leader, and he is my subordinate," Kuyaran explained with a blushing face, as if confused. "Obviously, the more you explain, the more chaotic you are." "Oh?" The female cashier looked at Chen Zonging in surprise and admiration. "You guys are okay, even the leaders can get involved. The level is not simple." Kuyaran's pretty face became even redder. The entire neck and earlobes rose to red. Although Chen Zong's expression was calm and indifferent, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Dignified death. The lord of that makes the entire Western world be heard." But, at this moment, after all, was misunderstood as someone else's boyfriend? 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Is he Chen Zonging, unable to hold the knife, or is he the name of the of death, floating? Could it be that his appearance looks so ineffective? The misunderstanding is a bit deep. Kuyaran tried to explain more, but Chen Zong did not give her this opportunity again. "The more you explain, the more chaotic you are." He directly took out 200 yuan bills and threw them to the revenue clerk. Then he took the wine directly and pulled Kuyaran, and ran out the door directly. "I haven't explained clearly yet," Kuyaran said with a blushing face, following Chen Zonging. "Innocent, why do you need to explain?" Chen Zong released her hand, spit out these words calmly and indifferently. "This, it seems to be too." Kuyaran thought for a while, and some agreed with his point of view. Anyway, between them, it didn't matter at all. Those who are clear. Why do you need to explain? As a result, the Kuyaran took Chen Zong's hand again and took him across the bustling Bund Landscape Avenue. The two came to an uninhabited corner on the bank of the Huangpu River. She took off her high heels, just bare her feet, gently pinched the skirt of her uniform, and sat beside the river bank. She handed Chen Zongong a bottle of rice wine, and then picked up one by herself. The jade hand squeezed open the cap of the wine bottle like a female man. A scent of wine floated from the mouth of the bottle. She just sat on the bank of the Huangpu River and started drinking. Her drinking capacity is actually not good. However, at this moment, she wanted to drink, and needed to drink. Looking at the river facing the shore, the brightly lit Luzhui financial district, Kuyaran drank and cried. The river wind blew her long black hair, and her tears were blown dry as soon as they fell. Ruzuo's pretty face, light makeup is already crying. It made her look a little embarrassed, but it was even more distressing. The betrayal of her best friend broke her heart completely. With that kind of sadness, she just wanted to get drunk and cry. Chen Zonging just stood beside her, looking at her quietly. He had never seen this woman crying. Tonight, It was the first time he saw Ku Yi crying, and crying so sad. "Can you lend me something?" Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She raised her crying pretty face, and looked at Chen Zonging drunkenly. "What?" Chen Zonging looked at this woman in confusion. "Can you let me lean on your shoulder?" Ku Yiren reached out and pointed at his shoulder. At this moment, Chen Zong was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his body couldn't help but actually took a step backwards. Dignified death. The existence of terror that trembles the entire Western world. At this moment, was actually a word from a woman. Shock to step back. This is simply, if it spreads to the West, I am afraid that the entire dark world will shake. What a terrifying woman is she who can force thee of death to take a step back! Exclamation mark. Chapter 181. Death is like ice, is extremely cold. Why are you backing? Ku Yiren sat on the bank of the river, her beautiful eyes were a little drunk and blurred, just blinking like this, looking at Chen Zonging. She was obviously already a little drunk. He was a little confused, and his speech was a little out of control. "You are drunk." Chen Zonging looked at the woman calmly and said, "I'm not drunk. Come here." Ku Yiren's pretty face flushed drunkenly, and suddenly stepped forward, holding Chen Zong's arm. Then, she dragged Chen Zonging directly to the bank of the river. "Sit down and drink with me." Ku Yiren pressed Chen Zonging on the edge of the river, and then handed him the half bottle of rice wine he had drunk. Chen Zonging's whole face was strange. He tried to get angry, but he didn't know where the anger came from. This woman dared to command death like this. But bold. It was unprecedented. But Chen Zong couldn't get angry. Holding the wine bottle that this woman had drunk, Chen Zonging was a little helpless and shook his head. He is obsessed with cleanliness, and he will not touch the cups and bottles that an average woman has touched again. The two just sat on the shore. The night is decorated with stars. The scene by the river bank is a bit gentle. "Let me lean on my shoulders." After Ku Yiren finished speaking, suddenly he leaned his head on Chen Zonging's shoulder. The picture at this moment seems to be still. Chen Zonging's whole person, like petrification, was stunned. Kill on the battlefield, slaughter to the West. Ever since he became the god of death, he never touched any woman again. His hands are stained with souls. Under the feet, there are countless corpse mountains and blood. But today, this is the first time a woman dared to put her head on his shoulder. This is simply bold. Ku Yiren was so drunk, resting his head on his shoulders. The long hair is slanted, with a nice fragrance. Chen Zonging was a little stiff and didn't know how to deal with this embarrassing scene. Push this woman away. This woman looked drunk now, and he was afraid that this woman would fall into the river before she stood still. "Don't push away. It's not a solution to being so stalemate." The dignified Reaper, at this moment, was trapped by a woman's question. She was like a little bird, resting quietly on Chen Zonging's shoulders. She snatched the bottle from Chen Zonging's hand and continued to drink. Gradually, her eye sockets became moist again, is flooded with mist. She was just like that, drinking and crying. Warm tears fell on Chen Zonging's shoulders, wet his suit shirt. The two of them just sat on the waterfront, not knowing how long they had been sitting there. Tourists and pedestrians around all gradually left. Then, along the Huangpu River in the entire Bund, only these two figures remained sitting together. It should be said that they are snuggling together. Ku Yiren rested on Chen Zong's shoulders. Chen Zong didn't move. His whole body was stiff. He tried to get angry, but it had been brewing for more than half an hour, and he still couldn't get angry. The woman beside her was already drunk. Just resting on his shoulder, beautiful eyes closed lightly, as if he had fallen asleep. This woman seems to have good wine, at least not drunk and messing around. Chen Zonging thought so in his heart. Looking at her beautiful long and narrow eyelashes, they were gently twisted. A faint fragrance floating in the air. Chen Zonging could also smell it. In the past, he was very disgusted with women. The red face is withered bones, and the color is the knife. Since ancient times, nothing will come to an end. Therefore, He hardly wants to touch women in his life. However, at this moment, Chen Zhongying somehow was entangled by a woman. Forced to be helpless, I can only take care of this woman. At the same time, behind him, bodyguard Yang Feng and his men were also rushing towards the bank of the river. They sat in the car and waited for the young lady for 3 hours, but she still didn't see her back. Out of safety considerations, Yang Feng took his men and went to the river bank to look for them. Then, Yang Feng and a group of bodyguards saw a scene on the bank of the river that was extremely gentle and affectionate. That shadow is the eldest lady? Miss. Unexpectedly, actually. Leaning on Mr. Chen's shoulder? What's going on? Yang Feng and his bodyguards' eyes widened. The picture in front of me was really shocking. The emotional life of the eldest lady has always been alone. There has never been any boyfriend and scandal. But this time tonight, Missy and Mr. Chen, boss, what's the situation? A bodyguard stared, his voice dumbfounded. Yang Feng stretched out his hand and patted the back of his head fiercely. What's the situation? What's the nosy? Turn me around and get back into the car. Yang Feng shouted softly, and then turned and left quietly with his men. Remember, no one is allowed to reveal what happened tonight. Yang Feng was nervous and worried, and exhorted his opponents. This scene tonight is a big deal. If it is spread out, I am afraid that the whole of Shanghai, China, and the south of the Yangtze River will be shaken. The president of Shanghai's #1 beauty, Ku Yiren, unexpectedly has a famous flower be the master? Regardless of true or false, no matter how the eldest lady's relationship progresses, this news must be kept secret. On the river bank, Chen Zhongying sat there, letting the woman sleep with her shoulders on her back. A slight river breeze blows. The Huangpu River plunged into the tranquility of the night. He raised his wrist and glanced at the Omega watch. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Ku Yiren, wake up. Go home. Chen Zhongying shook the woman gently. However, she slept very deep, and the drunk woman exuded a charming fragrance and smell of wine. Chen Zhongying was a little helpless. This woman, the wine is too good, right? Just the amount of alcohol in this small belly chicken intestine. Still drinking? If you go out to a banquet, I am afraid you will be drunk in a few minutes, right? Chen Zhongying sighed, pulled her jade arm, and then hugged her entire body. So drunk, he can only carry her back. Holding Ku Yiren's beautiful body, he returned to the Mercedes-Benz team step by step. The group of Ku's bodyguards looked weird, but none of them asked or spoke. All the bodyguards pretended not to know. They just opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz respectfully. Then Chen Zhong put Ku Yiren's delicate body gently into the Mercedes-Benz. Let's go. Go home. Chen Zhong got into the car and said to the driver. The driver security nodded, respectfully, and slowly started the Mercedes-Benz. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz team slowly stopped in front of the Kus Manor. The bodyguards stepped forward and took the initiative to open the door. Chen Zhongying hugged Ku Yiren in this way and stepped out of the car. When he came to the door of Kus Manor, he rang the doorbell. The nanny aunt opened the door of the villa. Mr. Chen? The nanny aunt saw Chen Zhongying at the door and was taken aback. Then the nanny saw the Ku Yi in his arms again. Miss, what's wrong with her? The nanny aunt suddenly looked a little anxious and nervous. It's okay, she is drunk. Chen Zhongying said calmly. It's an explanation. Then, he hugged Ku Yiren in this way and came to the room on the second floor. Put the woman carefully on the Simmons bed. Turned on the air conditioner, and for her, covered her with a quilt. At this time, he seemed to be a different person. Become a little strange, and a little gentle and considerate. The thick layer of cold armor on this man seems to be tonight. Slowly, don't take it off. Take care of her. Chen Zhongchong gave an order to the nanny's aunt, then turned round and opened the room. Out of the Kus Manor, he went straight back to his villa opposite. Close the door and come to the bathroom. Take off your shirt. His naked, muscular muscles emerged. A series of terrible scars filled the skin, like the incarnation of a demon. Chen Zhongying slowly raised his head and stared at the white and cold figure in the bathroom mirror. In his pupils, the traces of calmness and gentleness gradually receded. He stretched out his hand and slowly stroked the pendant hanging on his chest. On the pendant is the silver bullet shell. This bullet shell has followed him for many years. From the moment of entering the 18th floor of hell, it has been until today. Xiaji ... You are in heaven, okay? His voice was a little hoarse, with a slight tremor in his pupils. Endless complex emotions were brewing. Boom! Suddenly, he punched directly on the mirror. The whole glass mirror shattered in an instant. Even the thick concrete wall was blasted into a horrible fist-mark depression. Don't worry, I will let you stare. His voice was endlessly solemn, with a terrible breath of coldness. At this moment, on his body, the cold armor that was finally removed seemed to be put on again. He once promised someone, in this life, she doesn't marry. He once promised someone, in this life, she must be stunned. Fang Wu returned home after the fall of spring. After the lonely people in Baixiang dispersed, he has done what he said in his life. Death is like ice, and is extremely cold. Chapter 182. Go to an appointment. A ray of clear sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ku Yiren opened his eyes in a daze. Head swelling and pain. How much wine did you drink yesterday? The memory fragments in my mind are constantly recalling, from the presidential box of the Marriott Hotel, poisoned by Fanjin, until Chen Zhonggong stroked her away. Then, the picture turned to the bank of the Bund River again. I was resting on Mr. Chen's shoulder, and said all the inexplicable things. And many more! Exclamation mark. Ku Yiren suddenly reacted. Pillow on Mr. Chen's shoulder? Question mark. She jumped directly out of the bed. Oh my god, what drunkenness did I play last night? Exclamation mark. How could you lie on Mr. Chen's shoulder? Exclamation mark. This is too embarrassing. The drunkenness last night caused her to be out of control in her words and deeds. The memory in her brain is so bewildered that she feels a little confused. Last night, the embarrassment was serious. Anyway, it's the dignified daughter-in-chief. She has never been drunk in front of a man in her life. Last night, it was the first time. The first time I drank so drunk. The first time I cried so heartbroken. Ku Yiren Yashu was scratching her messy long hair at a loss. At this moment, she was at a loss, sluggish, and uncomfortable. Last night's emotions rushed to her heart, and in the end she had mixed feelings. Fanjin's betrayal, like a sword, it pierced her heart fiercely. Well, I used to be the best friend. Miss, have you gotten up? I have prepared hot porridge with red dates for you, which can sober up. At this moment, the nanny aunt walked into the room with a bowl of hot porridge. Auntie, how did I get back to the room yesterday? Ku Yiren asked subconsciously. Because of her memory, it was completely broken off the bund last night. Fragments after drinking. Oh, last night. You drank too much last night. Mr. Chen carried you back. The nanny aunt explained. I heard that. Ku Yiren's pretty face was red and messy again. This. She shook her head vigorously, interrupting the mess of thoughts in her heart. Then he took off his clothes, turned and walked into the bathroom. At the same time, the villa is opposite. Chen Zhongying had also finished his morning exercise and took a cold shower. He came to the hangar and just picked up the suit jacket. He smelled a smell of wine on it. There is also a slight feminine fragrance. This is the fragrance left by the woman in Ku Yiren who was lying on her body after being so drunk last night. Thinking of that woman's appearance last night. Chen Zong was actually slightly sluggish for a few seconds. Then, he frowned. He threw the suit jacket into the trash can. He is obsessed with cleanliness and is not used to wearing clothes that have been contaminated by women. Turned around and went to the closet, reselected a clean suit jacket and put it on. Then bring your watch. A suit is neat, handsome and elegant. He walked out of the villa in such a calm and indifferent manner. Walked towards the Kiss villa on the opposite side. In the Ku's villa manor, The hearty breakfast has been prepared. Parents Kui Huihai and Liu Xiangnan had gone out early in the morning to deal with company affairs. Only two daughters remained at home. Ku Yiren took a bath upstairs. Under Ku Shuang, the little witch is wearing a silk night dress today, with long light blonde hair hanging down her shoulders. She is sitting on the sofa with her long legs bare. Her beautiful eyes are a little expectant, as if she is waiting for someone. A few minutes later, a handsome young man stepped into the villa. When he saw this figure, Ku Shuangxia quickly straightened his waist. The bulging little chest was pushed out, and then the big long legs under the nightdress were gently crossed and outlined, trying to make the long legs faintly exposed, like seduce. But the look on her pretty face was pretending to be very calm, blinking watery eyes, very cute and attractive. Little white face, why didn't you answer my call yesterday? Ku Shuang sat on the sofa with her hands on her waist, her beautiful eyes staring at Chen Zonging. As soon as Chen Zong entered the door, he was a little confused, and glanced at the ass. I ignored her and sat down at the dining table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why did you black out my phone yesterday? Seeing this man ignore him, Ku Shuang was immediately unhappy. Stepping on the slippers, followed by sitting across the table, Mu and Chen Zong looked at each other. It's useless for you to escape like this, unless your phone is turned off, because I have a phone number. Unless you shut it down for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you will answer my call sooner or later. Ku Shuang pouted her red lips and said threateningly. Chen Zong finally raised his head and glanced lightly at her. 3 words came back. Neuropathy. You. Ku Shuang got angry immediately, and her small body rushed to the table, as if she was going to have the urge to tear with Chen Zonging in the next second. In the collar of her night dress, her temptation to Snow White as a mountain was also faintly swaying because of her movements. Girl, what are you doing? Don't be rude to Mr. Chen. At this moment, on the stairs on the 2nd floor, there was a magnetic rant. Sister Ku Yiren is walking downstairs in high heels, a low costume, and attractive, long hair and silky shawl. The whole person exudes a mature charm. Chen Zonging looked faintly, slowly raised his head, and glanced at the woman. The Ku Yi who was so drunk last night and talked a lot of nonsense. At this moment, the noble temperament was restored. Anal uniform, long hair like a shawl, long legs, smooth and vigorous, a pair of silver high heels, set off and seductive. The noble temperament of a female president exuded all over her body. It is difficult to associate the noble president in front of me with the heart-piercing woman lying on her shoulders last night, who was so drunk and crying. At this time, Ku Yiren, when his eyes met Chen Zonging, his heart beat slightly. Reminiscent of the scene of being drunk last night, her pretty face was a little blush. Step on high heels downstairs. Ku Yiren concealed the complex and messy thoughts in his heart. Eat breakfast, she said, sitting at the table, pretending to be calm, and began to eat. Chen Zonging was not polite, still calm, picked up the knife and fork, and cut up the steak. To him, it seems that the sister flowers in front of him are exactly like stone sculptures, without the slightest attraction. Sister, it's so boring to stay at home. Shall I go to school tomorrow? Ku Shuang said with a pouting mouth beside the dining table. She has been recuperating at home for a week. Staying at home, texting and calling the little white face of Chen Zonging did not return. It's better to go back to school and continue to bully those young students. Ku Yiren glanced at her sister with beautiful eyes. Are you sure? Okay, I'm fine, I can go to school. Ku Shuang explained. Okay, tomorrow, I will contact the school. Ku Yiren hesitated for a moment and said, today's safety under the autumn frost must be given top priority. She didn't want the kidnapping incident to happen again. That kind of price, her Ku family could not bear. Therefore, even if Ku Shuang goes down to study, he must be fully prepared for safety. After breakfast, Ku Yiren and Chen Zong left the Ku family manor in a Mercedes-Benz. Along the way, inside the Mercedes-Benz, the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. Ku Yiren sat in the car, turned on the laptop, and borrowed busy green to escape the embarrassing atmosphere. The drunkenness last night did not narrow the distance between the two. Instead, Ku Yiren became a little embarrassed, and Chen Zhongying sat quietly in the car, as if nothing had happened before. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz fleet slowly stopped downstairs in the KUS building. Ku Yiren closed the computer and stepped out of the car. But Chen Zhongying did not get out of the car. "You go up first," he said to Ku Yiren. "I'm going to make an appointment." Then he closed the car door again. Ku Yiren looked puzzled, a little puzzled, but it didn't think much, turned around and walked into the building. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zhongguang lit a cigarette. He looked faintly, and said to the driver, "Go to WJ Marriott Twins Hotel." Chapter 183 Red Dress, King of the Single Tree. WJ Marriott Twin Hotel. At this time, the entrance of the entire Gemini Hotel was almost full of luxury cars. A black Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan license plate is hung on the front of every luxury car. Today, this Marriott Hotel will host a grand feast of exchanges between Taiwanese businessmen. Hundreds of Taiwanese businessmen came to the Marriott Hotel for a meeting. This banquet was a grand banquet, gathering almost half of the Taiwanese entrepreneurs in Jiangnan City. Today's meeting has been held, can make the Marriott Hotel's value class to a higher level. Perhaps it will become the host location for all important business districts in the future. Therefore, the entire hotel, all staff, spare no effort. At this time, everyone in the hotel. Obviously, they have completely forgotten the conflict last night. After all, it was just a casual threat from a young character. The threat of hindsight, who wouldn't? Therefore, no one cares about it. One night later, everyone has forgotten that matter. At this moment, everyone's thoughts are on this extravagant feast for Taiwanese businessmen. Who cares about the young man's aftermath last night? At the entrance of the hotel, the color frame was pulled up. The red carpet covers nearly a kilometer. A huge congratulatory message of welcome to Taiwanese businessmen was hung on the porch of the hotel. All hotel security, as well as the private bodyguards brought by Taiwanese businessmen, formed two seas of people, standing on both sides to be welcome. A magnificent momentum boom. In the distance, a grumpy engine roared and roared. A fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari super sports car roared quickly. Behind the sports car, a black Maybach bodyguard followed. After a sudden brake, the Ferrari stopped steadily in front of the hotel. When I saw this super sports car at the entrance of the hotel, countless Taiwanese businessmen were present, and their expressions became respectful and solemn. The countless hotel security guards and private bodyguards on both sides also looked respectful and cautious. Because the sports car in front of you is not simple. Ferrari LaFerrari sports car. Globally, it is limited to 499 units. In the inland China, there are less than 20 supercars in total. The bureau is countable. However, the person who can buy this supercar is also ... The identity is by no means simple. According to legend, Wang Saiken, the young president of Wanda Group, has one in his garage. It is a black LaFerrari sports car. In the capital of the capital, a certain powerful elder brother, a popular super film and television actor, Mr. Jia Yang, also has a sky blue LaFerrari sports car. And today, in this Jiangnan Shanghai and Shanghai markets, unexpectedly, the third car appeared. The red LaFerrari supercar. Moreover, it is even more solemn and respectful. A black Teoport license plate hung on the front of a sports car. The number on the license plate is shocking. Taiwan A0000. This license plate turned out to be 5 zeros. Dare to use 5 consecutive numbers, 0 as a license plate. What kind of identity is needed for this? Even if these license plates are placed on the other side of the strait, they shock the entire island. The butterfly door of the LaFerrari sports car is pushed open. A woman wearing a red dress and long skirt stepped out of the car. The long hair shawl. The face is exquisite and beautiful. It is the kind of beauty that makes people suffocating. She stepped on black high heels and stood in front of the hotel. exuding an unprecedented noble temperament. Such a temperament is definitely not something that ordinary nobles can cultivate. Looking around at the beautiful eyes, the entire entrance of the hotel. Everyone felt a faint feeling of kneeling down. At a glance, the princes and generals. Miss Jiang. At that moment, in front of the hotel, all Taiwanese businessmen stepped forward to salute. Almost no one was present and didn't know the woman, because this woman's surname is Jiang. Her surname, on the other side of the strait, a lone tree kingship. Even in this inland Jiangnan, it is still there, and it makes people stand upright. Jiang Qingyuan looked around with beautiful eyes, and then withdrew his gaze. She nodded gently, stepped on high heels, and walked on the red carpet. Walk along the red carpet, all the way towards the hotel lobby. All around, countless security guards and bodyguards saluted. Dozens of media reporters nearby were also ordered to turn off all shooting tools and cameras urgently. In front of Miss Jiang, all media are not allowed to shoot or interview. This is respect for her and the huge hidden force behind her. But at this moment, at the moment when everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful woman in the red dress, not far from the hotel, the end of sight, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 car is slowly approaching. The Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of the hotel, parked beside the flaming red Ferrari sports car. The door of the Mercedes-Benz car opened. A young man in a black suit and elegant temperament slowly got out of the car. Chen Zong lighted a cigarette, and then told the driver, at the door, "Wait for me for 30 minutes." After speaking, he was smoking a cigarette with one hand in his trouser pocket, and walked toward the hotel entrance step by step. His leather shoes stepped on the red carpet, his eyes were faint and his temperament was calm. Then, at the entrance of the hotel, some people turned their eyes to the young man in astonishment. Who is this person? This is the question in everyone's mind at this moment. Those present today are all famous Taiwanese businessmen, but the young man in front of him has never seen him. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong stepped on the red carpet step by step and walked towards the hotel door. His temperament is very calm, so calm that everyone feels heart palpitations. Gradually, more and more people's eyes turned to him. This, the man who appeared suddenly, became the focus of everyone's attention at this time. "Who are you?" A Taiwanese businessman's personal bodyguard stepped forward, stopped in front of Chen Zong, and asked coldly, "Do you know that a private meeting is being held here? I am waiting for people and leave quickly." The private bodyguard's voice was very rude, sternly. The personal bodyguards of Taiwanese businessmen did not know Chen Zonging, and they had also met this person. At the venue today, all the big figures of Taiwanese businessmen were present. How could it be possible for an outsider to affect the atmosphere of the venue? Chen Zong's pace stopped, and he slowly raised his head. "Do you know that no one can stop me?" After speaking, his right hand suddenly rose. Slap, slapped. The Taiwanese bodyguard was directly blown out, leaving a string of scarlet splashing blood in midair. Boom. The moment the bodyguard fell to the ground, the scene was dead. Everyone was stunned. Some reactions are overwhelming. "What's going on? Who is this man?" Exclamation mark. Even, not far away, the woman in the red dress who was about to step into the hotel's door also stopped. She turned around suspiciously, with beautiful eyes, looking at the figure of the young man in the distance. "I come to all the security guards at the Marriott Hotel to settle a personal matter." He, standing in the middle of the red carpet, looked around. Present, miscellaneous and unrelated people, etc., retreat as much as possible. If not, I will kill them all. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. So crazy. What a domineering tone. This is, come to the Marriott Hotel for revenge? Question mark. Is the enemy of the Marriott Hotel? Question mark. This person is so crazy that he doesn't pay attention to the countless Taiwanese businessmen present? Question mark. Wow. There was a wave of crowds. The countless private bodyguards of Taiwanese businessmen swarmed in an instant. A wall of people formed, blocking Chen Zonging outside the hotel. These Taiwanese businessmen are all well-known top figures. Today is such a feast. They are prepared enough personal bodyguards to prepare. Therefore, I am not afraid of myself. And this time, at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, the group of hotel security guards have all of them changed color. Others may not know this young man, but these hotel security guards, they know each other. Because, I just saw it last night. Last night, the man rushed out of the presidential box on the top floor abruptly. And, when you leave, let go of the cruel words. He threatened to come here at 9 o'clock this morning. However, everyone took his words as an afterthought. Only when he is bragging. No one thought he would really come. However, at this moment, that familiar figure just stood in front of the hotel's red carpet. The suit is straight and he looks at the common people. He actually came to the appointment. Chapter 184. He never jokes. The entrance of the Marriott Hotel. Hundreds of bodyguards on stage formed a sea of people, block Chen Zonging outside the red carpet. The whole scene was a little frozen and tense. In front of the red carpet, Chen Zonging stood calmly. He looked faintly, slowly raised his wrist, then glanced at the time on the Omega watch. The pointer just stopped at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in the morning? Am I not late? His voice was calm, his eyes jumped across the sea of bodyguards in front of him, and he scanned the group of hotel security guards to the rear. At the entrance of the hotel, dozens of hotel security guards, all together. Their bodies trembled. Last night, he threatened, today, morning, 9 o'clock. Come to the door and take the heads of all of them. Earlier, they all thought that this is just empty talk, behind the scenes, bragging. But, at this moment, he really came. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, not too early, not too late. So punctual, so keeping promises. Last night, the security captain who spoke harshly shrank his neck subconsciously. Last night he also put aside his cruel words, threatening, his head is here, let the young man wait for you to chop it. As a result, now, he really came. Fuck, you go be. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you go. The security captain took a deep breath, forcibly emboldened himself, and then yelled behind him, call me. Here, it is the headquarters of the Marriott Hotel. Here, but their base camp. In the base camp, would you still be afraid of him? What's more, no matter how much he can fight, at best, he will only be alone. Afraid of being an egg! Exclamation mark. Then, wow! A large group of Marriott Hotel security personnel just rushed out. Countless people. The Marriott Hotel is a super 5-star hotel. Security personnel, to say nothing. There are hundreds of people. So many people are vegetarians. What's more, there are hundreds of private bodyguard teams of Taiwanese businessmen on the scene. Under the double siege, this young man, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, could hardly fly with his wings. At the scene, the atmosphere freezes. Murder gradually surged. However, in front of the hotel lobby, Jiang Qingyun, the woman in the red dress, has such beautiful eyes and curiously, looking deeply at the scene on the red carpet not far away. Miss, do you want to deal with it? Behind Jiang Qingyun, an entourage in a suit slowly stepped forward and asked. This suit entourage had calm eyes, but the terrifying aura emanating from all over his body was depressing, and his heart was beating. This is an absolutely terrifying character. And Jiang Qingyun came to Jiangnan this time. Only brought such a follower. Not wearing it, other bodyguards. No need. Jiang Qingyun waved gently, motioning the man to step back. She looked at the young man in the distance with beautiful eyes meaningfully. Regarding the matter of the inland Jiangnan, she didn't want to interfere too much. Everything goes with the flow. What's more, a young man in this area is not enough to make her look at him. There is no need to let the entourage take action. How to kill a chicken with a sledge knife. It would be a fuss. Outside the hotel, in front of the red carpet, Chen Zonging stood alone, facing the countless crowds in front of him. One side is the bodyguard of Taiwanese businessman. On the other side, the security staff of the hotel. You guys, do you want to be more nosy? Chen Zong glanced at the group of Taiwanese bodyguards and asked slowly, presumptuous. Today is the business meeting of our Taiwan compatriots. How can you allow you to make trouble? The voice of the Taiwanese bodyguard was solemn and severe, shouting. Well, then, let's go together. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Then, the next second, his figure disappeared in place. Boom! In front of a crowd of bodyguards on stage, a miserable howl erupted. Immediately afterwards, countless seas of people were directly blown out by a huge force as if they were devastated. The entire sea of people instantly collapsed. This group, the so-called private bodyguards of Taiwanese businessmen, simply can't stand the blow from him. Chen Zong. He held his back with his hands. His eyes faintly, step by step, across the body of the bodyguard. That's it. Walked towards the security guards of the hotel. He didn't care about this group of Taiwanese bodyguards. Didn't even have any interest in killing. What he was looking for was the security guards of this Marriott hotel. Give it to me. Whoever kills him first, reward 1 million salary bonus. In front of the hotel, the security captain shouted loudly. Wow! Countless members of the security guard clamored violently and rushed directly. Hundreds of people, alone with him instantly, crashed together. Boom! Destroyed. Countless security guards collapsed like a dam bursting. Hundreds of people can't stop him alone. Chen Zengzong's eyes were faint, as if walking in a quiet courtyard. He walked towards the hotel entrance step by step. Around him, a silhouette of people flew across. In the chaos of the crowd, a security guard looked terrified, and finally collapsed, turning abruptly to flee. But behind, Chen Zong's white palm was already on his shoulder. The security guard tried to run, but couldn't break free. He only felt that his shoulders were crushed. Knees softened and fell directly to the ground. Let go of me. What do you want to do? The security guard was shaking with horror, trying to threaten to struggle with words. Chen Zonging looked faintly, pinched the security guard's neck, and lifted him up in the air. Your boss. Are you here? Are you all here? His voice was calm, and he asked slowly. He said last night. Let the hotel owner come. Let all the hotel security guards. No one wants to run, because he wants to come. One by one. Take their heads. Fuck you. Don't be so arrogant. You will never leave the hotel alive today. The security guard shouted angrily, trying to threaten Chen Zonging with words. Really? Chen Zonging's expression was calm, so he grabbed the security guard's head. The security guard's entire neck seemed to be stuck in a vice, and the entire trachea was deformed and twisted. His complexion was red and purple, and he was almost suffocated. No. Don't kill me. Finally, the previous arrogance turned into begging for mercy. A good guy. By my life. The security guard stared with his legs, his voice hoarse and weak, begging for mercy. I remember, last night. In the door of the presidential box, among the crowd holding machetes. Like, you have a copy? Chen Zonging looked at him faintly, and said slowly, well, that's a misunderstanding. All misunderstandings. A hero, take my life. When a person dies, all dignity will be lost, only left, begging for mercy miserably, just to stay in this world and linger. It's a pity that I never break my promise when I say it. Chen Zenging sighed and murmured a little helplessly. I said, take your heads. Then, take your heads. After speaking, his palm slammed hard. Puff. The security guard's neck was directly chopped off. The entire head is separated from the neck. The head fell to the ground, and the headless corpse knelt on the ground, splashing blood. The whole scene was shocked. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He was really killing people in public? With a palm, the head was cut off, and the head fell to the ground? At this moment, all the security guards present suddenly realized this young man is really not kidding. What he said last night. Not as an afterthought. He really is here to kill and take the head. Chapter 185. One person in 10 steps throughout the hotel. The red carpet scene. The crowd is chaotic, howling miserably. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a straight suit and looked faintly, just walking in the crowd like this. That group, the hotel security guards, there is nowhere to escape at all. He stepped forward and grabbed a security guard arbitrarily, twisting his hands gently, and the head of the security guard was twisted and rolled to the ground. Blood spattered throughout the scene. One by one the head fell to the ground. The corpse fell over and over. Dye the original red carpet directly into a dark red. That is the color of human blood. There was a miserable cry throughout the scene. The hotel security guards fled frantically. Before, that arrogant and domineering. Trying to kill and then quickly domineering. Completely gone. Everyone collapsed. People howled miserably and ran for their lives frantically. This is a real murder. Body everywhere, corpses. This young man is simply a devil. However, at this time, the group of Taiwanese bodyguards present had already retreated in shock and horror. This group of so-called private bodyguards are after all just a vase of flowers and legs. They have never experienced a real murder. The so-called distinguished Taiwanese businessmen were also pale with fright. All the Taiwanese businessmen were trembling in horror and hid behind the bodyguards. A group of Taiwanese businessmen and a group of private bodyguards retreated towards the hotel lobby in horror. Everyone was shocked and trembling by this young man's terrifying and resolute means. At this time, only the woman in the red dress was still standing in front of the hotel safely. With her long hair hanging down her shoulders, her beautiful eyes were as deep as a cut. She calmly watched the scene that happened outside the door. The focus of her gaze was focused on the elegant young man in a suit. Her gaze changed from the previous calm and indifferent to the surprise and curiosity at this time. Faced with that scene, she was not frightened, let alone scared. In her eyes, there was a calmness that was completely different from gender and age, like stars. How does this person compare to you? Jiang Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were calm, turned his head, and asked the entourage behind him. Behind him, the middle-aged bodyguard looked like an eagle, staring straight at not far away. Chen Zhongying, who was killing him. He shook his head slowly. It didn't say whether it was better than him or weaker than him, because there are some things that don't need answers. Jiang Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were faint, and the corners of her red lips raised a slight arc. This Jiangnan is interesting. In front of the hotel, the red carpet. Kill one person in 10 steps. Thousands of miles do not stay. Dressed in black and dust-free. Wherever he went, the sound of people falling to the ground echoed on the ground. The blood soaked the red carpet and dyed it dark red. At the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, the group of security guards have absolutely no ability to fight back. For the hundreds of members, Chen Zhongying alone had their heads severed like a doll. In the sea of people fleeing frantically, the security captain looked pale with horror and tried to escape this sea of blood. But before he could take a step forward, the picture of the whole person turned backwards. Then, his neck seemed to be grasped by iron tongs. The whole person was directly lifted up in the air. Chen Zhong's white palm was cruelly pinched on the neck of the security captain. Last night, it was not convenient to do it. Today, I am here. I have kept you waiting. He pinched the security captain's neck, his voice calm, as if explaining. But, this explanation in the ears of the security captain it's almost like a devil's voice. His legs were staring hard, and his whole body was shaking. At this time, the security captain was left with endless horror. Demon. This man is a devil. Ying hero if you have something to say it was a misunderstanding misunderstanding. The security captain's voice trembled, trembling with horror. Misunderstanding? Chen Zhongying looked faintly. Didn't you say last night? Just put your head here, waiting for me to chop. Now, I am coming. He looked at the security captain calmly, with a curved mouth. Security captain, last night, he just let out a ruthless word. I don't know, this man. actually remembered it. How did he know that this demon youth really dared to come to the door? Moreover, I really dare to massacre the quartet. If he had known so. Give him 10 courage last night. He didn't dare to let out that ruthless word. This special mother is simply a murderous demon. Big hero. Last night, I was confused and confused. Hero, if you have something to say, sit down and talk. The security captain was completely depressed at this time, trembling and could not help begging for mercy, and said softly, "Just kidding, so many brothers died at the scene. No matter how stupid or crazy he is, he can see it. None of them are opponents of this man. This man can't be offended. Sit down and talk. I'm very busy. Moreover, what I say counts. If you want to take your head, then you must take it." Chen Zhonging's eyes were calm, and he said quietly, "Ha." Hearing this, the security captain broke down completely. No. No. His entire head was uprooted before he uttered the word "two." Countless blood vessels connected to the mustard tissue and cartilage. All were pulled up, gory blood dripping. The head of the security captain's eyes widened, incredulous. Then, his headless corpse fell directly to the ground. Chen Zong waved his right hand gently and threw the head of the security captain into the crowd. When he said it, he did it. I have said that I want to take the heads of these security guards, so I must take them, and never break my promise. Last night, in the presidential box, the group of security guards surrounding the Ku Yi people. None of them could run away. Last night, if it weren't for Ku Yi's plea, then Fan Jin would have died in Chen Zong's hands. The person he wanted to kill, he would never break his promise. The rest of the security crowd almost collapsed in horror. Hundreds of people have been slaughtered in half. This is simply too scary. The corpses everywhere. Each head, like a ball, rolled to the ground. You can't escape. Last night, at the door of the box. Everyone who surrounded me couldn't escape. I remember the face of each of you. Chen Zonging looked faintly, looking around. The remaining group of security guards trembled in horror, backlashing and fleeing again and again. But, can they escape? The corners of Chen Zonging's mouth raised an arc. Then, his figure disappeared in place. Puff puff. There was a burst of blood splashing. 5 seconds later, his figure stopped slowly. Red carpet around the hotel. The escaping security guards were sluggish in place. All their heads were cut off, leaving only the headless body, still standing. Chen Zonging snapped his fingers lightly. All the corpses fell to the ground. This scene was shocking. At the door of the hotel, the hundreds of Taiwanese businessmen and the private bodyguards were all shocked and trembling by this scene. These Taiwanese businessmen, although they also have black and white backgrounds, but they have never seen such a horrible scene. The power of one person, in the blink of an eye, slaughtered hundreds of security guards. This is simply, which underground force can go shopping for this kind of scene? This is simply more exaggerated than the movie. What's more, he is only alone. This picture is too shocking. Standing in the middle of this dark red carpet, he slowly lit a cigarette, lonely took a deep breath, then, stepping forward, walked slowly towards the hotel door. Ding ding ding. The expressions of the Taiwanese businessmen and private bodyguards changed suddenly, and they backed away suddenly. Everyone has almost retreated into the hotel lobby. British hero. We have no grievances and no enmity against you. Hero. How much do you want? I will give it to you. The group of Taiwanese businessmen was so frightened that they trembled and their legs were soft, begging for mercy again and again. Don't worry, I will not kill you. Chen Zonging murmured, and then stepped forward. His figure passed by Jiang Qinu at the entrance of the hotel. He obviously did not pay attention to the beautiful woman in the red dress. It seems to be ignored. But Jiang Qinu turned her head. Her beautiful eyes were curious and deep, and she looked directly at the man like this. Behind Jiang Qinu, the middle-aged bodyguard entourage suddenly clenched his fists, looking like a big enemy. Chen Zongzong slowly walked into the hotel lobby with a cigarette in his mouth. The group of Taiwanese businessmen, trembling and trembling, took the initiative to divide into 2 rows. Give him a broad road. This man is simply a devil. Everyone dare not mess with it. Chen Zong went to the front desk in the lobby. He tapped the marble counter of the service counter lightly, and then said to the 2 waitresses, "Notify your boss and let him come out to see me." In front of the service desk, the 2 waitresses were so scared that their bodies were trembling, and they were incontinent, even urinating. Under the short skirt of All's uniform, a warm liquid slowly overflowed. 2 women were scared to pee. Do I need to repeat it again? Seeing that the 2 waitresses didn't respond, Chen Zong frowned slightly. The 2 waitresses were frightened and cried, "Go! Let's tell! Don't kill us!" They trembled, resisting the incontinence of urination, moved their steps in horror, and walked towards the elevator entrance. As for Chen Zonging, he took a light cigarette, and then sat on the leather sofa in the hall. He raised Erlang's legs, smoked faintly, and waited. Chapter 186. Strong Dragon does not crush the snake. At this time, the Marriott Hotel, inside the chairman's office. Chairman Wang Jianwei was lying on a chair with a cigar in his mouth, quietly enjoying a massage by a female secretary. There is nothing to do as a secretary, but nothing to do as a secretary. He didn't know what happened downstairs in the hotel, although his love of Fanjin was bullied by a young man last night. But he didn't take it seriously either, because that young man, in his eyes, was just an ant at best, and he didn't even bother to ask his name. This kind of trivial matter, when he gets in the mood someday, find a few younger brothers, send someone to beat him up, and then throw the corpse into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Why should he take it to heart? Wang Jianwei lay on the chair, quietly squinting his eyes, enjoying the meticulous mouth massage from the secretary under him. Just right. The electric current in his lower body gradually brewed. It's about to happen soon! Bow! Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Wang Jianwei trembled and was scared to impotence. Paralyzed. Who? He shouted angrily outside the door. At the critical moment, he was interrupted by someone. It was so maddening and angry. The female secretary was also a little nervous, got up quickly, wiped off her mouth full of saliva, then stepped on high heels to the door and opened the door. Chairman. At the door, 2 front desk attendants trembled, all over with the sorrow of peeing, and said in horror, "Downstairs. Someone is making trouble downstairs. Let you go down and meet him." Make trouble? Wang Jianwei was taken aback first. Then the whole person jumped directly. Paralyzed. Who is it? Dare to make trouble at my Marriott Hotel and don't want to live anymore? Fuck. Wang Jianwei's face suddenly became angry. He got up abruptly and pulled up the zipper of his pants, directly danged his cigar and rushed out the door. Before he founded the Marriott Hotel, he was a mess. Nowadays, the establishment of the Marriott Hotel has only gone from black to white. Looking within 100 kilometers, who would dare to provoke him? The door of his Marriott Hotel is like a thunderbolt. Today, someone dare to make trouble in his hotel? What's more, today, there is an important Taiwanese business meeting and a banquet was held at his Marriott Hotel. This is simply breaking his hotel business. Just looking for death. Wang Jianwei was furious and took the elevator directly and rushed downstairs. Today, countless Taiwanese businessmen meet. For the reputation of other hotels, it is extremely important. Moreover, all of the Taiwanese businessmen attending the conference today are all with distinguished status and status. Even his Wang Jianwei needs to go down to toast himself for a while. But at this time, such an important meeting, was it caused by someone today, dare to make trouble in his Marriott Hotel? That person doesn't want to live anymore. Today, if there is no blood and no killing, it may be difficult for him to relieve his hatred. In the elevator, Wang Jianwei had already dialed several network calls, contacted the relevant local agencies, and said hello in advance. Today, he is going to kill a few lives. Say hello in advance to facilitate the aftermath. Indeed, for a figure like him, how many people would be killed? However, It is a matter of spending some money. Even if you kill you, the big deal, you will lose millions to your family. Who dares to resist? If you resist again, even your whole family will be killed. Any relevant department keeps one eye open and one eye closed. This is the arena. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of the Marriott Hotel, on a leather sofa, Chen Zhongying was sitting quietly with Erlang's legs upturned, with a cigarette in his mouth. He faintly puffed out smoke rings. The atmosphere around the whole hall was depressed and silent. Countless Taiwanese businessmen stood around in horror, with cold sweats on their foreheads. The private bodyguards of the Taiwanese businessmen all looked terrified. The so-called personal bodyguard, at this time, he doesn't even have the courage to take a step forward. Hundreds of bodyguards, all of them were chilling on their backs. This man is simply a devil. One person sat, and 100 people were frightened. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Only, at the entrance of the hotel, the woman in the red dress had a calm face. She faintly looked at the situation in the entire hotel lobby, with a meaningful spirit in her eyes. Ding! At this moment, the sound of the arrival of an elevator rang, echoing in the silent hall. Then, the luxurious hotel elevator doors slowly opened. Chairman Wang Jianwei looked furious and rushed out angrily. Who is it? Who would dare to make trouble in my Marriott hotel? He rushed directly to the lobby, his voice angry. Looking around the hall, all the Taiwanese businessmen stood on both sides with complex expressions and inexplicable expressions. The atmosphere of the whole scene is very strange. Sorry, brothers from the Straits, today someone dared to make trouble at my Marriott hotel. It is because my hotel management is improper. After I have dealt with this matter, I will apologize to you. Today's meeting and hospitality, all expenses. I am Marriott. The hotel is free. Wang Jianwei is a businessman who is not at a loss, and he does things decently in the overall situation. At this moment, the most important thing is to please these Taiwanese businessmen. Apologize, make amends later, and waive fees. Everything is just to please these Taiwanese compatriots. Business on both sides of the strait has always been lucrative. If Wang Jianwei can get on this line of contacts between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, then he will have a steady growth from now on. But in the entire hall, all the Taiwanese businessmen did not speak. Everyone closed their mouths tightly, and no one dared to speak. You are the hotel owner? At this moment, a faint voice came. Wang Jianwei looked cold and looked down the source of the sound. I saw that an elegant young man in a suit was sitting on the sofa in the hall with his legs up. I won't change my name. Wang Jianwei, I'm the boss. Wang Jianwei looked cold and stared at the young man. Who are you? The troublemaker. Chen Zhongying said slowly with a faint voice while tilting Erlang's legs. Wang Jianwei's complexion changed, his eyes fiercely angry. It's you, making trouble in my hotel? There is no reason. Today, if you don't give someone an explanation to Wang, you don't want to walk out of my hotel door alive. Wang Jianwei's voice was cold, with a terrible murderous intent. He is completely moved to kill. If we say that before, Wang Jianwei still retains a trace of vigilance. After all, this arena is too big and there are many strong people. He was afraid that if he met a real tiger, he would not dare to take the other person seriously. At this time, when I saw the troublemaker in front of me, he was so young. His heart was let go. At best, it's just a brat. Moreover, the face of this young man is very strange. He almost knew about the King Jun princes in Jiangnan. I have never seen this person before. Looking at his accent, it didn't look like the accent of the Jiangnan area. Want to come? This young man is not a native of Jiangnan. This is easy to handle. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not crush a snake. You are a small foreigner, dare to. In the south of the Yangtze River, arrogant and domineering, just looking for death. On the sofa in the hall, Chen Zhongying still looks calm, sitting with Erlang's legs tilted, listening to Wang Jianwei's words. Not only did he not get angry, but laughed instead. The corners of the mouth are raised with a radian, which makes people feel strange and deep. Since you are here, It will be easy. Chen Zhongying slowly let out a puff of smoke, calm and calm. Earlier, he was worried that if the hotel owner ran away, wouldn't it be more troublesome? After all, finding someone is troublesome. But at this time, if the hotel owner is present, it will be easy to handle. Last night, the Marriott Hotel, the presidential box, I came to settle the account with you. His voice was faint, and he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianhui's complexion was startled for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Oh, it's you? Last night, in the presidential box, his lover Fanjin was bullied by a young man. Thinking about it at this time, I was completely seated. What happened last night? I haven't asked you to settle the account. You came here first. There is really a way to heaven. You don't want to go. There is no way to hell. You want to come. Wang Jianhui's face was fierce and angry. At this moment, he was completely moved to kill. It is difficult to quell the hatred in his heart if he does not kill people today. This young man made a noise in the presidential box last night and insulted his lover Fanjin. Today, dare to come to your door to make trouble. The Taiwanese business meeting that disrupted his hotel. Don't kill this person. He doesn't have the surname Wang. Wang Jianhui looked angry and screamed at the surroundings of the hall. Captain Security, call me someone. Chapter 187. Overturning the river and overwhelming the sea, destroying the clouds and covering the rain. However, there was silence in the entire lobby of the hotel. No one responded to Wang Jianhui's call. Where are the people? The hotel security, come out for me. Take down this little chick. Wang Jianhui's expression was furious, and he shouted into the hall again. However, the whole hall was silent. Only his own shouts can be heard, echoing all around. Except for the crowd of Taiwanese businessmen around, did not see a trace of the hotel security. Marriott Hotel, hundreds of security thugs who are kept in captivity on weekdays. How about people? Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, and use them for a while. But at this time, the group of security guards that Wang Jianhui spent a lot of money in captivity have disappeared. Captain Security, where's the person? Wang Jianhui's expression was furious. He was really angry. This group of security guards pay them tens of thousands of wages every month, but when it comes to the critical moment, the people are gone. Look outside the door. Chen Zhongying said leisurely while tilting Erlang's legs and sitting on the sofa. Wang Jianhui looked cold and stared at Chen Zhongying. This is the Marriott Hotel. Don't play any tricks. Wang Jianhui warned in a threatening tone, but he still, slightly suspicious, walked towards the door of the hotel. When Wang Jianhui walked to the door of the hotel, his pupils shrinked violently. The legs suddenly softened, and the whole person almost collapsed to the ground. He tremblingly held the glass revolving door at the door with his hand, and then he stumbled to make himself stand still. Looking ahead, outside the hotel, a blushing massacre. Corpses everywhere. Heads of people rolled to the ground. The entire kilometer red carpet has long been dyed dark red. The blood was soaked, and the whole place was blood red, just like on Earth. Of the hundreds of security guards in his hotel, none of them were left. The bodies were all piled up everywhere. Each head is like a ball. Make your scalp numb. This. Wang Jianhui's legs trembled. It was the fear of instability. A horrible coolness spread from the soles of the feet, all the way to the limbs and the whole body. All the security guards, hundreds of security guards. All dead? Head down! Even if the underground gangs are fighting, it is impossible. To be so horrified and miserable. Wang Jianhui tremblingly held the door frame, his body trembling lightly, and slowly turned around. You, who are you? His voice trembled, his eyes horrified, and he stared at the young man on the sofa in shock. On the sofa, Chen Zhongying tilted Erlang's legs, with the cigarette in his mouth, and took a deep breath. Then, slowly spit out a smoke ring. My surname is Chen, And my name is Zonging. Boom. The words came out like thunder. Wang Jianwei only felt. His entire ears seemed to tremble. His surname is Chen. Name. Aspect! Exclamation mark. Chen. Aspect. Bang. Wang Jianwei couldn't bear it anymore. His knees were limp, and he knelt to the ground abruptly. How many Chen Zongong can there be in this Shanghai market? Throughout the ages, King Jun fights and slaughters. The Holy Trinity campaign goes down in history. Half a month ago, Holy Trinity Church. That battle was a magnificent one. The century-old Huang family has been wiped out. One of him washed the Huang family. After the war, Chen Zonging's name resounded throughout Jiangnan. No one recognizes his appearance. However, everyone recognizes his name. Chen Zong. This is a god-cursing dragon. Wang Jianwei's kneeling motion once again shocked all the Taiwanese businessmen around him. Most of this group of Taiwanese businessmen are traveling overseas all over the country, and they are not well informed about local news in Jiangnan. Therefore, they did not know Chen Zonging. However, the chairman of this hotel, Wang Jianwei, just listened to the name, and kneel on the spot with a tremor? This, what does it represent? How terrifying is the name of Chen Zonging? At the entrance of the hotel, the woman in a red dress, Jiang Qining, stood just like that. She has beautiful eyes, staring deeply at the elegant figure sitting in the hall. Chen. Aspect? She murmured in a low voice, her eyes shone like the stars of the universe. Lobby, sofa. Chen Zonging just sat quietly, cocked her lang's legs and smoked quietly. His eyes are calm. He breathed lightly. However, it was such an elegant and calm atmosphere, but it was shocked by the presence of the quartet, and was terrified. It seems that under his name, all the heroes, powerful, traitorous, heroes, are all turned into ants. Finally, he squeezed out the cigarette butt, then looked up. He looked around, and finally stopped on Wang Jianwei, who was kneeling like an ant. All beings are vast, it's like a drop in the ocean. However, Chen Zonging, today, stands on top of the crowd. For him, turning the rivers and seas, destroying clouds and rain, pushing a city horizontally, or even a river province is just a question of whether they want to. Don't ask about previous lives. Do not repair future generations. In this day and age, if your family's wealth is rich and powerful, you will be admired by thousands of people. But in your eyes, I am God. In the hall, everyone felt a chill on their backs. A chill surged from the soles of the feet and spread throughout the body. You climb over. Chen Zheng stretched out his index finger and hooked at Wang Jianwei. This action seemed to say hello to a dog. However, Wang Jianwei was not at all ambiguous at all. Trembling and frightened, he knelt and crawled over, climbed in front of Chen Zonging and kowtowed his head vigorously. Sir ... I have eyes but don't know Tarzan ... I'm blind. I'm just a dog, an ant ... Please do it, sir. Forgive me. Wang Jianwei knelt on the ground and cupped his head violently. If I had known this person, it was Chen Zonging. Last night, even if he was given 100 bare-hearted leopard earrings, he would not dare to send someone to contain them. Fanjin, that hurt me. Wang Jianwei completely collapsed at this time, violently kowtowed to admit his mistake. He was thoroughly harmed by Fanjin. I thought it was just a sigh of evil for my lover's mistress. In the end, I didn't expect ... that provoked ... but it was a god-cursing dragon. Wang Jianwei squatted his head violently and didn't dare to stop. Can't help but beg for mercy. The hard kowtow sounded almost clearly throughout the hall. Around the hall, all the Taiwanese businessmen all looked terrified and petrified. This. Now that you know what, why did you do it in the first place? Chen Zonging's voice was calm. With a sigh, Wang Jianwei's body was trembling with more horror, and he squatted his head violently. Mr. Chen ... I was blind for a while. Please, bypass me. I am willing to pay 1 billion in compensation to show my forgiveness. Wang Jianwei trembled, begging for mercy in horror, as long as he could save his life today. He even spared a lot of money. Since you know you are blind, you don't have to live anymore. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and threw a fruit knife placed on the coffee table in front of Wang Jianwei. Solve it yourself. This is. Want Wang Jianwei to commit suicide here? Exclamation mark. Wang Jianwei was panicked and trembling. He was almost limp to the ground. This is. I don't plan to let him go. Mr. Chen. Please go around me. I am willing to pay 10 billion. Please, go around me for life. Use 10 billion to change your life. This Wang Jianwei was completely to save his life and bankrupt his family. My patience is limited. Chen Zhongying still sat on the sofa, his tone calm and indifferent. 10 billion is not enough, then I'll give you the equity of the entire Marriott Hotel. Sir, kill me. Wang Jianwei howled miserably, climbed to Chen Zhong's feet, and squatted his head violently. In the entire hotel lobby, all Taiwanese businessmen have been completely shocked and petrified. The Marriott Hotel, a super 5-star hotel, has a market value of nearly 30 billion. 30 billion? For another life? This is simply. You have 3 seconds left. Chen Zhongying tapped the coffee table lightly with his fingers. He said last night that he would take the boss head off. Then, we must come and fetch it. The daughter does not change her life. Never break his promise. Wang Jianwei completely collapsed. Even the bankruptcy. The huge price of 30 billion yuan. Can't he get his life back? Question mark. Frightened and struggling, he suddenly got up and turned around. Ran out of the hotel lobby with his legs. At this moment, he can only escape. People, before death, will struggle. No one wants to die. He tried to escape. In the entire hall, all Taiwanese businessmen were shocked and watched this scene unpreparedly. And only Chen Zhong, still sitting quietly on the sofa, his fingers on the coffee table, lightly tapped 3 times. Boom! Apostrophe. Boom! Apostrophe. Boom! Apostrophe. Unbiased, exactly, 3 seconds. Chapter 188. Under the princes. Just at the moment when Chen Zhongying's third finger knocked on the sofa, his figure disappeared. His body, like a shooting star. An afterimage passed in the air. In the next second, he already appeared in front of Wang Jianwei. Wang Jianwei's pupils shrank suddenly. It was too late to react. A white and elegant palm has turned into a blade. Poof! Instantly penetrated his neck trachea. The whole scene was silent and shocked. Wang Jianwei, the chairman of the super hotel worth tens of billions. At this moment, that's it. Got a palm pierced through the neck? Question mark. This. Simply. I said, you have 3 seconds left. Why are you still struggling? Isn't it bad to die decently? Have to ... Let me do it. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly pulled his right hand out of his neck. He said that Wang Jianwei had 3 seconds left. Then, there are only 3 seconds left. There can be no more than 1 second. No less than 1 second. He wanted to give the other party a chance to commit suicide. Decently die. But the other party was unwilling. In that case, then, death can only take action, personally, to send you on the road. Wang Jianwei was petrified and stuck in place. His pupils were wide, and he couldn't believe it. A blood hole the size of a fist penetrated through the center of the entire neck. The scarlet liquid was flowing along the blood hole, constantly overflowing. Finally, his body slowly fell to the ground. Boom! The human head also separated from the neck of the corpse, and slowly rolled down not far away. Tangdong, chairman of the Marriott Hotel, a shopping mall giant worth tens of billions. That's it. Dead. Died. In his hotel. Head down. Chen Zhongying stood alone on the spot. His eyes faint. He slowly came to the wine cabinet in the lobby and opened a bottle of Yu Liang Ai liquor. Give it first and pour yourself a cup. Then, with the remaining half bottle of white wine, rinse his right palm. Liquor is strong, and he quickly rinsed his right hand. He took out a square towel and wiped his palms clean. Then, he picked up a glass of white wine and took a sip. Yu Liang Ai, Fishan Mao Tai, taste. Very good. On such occasions, under such conditions, can he still drink safely? What is his state of mind? This is simply all the Taiwanese businessmen present felt that their brains were blank. In vain. They have been in shopping malls at home and abroad for more than 10 years, and they have never seen such a horrifying picture. More importantly, this is still a young man under 30 years old. A rising star? Such a young ... a hero? This age? Such an aura? Rare in the world. Don't say that those high-grade royal families who fend off territories and split the land and rely on their family names are difficult to cultivate such descendants. Even in the capital of Yanjing, those iron-blooded royal families who dared to sit and watch the court and listen to politics with their curtains. It may not be guaranteed that the descendants of their royal family can have the strength of such a peer-to-peer battle! All the Taiwanese businessmen present were filled with waves of heart. In recent years, these businessmen on both sides of the Taiwan Strait have traveled to many places and visited many real famous households. They have a century-old family with a long history and a long history. There is a mighty local royal family that claims to be a family name, who owns private troops, takes life and death, and takes care of them all. Of course, standing at the top of the tower will always be those undefeated royal families who sit in the imperial capital and lie down half of the country! This is a magnificent world, exquisitely prosperous, and there is no shortage of heroes. And this one standing in front of him at this moment is under the prince, King Junxiok. This is the speculation of all the Taiwanese businessmen present ... with shock and horror in their hearts. Except, the princes and generals ... What kind of tribe can cultivate such a terrifying young master? Chen Zhongying stood on the spot, sipping white wine, his eyes faint. He took out his cell phone and dialed a call leisurely. Red Cross Fund? I want to donate equity in a hotel. 10 minutes later, several Red Cross staff vehicles arrived and stopped in front of the hotel. When I saw the corpse outside the hotel, all the Red Cross staff were trembling with fright, not even daring to enter the gate. In the end, it was Chen Zhongying who exited and called the Ming Hotel lobby. Sofa. Chen Zhongying sat with Erlang's legs upright. In front of him, there was a donation agreement from the Red Cross. The Marriott Hotel has a market value of 37.5 billion. At this time, Wang Jianwei, the chairman of the hotel, died. Then the equity in his name was represented by Chen Zhongying and donated all of it to the Red Cross Fund, used for poverty alleviation funds, caring for disabled children and building love. Mr. Chen ... This contract ... needs the consent of the shareholders and all the senior management of the hotel to take effect. The staff of the Red Cross Foundation trembled and said tremblingly. In fact, the scenes at the scene were terrifying. The corpses everywhere were dripping with blood. A weird and demonic man said that he would sign a donation agreement. This kind of picture is extremely weird. Any normal person standing here will be trembling with fright. Participant? Chen Zhongying was taken aback for a moment, and then pointed to the floor of the hall not far away. The person is just lying there, no need to ask. Well, the Red Cross staff looked in the direction he was pointing. And then a group of staff were pale and trembling with fright. Don't be afraid, sign the contract. Chen Zhongying said with a faint look. According to the donation process, you also need the consent of all the hotel's senior management. The Red Cross staff trembled and explained. Chen Zhongying slowly raised his head and glanced around the hall. At this time, all the hotel staff, including the high-level staff, stood on the scene in horror. I donated the hotel to the Red Cross Foundation. Any one of you have an opinion? He murmured. Swish. In an instant, all the hotel executives shook their heads. If you have an opinion, you can stand up. I'm not used to forcing others. Chen Zhong lighted a cigarette and said slowly, No, I'll wait. I have great respect for your decision, Mr. Chen. We have no opinion. The group of hotel executives was completely trembling with fright, and shook their heads again and again. Joke. Even the chairman was killed and his head fell. In the entire hotel, who would dare to have an opinion? Chen Zhongying looked faintly, then glanced around at the group of Taiwanese businessmen around him. "Dear compatriots on the straits, do you have any objections?" Swish. Those Taiwanese businessmen trembled. In the next moment, everyone's heads shook like a rattle. "No objection, no objection. We agree with your decision, sir." All Taiwanese businessmen have repeatedly agreed. This scene is simply too neat. In fact, this young man is too terrifying. No one dare to object. "Okay, let's finalize it. Donate all the equity of the Marriott Hotel. 37.5 billion yuan. If you have any doubts, please call this number." He wrote a number on the donation contract and said to the staff. Then, his thumb was stained with red seal oil and slowly pressed on the donation contract. On the contract, he pressed his fingerprints. No one dared to object, no one dared to protest. 37.5 billion yuan, that's it. Nothing left. All donated to the Red Cross Fund. The group of hotel executives are trembling and dripping blood, their hearts are like a knife. At any rate, they are also one of the hotel shareholders. They followed Chairman Wang Jianwei and slaughtered the arena, and finally washed them out. Only then did they work hard to achieve this piece of wealth. But at this moment, so many shares ... that's it ... are all lost, was donated. This is simply puff. Finally, an old shareholder couldn't bear this reality. He vomited blood suddenly and passed out. "Okay, the matter is over." Chen Zhongying slowly got up and sorted out the folds of his suit. "I'll send you out." He stretched out his hand gently. He personally escorted the staff of the Red Cross and walked out of the hotel. Watching the staff get on the car, dozens of Red Cross vehicles slowly drove away from the scene. Chen Zhongying stood at the door of the hotel and turned quietly, looking around the hall again. The group of Taiwanese businessmen took a look. "Dear compatriots on the straits, don't you still have a meeting? The meeting will continue." With that, he dangled his cigarette, turned around, and stepped out of the hotel. When he and the figure of the woman in the red dress outside the hotel ... the moment passed by. The surrounding air seemed to condense slightly. There was a strange and inexplicable breath emerging from it. Chen Zhong did not pay attention to the dress woman. He was smoking a cigarette, straddling the corpses everywhere, and walked straight towards a short distance. Not far away from the red carpet, the black Mercedes-Benz S600 car was waiting there quietly. He came before the car. The driver respectfully stepped forward and opened the door for him. Chen Zhong lifted his wrist and glanced at the time on the Omega watch. Unbiased, just 9:30 at this time. 30 minutes, no timeout, right? Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc and murmured to the driver. "Mr. is very punctual," the driver replied, bowing his body respectfully. "Let's go, I'm a little hungry." As he said, he slowly got into the car. The driver got on the car respectfully, started the Mercedes-Benz, and drove away slowly, only left, in front of the hotel. The woman in the red dress still stood there calmly. Jiang Qingyuan has deep beautiful eyes, staring straight at the Mercedes-Benz that disappeared at the end. Quietly, there was a radiance on her beautiful red lips. "Chen ... Zhongying," she muttered magnetically, with stars looming in her eyes. This is the first time she has become interested in this Jiangnan. "She who, are you and him stronger and weaker?" This is the second time Jiang Qingyuan asked the bodyguard behind him. According to her personality, she would not ask the same question again if she knew the answer. But today, she asked again. Behind him, the middle-aged man who was called the Stone Tiger had deep and introverted eyes. He still ... slowly shook his head. Eyes are open. There is no mountain in mind. If there is no answer, it is the answer. Chapter 189. Hundreds of souls can be captured at a glance. Kiss building. 9 tiny in floors. Ku Yiren sat in the president's office with long hair slightly slanted, a pen in his mouth, beautiful eyes staring out of the French window, for a long time in a daze. In her mind, lingering, those fuzzy pictures of drunkenness last night, thinking of the nonsense that she said after being drunk last night, and the bold words and deeds. Her pretty face was a little blushing and embarrassing. She is a dignified daughter, but because of an embarrassing incident of being drunk, She can't get out of it. All morning, I didn't even think about office work. Tingling bell. At this moment, the mobile phone ringing at the desk suddenly rang. Kuyaran recovered from the sluggishness, picked up the phone, and took a look. Is it the call from her intelligence personnel? As the president of the group, she naturally has countless eyeliners placed in every corner of the city. Monitor the latest intelligence information of the entire city for her at any time. But at this time, the intelligence personnel called suddenly. Could it be that something happened again? Kuyi was puzzled and answered the phone. Mr. Ku... Marriott Hotel. Something went wrong. On the other end of the phone, the intelligence staff looked nervous and reported anxiously. Kuyaran's pretty face changed slightly. What's the matter? Say. Half an hour ago, Mr. Chen went to the Marriott Hotel alone. Cut off the heads of hundreds of security guards. The chairman of the Marriott Hotel, Wang Weijian, was also killed. The intelligence personnel's voice was extremely solemn and reported. Hearing this report, Ku Yi was completely stunned. In the morning, he said he was going to the appointment just to the Marriott Hotel. He did it all by himself, so the entire Marriott Hotel was served? This. Kuyaran's heartbeat is slightly chaotic, and her pretty face is extremely messy and complicated. Is it for himself? Hanging up with a complicated mood, Kuyaran was completely confused. She hurried out of the office and came to the director's office next door. But it turns out that Mr. Chen still hasn't come back yet. She stood at the door and waited for 10 minutes. But it still didn't wait for him. Hesitating, messy, and somewhat complicated. Her heartbeat accelerated slightly. And finally she took out her mobile phone and dialed the number she had never contacted. Beep, beep, beep. The waiting tone of the phone rang slowly. Kuyaran's heartbeat followed, speeding up a bit. This is the first time she has called him to Mr. Chen. She has never used her family's private number to call a man. This is the first time. Hello. Finally, the other end of the phone was connected, and there was a gentle and calm voice. Mr. Chen... Where are you? Kuyaran asked cautiously after hesitating for a long time. There seemed to be silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. Restaurant. Then, he returned 2 words from the speaker. Then, he'll come to you. Kuyaran hung up the phone, feeling a little complicated. Take the elevator all the way to the restaurant downstairs. Building. Restaurant on the 10th floor. Kuyaran is a complicated mood, stepping on high heels, and walking into the restaurant. At this time, it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, so there are almost no people in the restaurant. Kuyaran glanced away, and soon saw the elegant figure sitting in the dining room. He is dressed in a straight suit and his eyes are faint, sitting calmly at the table, enjoying lunch. That posture seems indisputable. If not, know the situation in advance. Kuyi couldn't imagine that the young man in front of him who had an elegant meal just half an hour ago, he personally killed hundreds of lives. Kuyi's mood was a little complicated, and he slowly stepped forward. Chen Zongzong held the chopsticks, gently picked up a piece of braised pork, handed it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Then, he picked up a glass of red wine beside him and took a sip. The posture looks like a gentleman. Something? He slowly raised his head and glanced at the Kuyaran in front of him. That Kuyaran originally had a lot of words in his heart and wanted to tell him. However, after seeing him in person, her words suddenly got stuck in her throat and couldn't speak. I know. You went to the Marriott Hotel. She hesitated, not knowing how to speak. Chen Zonging replied indifferently, and handed a chopstick of green vegetables into his mouth. Simply, killed a few people. His answer was very calm, without any disguise. It's just that the so-called killed a few people in his mouth is a whole number of hundreds. Angrily slaughter hundreds of people, just for the beauty. No one knows the purpose of his murder. For that promise last night, or is it for the Kiwi people? Kuyaran's white teeth bit her red lips and finally spit out these words. Mister's kindness, Yiren remembers. Others may not know, but she understands. Last night, In order to save myself, the man swept across the area and swore a vow to kill. Unexpectedly, today he actually went to the appointment, personally, slaughtered hundreds of lives! Today, this massacre, no matter what, it is inseparable from oneself. Sir Yiren, can you beg you for something? Ku Yiren hesitated, as if there was still something to ask for. Chen Zhongying did not speak, and just enjoyed lunch on his own. After killing, you will be hungry. Enjoying food is his only pleasure. Seeing that he did not speak, Ku Yiren thought about it, but said cautiously, Yiren begs Mr. In the future, can you be merciful? Can you don't kill so many people? When she said this, she mustered her courage, as if, like a little woman, raising her head, trying to reason with a character she couldn't resist, because Chen Zong's killing methods were really terrifying. It's just that, with a casual word, it will cost human lives. In this way, the swift and resolute means of doing what it says is a bit too bloody. Ku Yiren didn't want to ruin so many lives because of himself. A woman's heart is soft after all. She tried to persuade Mr. Chen, trying to make this man able to put away violent means. Can let him not be so bloodthirsty. Can. Just after Ku Yi said this sentence, the chopsticks in Chen Zong's hand suddenly stopped. The air in the restaurant seemed to drop dozens of degrees in an instant. Then, he slowly raised his head. The pair of eyes were cold and deep, without the slightest emotion. Under the pupil, it was like an endless icy abyss. Ku Yiren's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face was pale with fright. At this moment, this man is terrible. Under those eyes, how many terrible killing intents are hidden? My business. Do you want to take care of it? Questioning, like a sharp sword penetrating, he stared directly at Ku Yiren with cold eyes. The icy chill, as if to pierce the Ku Yiren. I didn't mean that. Ku Yiren's body trembled lightly and shook his head again and again. At this moment, the president of the #1 beauty who smashed the Jiangnan, was shocked slightly by the man's gaze. Looking at it, China mainland, within the territory of 9.63 million square kilometers. Who dares to manage the Reaper? If he wants to kill, then kill it. If he wants to be destroyed, then he will be destroyed. 9 layers of prisons were cut with one sword. Hundreds of souls can be captured at a glance. In this world, no one can manage the hands of the Reaper. Who I want to kill is not your turn. His voice was like a cold sword, reaching Ku Yiren's heart. Ding ding ding. Ku Yiren's delicate body trembled and was directly forced to take a few steps backwards. Her pretty face was pale, and her chest was slightly messy and undulating. That is panic, fear. This man, the murderous intent at this time, was too terrifying. He stood up suddenly and passed Ku Yiren. At that moment, Ku Yi's heart seemed to be crushed. Her 4 limbs and 100 skeletons, her delicate body, all seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying killing intent. Until, after Chen Zong's figure left the restaurant, that terrifying killing intent finally, gradually faded. The whole restaurant fell into silence. She was sluggish in place. Qiao Lian's forehead was already wet with Xiang Khan. Exquisite were undulating messy, and he could even hear the sound of his heartbeat trembling. At that moment, she really like an ice cellar hell. The look in the man's eyes was too terrifying. Her nose is slightly sour and her eyes are full of mist. I don't know, is it wrong? Or the emotion of being scared inexplicably? She raised her head and glanced at the ceiling above her head, as if she wanted to stop the mist from falling in her eyes. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in leather shoes at the entrance of the restaurant. Ku Yiren turned around subconsciously. I saw Chen Zhongying turned around and returned to the restaurant. He stood at the door of the restaurant, his eyes calm and indifferent. I killed them because they deserve to die. After speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Ku Yiren was a little dazed, her beautiful eyes staring at the figure that disappeared outside the door. Is this explaining to her? Chapter 190. From then on, Tanya is a passerby in the afternoon, sweltering heat. In the scorching summer, The blazing sun is in the sky. The whole city is scorching hot. At this moment, a red Jaguar sports car slowly drove towards the KISS building. When I saw this sports car, the security guards in front of the building looked a little confused, but they still salute and let go. The sports car slowly stopped in front of the building. The door is pushed open. Fanjin got out of the car slowly with a complicated and solemn face. At this moment, her face was indescribably haggard, her face pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Mr. Early. At the door, several security guards dared not be ambiguous and greeted them quickly. Although Fjia is now isolated within the group, the family and the Ku family have become mortal enemies. But, after all, it is also one of the shareholders. The security guards can only bite the bullet and say hello. A touch of complexity flashed across Fanjin's pale face. She slowly walked into the building. At this time, the 99th floor. The president's office. Ku Yiren is sitting in the office, planning to deal with official documents. Only in the morning, in the dining room, she was shocked by Mr. Chin's terrifying aura, causing her to be a little confused and unable to concentrate. In the restaurant in the morning, that man, for the first time, showed such a fierce gaze to himself, showing his murderous intentions. But it is strange. He finally turned around. Explained something to himself. What is this? Thinking of these things in his mind, Ku Yiren, the daughter-in-chief president, was a little confused. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were taken aback, and his thoughts were pulled back from the chaos. In. She yelled softly. The door of the office was pushed open. The figure standing outside the door made Ku Yi's pretty face stunned and complicated. Is it Fanjin? Why is she here? Fanjin's face was pale, without the slightest blood, just standing at the door of the office. What are you doing? Ku Yiren asked in a cold voice. Suddenly there was a kneeling sound. Fanjin fell on her knees suddenly. I'm sorry. Her voice was complicated, with confession and panic. This. Ku Yi stood up from the chair suddenly. Some look dull and complicated. In front of the president's office, Fanjin just knelt down, repenting and apologizing. Her long hair was messy and tears filled her eyes. Once, my best friend King Mai. Once, those years. At this moment, it became the king's between the two who could never go back. Benefits make people's hearts twisted. Right erodes the barbaric heart. In order to fight for power, the family rebelled. In order to become president, Fanjin did not hesitate to pay any price, including the last friendship with Ku Yiren. At this moment, Fanjin knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. At this moment, she was left with endless repentance. Last night, she tried to poison Ku Yi with her interests. But in the end, Chen Zonging was forced to commit suicide by poison. But in the end, it was Ku Yiren who knelt, interceded for her. That scene seemed to completely awaken Fanjin. Now, in the morning, the Marriott Hotel Group. Hundreds of security guards were killed on the spot and their heads fell. Even her most dependent lover, chairman of Marriott Hotel, Wang Jianwei, was killed. Suddenly killed the hotel. This caused Fanjin to completely collapse and fall into despair. She family, it's over. It's completely over. Today, she comes to the Ku group, just for the Ku Yi people, kneel down for the last time. For the last time, I apologized to my girlfriend. From now on, the sky is on its own side. Ku Yiren stood in place, her pretty face dull, her beautiful eyes filled with mist. Just so dumb, looking at the figure kneeling at the door. Outside the president's office, the group of colleagues, although they have already seen this scene, the dignified director, major shareholder Fanjin, actually kneeled to Mr. Ku? However, all colleagues did not dare to have any verbal comments. Everyone just stood in the distance, watching this scene in shock. From today onwards, my family transferred equity and withdrew from the Ku group. My father, Fchi, dismissed the position of honorary general manager and resigned from the group board of directors. Fanjin's voice is complicated, and every word trembles slightly. Her family completely withdrew from the Ku group. From now on, there is nothing to do with it. In this battle, the family was completely defeated. Drop out. This is not only what she meant, but also the meaning of father. Because that man is terrible. Even the Huang family was destroyed. In this area of Jiangnan, is there anyone he dare not kill? The chairman of Marriott Hotel just started yesterday. They were slaughtered today. Hundreds of security guards were heads to the ground. All those scenes reveal that this man is definitely not a good kind. No matter how stupid the family is, no matter how blinded by their interests, they can see it. He family can't afford it. Okay, I respect your decision. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were red and full of mist, just like that. Looking straight at Fanjin, who was kneeling at the door, the once friendship is now shattered. After a farewell, the rivers and lakes disappeared. Even if they meet, they don't know. From then on, Danyu is a passerby. Fanjin trembled lightly and got up from the ground. Then, to the Ku Yiren, bowed solemnly. This bow is a repayment. Repay yesterday's grace of not killing. After bowing, from now on ... every day. Then, she turned around and left with a trembling body. Never look back. The family withdrew from the Ku group. Ku Yiren, standing in the office, beautiful eyes flushed, looking at the figure who turned and left. Her sight was finally blurred. A tear fell off his face. She turned and closed the office door. Standing in front of the French windows, tears rained down. For more than 10 years, sisterhood. Say it and leave it. Never see you again. Wandering, on the road. Fragile, proud. That was how I was. I have crossed the mountains and the sea. Also through the sea of people. Everything I once owned. In a blink of an eye, it is like smoke. I was disappointed and lost all directions, until seeing ordinary is the only answer. When you are still fantasizing. Will she be okay? Or worse. It's another day for me. I once ruined everything about me. Just want to leave forever. I once fell into the boundless darkness. I want to struggle and can't help myself. I used to be like you, like him, like the weeds and wildflowers, in the dark. This is me, the only way to go. Time is silent, so and so. The sunset is infinitely good, but it's almost dusk. Xiang Wanyi feels unwell, and drove back to the autumn house. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly on the streets at sunset, facing the endless beautiful sunset, and slowly drove back to the Qijia Manor. Sitting in the car, Ku Yiren turned his head and looked out the window of the car, the afterglow of the setting sun pouring in. She gently stretched out her hand to let the sunlight penetrate between her fingers, gently spreading on the skin of her pretty face. As the sun sets, those people are on the horizon. The family quit. Since then, the Ku group has no internal worries. The Kui people thoroughly control the group's largest shareholder's equity. In addition to her father, she is the group, the second largest shareholder. This ending, unexpected, but also expected. But surprisingly, she was not happy at all, because she lost something more important. However, when she turned her head and looked at the indifferent and elegant figure sitting beside her, in her heart, but quietly, a slight warmth flashed through. Fortunately, there is him. She is not counted. She has nothing. Mr. Chen. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were gentle and calm, and he called out softly. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zonggong, who was sitting on the side, slowly squinted his eyes. What's the matter? He is still cold, like a nice sculpture. I invite you. Shall we go to dinner and watch a movie? Ku Yiren said with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Chen Zongying's indifferent and expressionless face was slightly startled. Chapter 191 Huangpu Lang Wikian Chengxiu. In the evening, the Mercedes-Benz team ... slowly stopped in front of a small restaurant on a street in Huangpu District, Shanghai City. The door opened and Ku Yiren and Chen Zong got out of the car slowly. Chen Zongying looked up and glanced at the street restaurant in front of him faintly. Above the door frame of the restaurant, There is a mottled plaque with 5 characters printed on it, Old Jiangnan Restaurant. Although the restaurant is small, the business is extremely good. Although the place here is not big, the dishes taste very authentic. They are all authentic old Shanghai dishes, Ku Yi said with a pretty face, and said magnetically. Chen Zhongying looked calm and nodded slowly. Then the two of them walked into the restaurant. Yiren, it's been a long time since I saw you. In the restaurant, the proprietress who was busy collecting money suddenly greeted her kindly. Aunt Xu, long time no see. Ku Yiren, dressed in all uniform, folded her hands in front of her, leaning forward and laughing. For the first time, she laughed so naturally and relaxedly. Come here, sit down quickly. The proprietress warmly and kindly greeted Ku Yiren to sit down. Is this Yiren's boyfriend? I won't introduce to the aunt. When the lady boss looked at Chen Zong on the side, her eyes were taken aback, and then she burst into laughter. You know, for so many years, Ku Yiren girl has never brought a man here for dinner. Today, it was the first time to bring a man to their restaurant for dinner. It's not. Kuya's pretty face was a little red, and she shook her head nervously. Aunt Xu, he is my colleague. We are colleague relations, not what you think. A dignified daughter-in-chief, a strong woman who is less than 10,000 people. At this moment, in front of this small restaurant, she looked like a little girl. There is no shelf. No need to carry it, everything just like neighborhood. Ku Yiren explained it for a long time, and finally the boss didn't bother. After ordering the food, the lady boss left. Ku Yiren quickly apologized to Chen Zhongying. Sorry, Mr. Chen. The proprietress of this restaurant is more enthusiastic. She loves to read the Mandarin Duck Book. Her voice was a little embarrassed. It's okay, nothing needs to be done. No need to explain. Chen Zhonggong slowly lit a cigarette, just sat at the table, and said lightly. It seems that he didn't care about that misunderstanding at all, because he doesn't care about this unnecessary thing at all. Soon, the stir-fry started to be served. Plate by plate of authentic old Jiangnan dishes, fragrant and delicious. Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying just sat at the restaurant table and began to enjoy the dinner. Outside the restaurant, the night is getting darker. Streetlights light up the streets of this city. This night has never become so gentle. There is a starry sky. There is moonlight. There is food, and there is you. At the same time, late at night, the Red Cross Fund building in Shanghai and Haihai City. The person in charge of the Jiangnan Charity Fund has a complicated face at this time and hesitates. He sits at his desk. On the table. The equity donation contract for the Marriott Hotel is on the table. 37.5 billion. This is a huge astronomical figure. The Red Cross, as a social assistance group for international humanitarian work, has long been paid attention to by high-level people in society. Every year, those top rich people donate countless funds for charity. However, no matter how rich the rich are, no matter how much they donate, it will be no more than hundreds of millions. But today, someone actually donated 37 billion yuan! This is simply too big. 37 billion, this is the donation of all the equity of the entire hotel. Moreover, according to the description of the staff present. Then the entrance of the Marriott Hotel. The corpses are everywhere. Even the hotel owner was killed. Under these shocking scenes, more than 30 billion was suddenly donated. I can't help but the person in charge of the Red Cross. Is not vigilant and suspicious. The person in charge is really afraid to accept this donation. If he accepts it, he is afraid of getting into trouble. So many people died in the Marriott Hotel, and the equity was suddenly donated. What's this? The person in charge stared at the fingerprint handprint on the contract and the mysterious phone number written down. The staff explained that this number was left by that person. The man said, if in doubt, call this number. However, this series of phone numbers shocked him a bit. 0100010008. He has been in charity work for so long, and he has seen people from all walks of life. But, this is the first time I have seen ... The phone number with this special number segment 0001. What unit's phone is this? The person in charge hesitated. Out of work responsibility and safety considerations, he finally decided to call this phone and try. He picked up the phone on the desk and slowly dialed the mysterious number. Hello, this is the China Forbidden City, the first intelligence center. Next, the caller ID will be confirmed. Suddenly, there was a solemn and mysterious reminder sound on the other end of the phone. The person in charge's complexion changed suddenly. Dull, shocked. The hand holding the phone was a little trembling. The Forbidden City! Exclamation mark. This ... This is ... The secret phone number that connects to the mysterious palace of the imperial capital! Exclamation mark. 10 minutes later, the capital of the capital, authorized by the Forbidden City, the Supreme Red Cross Frontier Center, issued an order to the Jiangnan Shanghai Red Cross branch. Confirmed permission. The transfer agreement of 37.5 billion shares of Marriott Hotel is effective. 1. The Little Red Cross donation agreement. Actually, let the Imperial Capital Palace personally authorize it? This is simply Jiangnan Huihai Red Cross branch office. The person in charge was sitting on a chair with cold sweat on the palms and backs of his hands. Look! The agreement authorized from the Imperial Palace. He was shocked and horrified. It was hard to come back to his senses. Late at night, a mysterious hotel in Shanghai, a huge luxury private suite. Jiang Qingyuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a long hair shawl and a glass of red wine in her hand, staring at the night view outside. The red dress has been replaced. At this moment, she was wearing a purple nightgown, and her attractive body appeared under her night dress. It's a pity that no one in the entire room can have this opportunity and destiny to appreciate her beauty. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the Huangpu River was dimly lit at night. This time the Jiangnan is popular. The meaning of drunkenness and warmth is not in the wine. She came here on a mission only for something inland. She has always had no affection for the mainland and Jiangnan. This piece of land, as far as she is concerned, may be a contradiction in the bones. Her ancestors, in her blood, have suffered eternal regrets in this land. But today, for the first time, she had a keen interest in this Jiangnan elegant capital. I remembered that icy figure in the daytime. Not only did she not have the slightest fear, she actually faintly ... a flash of expectation. It turns out that Jiangnan still has such interesting people. Both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Now is the time to need some young people. Come on. A new round of confrontation. Huangpu waves thousands of dust and snow. The flowers are full, and the wine is full. 10 miles of Kiluobund smoke. Bida Spring, pearl of the Orient. She toasted and took a sip of red wine. Then, considering the iPhone in his hand, he dialed a number slowly. That number, the address number segment shows that it is Taiyu. Help me investigate someone. His last name is Chen, and his name is Zong. Within 24 hours, I will have all the information about him. Chapter 192 Yaki School Hunting. A touch of early sun, from the eastern sky. Slowly rises. Light up this magic capital from the dark mist and revive it. 6 o'clock in the morning. Chen Zonging was naked, in the room, finished the last 10,000 push-ups, then got up, walked into the bathroom, and began to take a cold shower. 10 minutes later, he was naked and walked out of the bathroom slowly. The scars all over his skin were hidden by a neat white shirt. Put on a shirt and a suit. Bring your watch. Comb your hair and put on gel water. His eyes were calm and faint, and he walked out of the villa. After crossing a lawn of tens of meters, he came to the Kiss Manor opposite to enjoy breakfast. Hall of Kiss Villa. At the table, the hearty breakfast is ready. The two sisters, Yiren and Shuangxia, have been sitting at the dining table and waiting for a long time. Seeing Mr. Jun's arrival, the meal was finally opened. Ku Shuang couldn't wait to grab a knife and fork, grabbed a steak directly, and started eating. These days, after cultivating her body at home, she finally recovered to be under the alive, quirky Kushwang. It seems that only under Kushwang in this state is she the real one. Today, she will resume her studies for the first time. Go to school for class. Although Kushwang went to college underneath, he didn't have such a big academic burden. But after all, long-term self-cultivation at home will affect the final exams due to the fall of many subjects. Moreover, her wish is to go to sea for postgraduate entrance examinations like her sister. Therefore, she must hurry up in her studies. Kushwang gobbled up his breakfast. Sister, I went to school. She picked up Chinl's small satchel and couldn't wait to go out to school. It was so boring to stay at home. She was about to fall ill. With her character, I am afraid that only colleges and universities will be able to trap her. Wait. Kuyaran suddenly called her. You are not allowed to drive by yourself. Starting from today, you must take the bodyguard's car. Kuyaran said with a solemn voice, beyond doubt. In order for this girl to go to school safely today, Kuyaran has prepared 5 bodyguard cars in advance and escorts them at any time. Although the Huang family has disappeared, the crisis has also been lifted. However, no one can prevent the occurrence of the next crisis. In order to prevent any accidents, starting from today, she will fully guarantee the safety under the autumn frost. 5 bodyguard cars are escorted at any time, and no resistance is allowed. Sister, I can drive by myself. I don't need them to send it. Kushwang's pretty face pouted a little, resisting. However, looking at her sister's cold expression, Kushwang knew that her own resistance was ineffective. So, she could only get in a Mercedes-Benz under the protection of a large group of bodyguards. The Mercedes-Benz motorcade, carrying this eldest daughter, slowly drove out of the Kiss Manor. However, at the same time, a mysterious hotel in Shanghai, in a top-notch luxury private suite, in a huge bathtub, soaked in milk, rose as petals. Jiang Qinyuan's snow-white seductive body is slowly lying in the bathtub. Her long hair was gently curled up, her beautiful eyes lightly closed, just enjoying the moisture of milk and rose petals. At this moment, next to the bathtub, her personal mobile phone suddenly rang. Her snow-white jade arm stretched out from the milk bathtub, gently grabbed the phone, pressed it to answer, and placed it next to her ear. Miss, the information on Chen Zonging has been collected. Please check it. On the other side of the phone, there was a mysterious report. Jiang Qinu didn't answer, but gently hung up the phone. At the same time, in the extravagant study room, a document was slowly printed out on that printer. Jiang Qinu's body suddenly rose up, and jumped directly out of the bathtub. She raised her right hand. A snow-white bathrobe next to the bathtub danced in midair. Then, she fell to the ground gently. That bathrobe wraps and conceals her beautiful and jade body. Only the looming concave convex curve makes people think about it. It's a pity that no one in the entire room can have such a blessing and enjoy this beautiful picture. With her bare feet, she walked toward the study step by step. When I came to the printer, I picked up the information. Her beautiful eyes were faint, so she came to the floor-tossling window and poured herself a glass of red wine. Afterwards, Zhao Chu gently twisted and lay on a sofa in front of the French windows. Under the bathrobe, her jade legs are lightly overlapping, and charming. Holding the document in her hand, she flipped through it gently. She has beautiful eyes, carefully scanning each line of information on the data, not missing a word. The corners of her mouth raised an arc. But suddenly, her beautiful eyes condensed again, because, behind that piece of information all the messages stopped abruptly. All the information can only be investigated, and everything about Chen Zonging in Jiangnan. However, his message before Jiangnan is completely blank. Can't investigate at all. Jiang Qinu's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, with disbelief. Even the eyeliner behind her can't investigate all the information about this man. How can this happen? You know, her power eyeliner pierced the sky. Even in the northern imperial capital, some of the secrets of Fang Quenching's land can be fully explored. But, at this moment, I can't find out. Is there any information about Chen Zong? This is simply the first time. Jiang Qingyuan had deep, beautiful eyes and was silent for a long time. Then she smiled again. This man, really? Very interesting. There are indeed many interesting people in this Jiangnan land. From this point of view, this piece of land is worthy of her. Silver Candle Poems. Yaki School Hunts Back. I don't know, it's a foreign land. Dream straight every night. This continent is now in peace. But I don't know that there are countless heroes on the other side of the strait, to the southeast, and there are soldiers facing the world. Jiang Fengyuo is sorrowful, and the sword will eventually ... And the king. At the bottom right of the rooster map, there is another point that has been forgotten by the world. It is trying to compete with the mainland heroes. At this moment, Jiang Qinya's pupils suddenly condensed. With beautiful eyes, she looked straight at the door of the suite. The whole room was quiet, and the needle drop could be heard. However, in this silence, there was a faint sound of footsteps moving. The voice was very soft, but Jiang Qinya was clearly aware of it. Suddenly, her delicate body flashed and turned into an afterimage. Her figure emerged in front of the bathtub, and her jade arm swept gently in the milk in the bathtub. Swish swish. Countless milk splashed into water, forming droplets of water in midair to kill. Countless drops of water, towards the door of the room, hurriedly shot away. Puff puff. The water droplet was carried by a terrifying and powerful force and pierced through the door abruptly. After a few seconds of planting, there was a muffled sound of the body falling down outside the door. There was a blush along the crack of the door. Slowly overflowing in, dripping, killing. These methods are so terrible. With cold eyes, Jiang Qingyuan slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number. This place is not safe. The location of the hotel is exposed. Immediately, arrange a new hidden hotel for me. Hanging up the phone, she quickly took off her bathrobe, and the beautiful naked picture appeared in the room. She quickly changed into her clothes, sportswear, sunglasses, her long hair curled up, and a baseball cap concealed her entire face. She came from across the strait. Her identity is too special and mysterious. This time, he secretly arrived in Jiangnan without any entourage. There are already crises. Therefore, everything about her is locked and hidden. Even in the mainland, almost no one knew. She came to Jiangnan. However, there are still secret forces to find her whereabouts. Therefore, she must leave and change places. With such a calm expression, she opened the door of the room, stepped over the corpse on the ground, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 193 Murder in the Book Huhai, Gushi Group Building. The Kuyiren returned to the group and continued the construction of the secret base. A week later, the entire secret base on the third underground floor was proceeding in an orderly manner. Colleagues thought that the third underground floor was just a firefighting renovation. Almost no one can think of this third underground level, which will be the most important secret research and development base of the group. After patrolling the 3 underground floors, Kuyiren took the elevator and returned to the 99th floor. For some reason, her heart was faintly disturbed all day today. A woman's third intuition is sometimes very accurate and sometimes very vague. But Kuyi people always feel that they are not peaceful today. Could it be because of the girl under Kushuang? That girl has been recuperating at home for nearly half a month, and just went to school today to report. Will there be anything wrong? Kuyi was a little worried. In fact, she shouldn't care about these. It's just because my parents are busy with business. Therefore, the girl under Kushuang is almost her sister. The one who brought it up in one hand. The 2 sisters have deep feelings. The identity of Kuyi is not just a sister. It's more like an Annie who is a few years older than her. A mature and stable, a naive and savage. The character contrast is completely different. Back in the office, Kuyiren made a phone call to the bodyguards of the girl under Shuangxia and asked about the girl's situation at school. Miss, Don't worry. I'm waiting at the door of the classroom corridor around the clock. There is no suspicious danger around the second lady. On the phone, the voice of the leader of the bodyguards solemnly reported. Hearing the report from the bodyguards, Kuyaran's heart relaxed slightly. Well, continue to protect and don't relax. After she told everything, she hung up the phone. However, the faint sense of anxiety in my heart still did not subside. Now, although the Huang family has vanished in smoke. However, the whole Jiangnan, for her Ku group. The forces that are eyeing the eye are not a few. All the forces seem to be silent in the dark, without showing up. Therefore, she felt uneasy in her heart. Shuangxia has been hijacked once. No one can guarantee that there will be another time. And next door, the security director's office. Chen Zhongying still looked indifferent, holding a book in his hand, flipping through it lightly. There is Yan Yu Iyu in the book, and the Golden House in the book. And his theorem is ... The book has its own murderous soul. In addition to killing, it is reading books. Life is so leisurely. Gradually, the evening slanted to the west. The evening has arrived. The entire sky was tainted by a touch of residual rainbow. The evening in the south of Shanghai, the sea, and the south is always full of styles. Chen Zhongying closed the book and stretched, reading the book all day, but a little tired. He lit a cigarette and walked out of the office slowly. In the office of the president next door, Kuyaran also finished his official duties and stepped out on high heels. The two took the elevator downstairs together. At the entrance of Xiamen, the Mercedes-Benz team has been waiting for a long time. The bodyguards stood in 2 rows, 3 points and 1 line, forming a defensive formation. Kuyaran stepped on high heels and walked out of the building. Tingling bell. At this moment, the mobile phone in her bag suddenly rang. Kuyaran stopped walking, took out his phone in confusion, and took a look. Was it the call from the bodyguard under Gushwang? That bad premonition came up again. She hurriedly answered the phone. Mr. Ku. It's not good. Second Miss. The person is gone. An anxious voice from the bodyguard came on the other end of the phone. Hearing this report, Kuyaran's pretty face suddenly changed color. The thing she worries the most still happens. How could it disappear? How did you protect it? At this moment, she was anxious in her heart, even ignoring her emotional loss, and screamed at the words. A dozen bodyguards, but even a little girl can't stand it! Isn't this useless? I'm sorry. We are looking for. We must find the second lady. On the other end of the phone, the bodyguard leader said solemnly, no matter what method is used, I must find her for me. I can't find anyone, so I ask you. At this moment, Kuyi was more aggressive than ever. Everyone has weaknesses, and her weakness is her sister Kushwangxia. Hanging up the phone, her pretty face was dignified and complicated, and she immediately mobilized staff. Prepare to increase staff and go to Fuxing University. What's wrong? Chen Zhongying asked slowly, standing aside, with a cigarette in his mouth. She is ... missing under Shuangxia. Kuyaran said with a serious expression on her face. Oh, missing? Chen Zhongying narrowed his eyes slightly. His breath was deep. Jingle bell. At this moment, the phone in the pocket of Chen Zhongying's clothes suddenly rang. Chen Zhong took out the cell phone slowly. Caller ID. Is it an unfamiliar number? He answered the phone. Chen Zhong ... Save me. On the other end of the phone came the anxious and panicked cry for help from Kushwang. Chen Zhongying turned his mobile phone into hands-free mode, and solemnly asked, where are you? I'm on the top floor of Fuxing University. I was kidnapped by them. Come and save me. Her voice was panicked, with a slight tremor. When I heard my sister's voice in the phone speaker, Kuyaran was at a loss, and stepped forward anxiously. Schwangxia. Are you okay, sister? Help me. They They threatened to let Chen Zongong come alone. Cannot bring anyone. Sister. I'm so scared. The voice on the other end of the phone trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, sister will help you out. Kuyiren's pretty face was lost. Her beautiful eyes flushed and messy. She forced her voice to tremble, and comforted the other end of the phone. Sister. Don't. On the other end of the phone, Ku Shuang's voice stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. The phone was hung up. Only a burst of busy tone of Diddy echoed in the speakers. In front of the Kiss mansion, the atmosphere of the scene is instantly solemn. Mister, please, save the frost. Yiren has nothing to pay for. Ku Yiren's pretty face was anxious, turned around and bowed solemnly to Chen Zonging. At this moment, only Mr. Chen can save the situation. She and Chen Zonging signed a Netun protection contract. In fact, according to the protection regulations in the contract, Chen Zong only needs to protect her Kui, and she can. The rest of the relatives have no responsibility for protection. However, the matter is very important. Kui people have to do so. Pleading with Mr. Chen, just save my sister, no matter what the price. Kui people are willing to pay. At this moment, the eyes of all the bodyguards present also looked at Chen Zonging. Everyone put hope on him. Chen Zonging stood there, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Car keys. He looked at the team bodyguard. He'll wait, and am willing to go with Mr. Chen. The bodyguards of the Ku family expressed their stern expressions. Sir, Yiren will go with you. Ku Yiren's pretty anxious face also hurried forward. At this time, my sister is at stake. She must go in person. No need. Chen Zonging looked faintly, and said slowly, I, alone is enough. His tone was still calm and indifferent, but with an unprecedented momentum. Talking about the sea of fire and sword. He is also enough. One person is enough. Car keys. He stared at the bodyguards and said again. The bodyguard driver hurried forward and respectfully handed the keys of a Mercedes-Benz car to him. He took the key and his eyes were indifferent. Get in the car slowly. The window slowly lowered. Chen Zonging sat in the car, turned his head and looked at Kui outside the car. You go back first, prepare dinner at home, and wait for me. Ku Yi had a complicated face and nodded her head. Chen Zonging looked faintly, and slowly raised the car window. He slammed on the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz S600 drifted with a swift tail flick, and galloped out quickly. Chapter 194. Playing with fire in the evening. The streets of Shanghai. Rush hour after get off work. There was a lot of traffic and congestion. But, in that endless traffic, a Mercedes-Benz S600 speeds through, drifting, flicking. The Mercedes-Benz is like a forest, sprinting through the gaps in the congested traffic flow. Chen Zongong looked faintly, sitting in the Mercedes-Benz cab with a cigarette in his mouth, and maneuvering the steering wheel and paddle gears skillfully with both hands. Step on the accelerator and sprint to the end. In front of me. The picture in front of the windshield was constantly moving horizontally and quickly passing by. On the tachometer, the speed has exceeded 300 km per hour. Even the pointers are already trembling in the red zone, and the speed has exploded. The speed of 300 km per hour, all the way hurriedly in the congested streets of Shanghai and the sea. This is simply crazy. Don't kill me. Report. On the streets of Huangpu district, illegal drag racing was found to be speeding. On the street, a traffic policeman on duty urgently reported to his superiors. But his voice just fell. That black Mercedes-Benz has slammed horizontally, wiping it abruptly at a distance of 1 centimeter from his body. The hat on the head of the traffic police was blown directly by a strong wind, and even the hair was blown messy. His whole person, like petrification, stayed in place. A drop of cold sweat on his forehead slowly dripped. He didn't even see the license plate of that car. So, is that a ghost? 10 minutes later, Fuxing University, at the school gate, a Mercedes-Benz S600 galloped from a distance. The engine roared and roared like a black ghost. The lights are flashing. At the entrance of the campus university, the group of students evaded urgently. Swish. The uncle security guard at the door hadn't had time to react, and only saw a dark shadow flashing past his sight! Exclamation mark. Take a closer look. Is the gate empty? Nothing? Uncle Security subconsciously stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he was dazzled? Exclamation mark. The Mercedes-Benz S600 engine roared and drove across the campus at a speed of 300 kilometers. Then, crunch, a frantically violent sudden brake drift. The entire Mercedes-Benz car, in front of Fuxing University Building Number 3. Violently drifting and gliding over. The tires rubbed the ground at high speed, emitting a violent burst of blue smoke. Amidst the sky of smoke, the door of a Mercedes-Benz car that was gliding speedily pushed open. Chen Zong's leather shoes slowly stepped on the ground. The whole person was so calm and indifferent, and stepped out of the car. In front, the Mercedes-Benz ... because of its inertia ... still violently traversing, tossing to the side. On the side street, a girl screamed, her eyes widened, her whole body panicked, and there was no time to escape. Seeing that Mercedes-Benz was about to slip and hit her, accompanied by the harsh screams of the female voice, the Mercedes-Benz drifted rapidly, and finally stopped abruptly at a distance of 2 centimeters from her body. The body is less than 2 centimeters away from her. Only an inch away. He was about to knock her into the air. However, the car eventually stopped. In the sky full of smoke, Chen Zonging was at ease, slowly lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. Everything is already in his calculations. From the roadside, how many pedestrians and how far away, vehicle speed and airflow, friction, tire braking force. The results of everything that would happen had already been rehearsed and calculated in his mind a few minutes ago. That car can be parked in front of this girl accurately, but it is only the result of his calculation. He raised his head and glanced at the third teaching building in front of him. The 21st floor, 58 meters high. His eyes are faint, and with just one glance, he has ... calculated the structure and height of the entire building. How powerful calculation and judgment ability is needed. He looked around. Then, he took a few steps back. He raised his head and glanced at the towering number 3 teaching building. The height of 58 meters is very high. The height of 20 stories. This height is enough to throw a person into a piece of meat sauce. As a result, he felt that the distance was not enough, and went back dozens of steps. Then, he took a deep breath of cigarette. Gently accumulate your feet. Boom. At the foot of the leather shoes, the ground cracked and sunken. His body, turned into a ghost of lightning, swooped up quickly. Charge up, dive, run up. Then, in a rapid dive ... his legs slammed on the ground and leapt up. Boom. The ground beneath him was directly crushed by a terrifying force. His figure stretched like a longbow, flying directly up the 10-story building. Boom. With the power of one person, he bounced on foot and jumped into a 10-story building. Is this simply? Exclamation mark. This is not what human physical ability can do at all. Chen Zong's figure slammed on the 10th floor in the center, and with the help of the floor to accumulate energy, he suddenly leapt upward again. This time, directly jumped up to the top 20-floor rooftop. Boom. His figure, like a meteor lightning, fell on the roof of the top floor. The entire roof surface was cracked and dusty. In the endless dust, his eyes were faint, and he took a deep breath of the smoke ring. Looking around, there is no one on all sides of the rooftop. Only, not far away, there was one person standing. That shadow, at this time, has been shocked. Not under Kushwang. Who else? But, what about those who kidnapped her? How can anyone kidnap her? She is the only person on the entire rooftop. Little age, lies and tricks. Chen Zonging looked faintly, step by step, walking towards Kushwang. His eyes are very calm. But there was an inexplicable coldness. Since then, in the phone call under Kushwang, he has noticed something wrong. The panic on the phone didn't seem real. That kind of cry for help, the tone of trembling, did not seem to be true. It's more like it's pretend. He has killed more people than the stars in the sky. No one knows better than him. Before the death, before the crisis, the panic of human struggle. That kind of emotion is the survival instinct. It is impossible to pretend under Kushwang. At this time, when he came to the scene, he finally confirmed this so-called lie. If it weren't, Kuyi people begged hard. He didn't want to come. A lie was turned around by the surrounding people. Kushwang's pretty face was dull and shocked. Mu dumbly looked at the man walking step by step. She didn't expect her lie scheme would have been seen through by this man a long time ago, even more unexpectedly. This man, unexpectedly, could actually leap up from the rooftops tens of meters high? The man who appeared suddenly in front of her had already shocked her. This is completely different from the picture she had imagined in her mind. No, is it coming up by elevator? No, is it coming up from the rooftop stairs? Why? Would jump onto the rooftop out of thin air? How did he do it? Did he grow a pair of wings and fail? That. Kushwang hesitated and retreated slightly, but she still had time to explain. Chen Zong's white palm had already pinched her neck. He lifted her up in the air. Do you know that you are playing with fire and self-immolation? His eyes were calm, just staring at this crazy girl. Chapter 195. Shocked at a glance, Nemesis Fuxing University, the rooftop of Building 3. Under Kushwang, the whole person was choked and hung in the air. Her pretty face was a little pale, and she kicked her feet lightly, as if she wanted to break free. At this moment, she was completely frightened. The look in the man's eyes was so terrible. From childhood to adulthood, she was the only one who bullied others. No one dared to bully her. But today, this cynical mad girl, the little witch, was actually caught in the neck like this. Kushwang's voice trembled lightly. Panic. She was real and was frightened. The neck was severely pinched, and even speaking, it became difficult to speak. You know, a kilometer away. How worried is your sister? Chen Zonging looked indifferent, pinched this crazy girl's neck, and every rant seemed to carry a terrible breath. Kushwang was frightened, her delicate body trembled lightly, and even her beautiful eyes were red. This girl, if you don't teach it, it won't be a weapon. If not, she is Kuyiran's younger sister. I'm afraid, already dead on the spot. In this world, no one can lie to death. To lie to death. See you from hell. I just want to come and join me in a music party. Kushwang said with her beautiful eyes reddening and her voice trembling lightly. Tonight, the school organizes a music party. Almost all the music students in the school attended the party, and under the autumn frost, was also included in the party list. However, under Kushwang, there is only one person. There is not a suitable male companion beside him. Of course, there are many boys who are eager to trying to sign up, wanting to be her male companion. But all were rejected by her one by one. In her mind, the first thing that came to mind was Chen Zonging. However, she knew that Chen Zong couldn't come to participate in such boring activities. Therefore, she had no choice but to trick Chen Zong into coming. Chen Zonging looked indifferently, staring at her faintly. Listen to this girl's explanation. His eyes looked directly at the pupils under Kushwang. Any lies and tricks can't escape his death staring. However, this time, Kushwang Xia did not deceive anyone. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she trembled and explained, without lying. After listening to this girl's explanation, Chen Zonging's eyes remained cold. This girl, such a dude. Capital crimes are forgiven, but living crimes are inevitable. Today, Chen Zongxing will replace her sister to teach this girl a lesson. He loosened his right hand and threw the girl to the ground. Let her gasp, her pretty face pale in pain. Give you 3 seconds. Dial your sister's phone and explain to her. Chen Zonging looked faintly, and threw a mobile phone in front of her. If the explanation is not clear, family law will serve. His eyes were cold and his voice was cold. Hearing this man, such a terrifying voice, the delicate body under Ku Wang trembled uncontrollably. Unprecedented. Never before dare to be so fierce to her. There has never been. Ku Wang raised her pretty face. Her pale blonde hair was messy, and she stubbornly said, "Don't fight. Who do you think you are? Why do you mean me?" Chen Zhongying's eyes narrowed. In the next second, he took a step and teleported forward. "Raise your palm." Bah! He slapped the girl's hip with a slap. Ah! Ku Wang trembled under her tender body, and a fiery pain came from her hip. You! She couldn't even think of it. This man actually spanked her! Exclamation mark. Bah! Before Ku Wang hadn't reacted, Chen Zong took a slap again. What? Ku Wang screamed, her legs trembling from the pain. She had a pretty face flushed with shame and anger, and she was about to collapse. "Don't hit me. I'll call right away." This girl finally subdued, begging for mercy again and again. The mad girl who used to be invincible, at this moment, has completely encountered the nemesis. The man in front of him has no mercy and cherishes Jade. She trembled in panic, picked up her mobile phone, and called her sister in a panic. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away, inside the Kiss Manor, Sister Ku Yiren was anxious, pacing back and forth in the hall, hurriedly waiting for news. Father Ku Huihai and mother went abroad to participate in pharmaceutical company these days. Therefore, in the whole family, only Ku Yi was the host. Ku Xie was kidnapped for the second time, which made her extremely anxious, and even blamed herself fiercely in her heart. At the table, according to Mr. Jun's instructions, the sumptuous dinner has been prepared. She eagerly hoped that her sister could return safely. Jingle bell. But at this moment, her cell phone ringtone finally rang eagerly. Ku Yi's pretty face was anxious, and he hurriedly picked up the phone to see if it was Mr. Jun's call! Exclamation mark. She hurriedly answered the phone. Sister. Ku Wang's aggrieved voice came over the phone. When she heard this familiar voice, her sister Ku Yiren's body trembled slightly, and tears couldn't stop falling. If Xie can call, it means that she is safe. Ku Yiren held back his tears, and consoled the phone. Sister. I'm sorry. On the other end of the phone, Ku Wang's voice hesitated and explained cautiously. Admiral Ku Wang, the cause of the incident, and the deceptive things, 1 to 5 to 10, told her sister. No way. At this moment. Chen Zhongying is standing by his side. The gaze is like a sharp sword, staring straight at himself. Under Ku Wang, he didn't dare to have any resistance at all. I can only explain the matter honestly and apologize to my sister. This man is simply the nemesis of the little witch. However, at the same time, the group of bodyguards in the Kus family also received the news and rushed to the roof of the third building for the first time. When the second lady was found safe and sound, all the bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second lady is fine, just fine. On the roof of the rooftop, Ku Wang's eyes were tearful, and she told her sister after all the things had gone through. Unexpectedly, on the other side of the phone, his sister Ku Yi was not angry, just softly comfort. After hanging up the phone, Ku Xie cautiously raised his head, looking at Chen Zhongying with watery eyes pitifully. I called and explained. Then you. Can you accompany me to tonight's music party? There was a trace of pleading in her voice, pitiful. Are you here, dreaming? Chen Zhongying returned her coldly. Follow me home, your sister is waiting for you. Then, he picked up Ku Wang and directly lifted her in the air before walking towards the stairs. Let go of me. Please, accompany me to the party. Ku Wang struggled hard, begging hard, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, very pitiful. On the rooftop, the group of bodyguards looked a little complicated and weird. This, the second lady, who is arrogant and willful, is planted in Mr. Chin's hands at this moment, just like a mouse meets a cat. I beg you. Please. My sister said on the phone just now. asked you to accompany me to the dinner with me. Kush Wang struggled and pleaded pitifully. Her big watery eyes and pitiful expression made people feel distressed. Even the bodyguards of the Ku family on the side could not see it. Mr. Chen. There is indeed a music dinner at school tonight. Or, will you accompany the second lady? I'm waiting, and we are all around the dinner. The bodyguard leader said, pleading on behalf of the second lady. Chen Zhengxing's eyes condensed and glanced at him. Boom! The bodyguard leader's heart trembled violently, and he took 3 steps backwards. His complexion turned pale. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to take a breath. I'm sorry, it was me who said a lot. The bodyguard leader bowed quickly, begging for mercy, and apologized. This Mr. Chen is so scary. A look was shocking to this point. Chapter 196 Memory Ashes. Chen Zhongying carried Kush Wang underneath, as if an eagle was carrying a chicken, and walked directly towards the entrance of the roof. Under the dignified autumn frost, the little witch of the mixed world, at this moment, there is no room for resistance at all. She has been rampant for more than 10 years, from childhood to adulthood. No one dared to do this to her. But today, I completely met the nemesis. Struggling, she took out her mobile phone from her open pocket, and dialed another phone call to her sister in a panic. Hey, sister. He refuses to accompany me to the dinner. He has to drag me back. Sister, help me. Kush Wang made a call, and there was a rush for help on the other end of the phone. Just as Chen Zong was about to carry this girl downstairs, Kush Wang struggled and handed the phone to him. My sister said, let you accompany me. She wants to talk to you. Kush Wang Xia seemed to have found an excuse, struggling, and handed him the phone. Chen Zong paused slightly, took the phone, and put it to his ear. After a few seconds, he hung up the phone. Also let go under. Kush Wang handed the phone back to this girl. His complexion was still cold, and he uttered 4 words, only this time. The air seemed to become a little quiet. Kush Wang Xia was taken aback first, and then the whole person was surprised and jumped. This is, promised to accompany her to a music party? Exclamation mark. Yes. She looked ecstatic, with long pale blonde hair and clear, like a little young finch. I don't know what Ku Yiren said to him on that phone call, or what he pleaded for. It was unprecedented. He would actually agree to such a boring request. Chen Zhongying turned around and exhorted the group of bodyguards behind him. Tonight, stay here to protect the safety of that girl. The bodyguards nodded. Yes. The evening sun looms over the sky. Chen Zhongying raised his head and glanced at the western sky, the fading afterglow. Then, he followed Kush Wang and walked down the roof together. With stars embellished, the night has ended. Tonight, Fuxing University, a music party that the whole school has focused on, will begin soon. Kush Wang brought Chen Zong to the school restaurant, and the two first solved the problem of dinner. Today is the first time this lady takes the initiative to invite boys to dinner. You must be content, Kush Wang said while sitting at the dining table, blinking his watery eyes. Opposite the dining table, Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm and faint, and he didn't answer, just taking his own dinner. His eating behavior is so neat and elegant, that is a temperament that ordinary people can't imitate at all. By the dining table and outside the floor-tussling windows, you can see the people passing by on both sides of the campus boulevard. That little couple ... The boys basketball players in groups. Everything is full of vigor. Youth on campus. While dining, Chen Zong stared at the night view of the campus outside the window. Under the street lamp, the obliquely elongated silhouettes. As if to prove youth, deep in the pupils of his eye sockets, there seemed to be a complex emotion flashing through. In his mind, those scenes of déjà vu emerged. Military Academy playground. That beautiful shadow. That woman's smile. He will never forget in his life. She was in a straight military uniform, with a Raizia medal hung on her shoulders. That is, it belongs to the special honor of this country. Remember, my name is Renji Wayward Ren, Jai Yuzchi. Don't make mistakes in the future. Look, do my epaulets look good? Apostrophe. Next time, When I have won multiple military awards, I will add a few more stars on my shoulders. Would you like to give it to you? Apostrophe. Would. Don't keep your face bored all day. I want to see you smile. Will you laugh? Should I teach you? Like this. The laughter lingered in his ears. Became his only memory in this life. His eye sockets were red and filled with mist. The memory scenes in his mind, scene after scene, appeared, occupying all of him. Gradually, his fists clenched. Hello ... hello, little white face. Chen Zhongying. Next to him, Kushwang slapped his hand vigorously, awakening him from the endless memory. What's the matter with you? Kushwang blinked his big eyes, looking at him strangely in astonishment. The appearance of this man just now was a bit scary. In the pupils, there seemed to be a terrible breath that made people afraid to look directly. It's okay. Chen Zhongying shook his head. The inexplicable and complicated aura converged. Are you finished? Let's go. He got up and walked outside the restaurant indifferently. Kushwang was taken aback, followed him and walked out of the restaurant. Just after the two left, the dining table in the restaurant, where Chen Zhongying had sat, cracked suddenly. Then, the cracks continued to spread, and instantly collapsed into a piece of powder. Stars in the night, silver and moon embellishment. Kushwang dragged Chen Zhongying and walked all the way towards the gymnasium on the campus. Tonight, a music evening of Fuxing University will be held in the gymnasium. Along the way, there was almost an endless stream of people. The students swarmed towards the gymnasium. The number of participants in this evening party broke through thousands. Unprecedented scale. Kushwang pulled Chen Zhongying and signed in front of the gymnasium. Then he pulled him directly into the gymnasium. The group of bodyguards respectfully waited outside the gymnasium, always vigilant to protect the second lady's safety. You just sit here. Kushwang brought Chen Zhongying to a guest seat under the stage. In a while, I'm going to perform on stage. You remember to applaud me. She blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, performance? Chen Zhongying glanced at this girl with some confusion. Yeah. What I learn is music, so I naturally want to perform. Remember to applaud. I won't tell you. I'm going to the backstage to prepare. Kushwang finished speaking, jumping and walking towards the back of the stage. Go with. Tonight, the reason why she must take Chen Zhongying to the party, because of her performance. Sitting in the audience, Chen Zhongying looked indifferent. He is in a black suit and straight, although his skin is fair and handsome, but his face is extremely cold. Compared with the young students in these 4 weeks, he looked a little out of place. Hey look ... who is that uncle? So handsome. Around the audience. In the audience, several girls pointed to Chen Zhongying and whispered, the skin is so white, he is dressed so formal, he doesn't even smile. I feel that he is like Peng Yuan. Why? Peng Yuan is not as handsome as him? I think he is more like Wu Yanzu. Our school, when did such a handsome guy come here? It's just too much ... The girls in the audience were talking softly, talking and laughing. Obviously, at this moment Chen Zhongying, sitting alone here, became the short-term focus. It's just because his temperament is too unique, and he's a bit too cool. Of course, though, he became the focus, attracting countless girls around. However, none of the girls dared to approach or strike up a conversation. Because of his breath, it's too cold. The cold is a little scary, and I dare not approach it. All the girls are secretly anxious. Finally, a girl couldn't help but wanted to approach him and ask for a WeChat ID. As a result, Chen Zhongying's indifferent gaze forced him to retreat. His cold is too deadly. Chen Zhongying sat in the audience calmly and indifferently. He has an urge to get up and leave. However, he was finally pressed down. Looking around, there were a series of young and charming figures. At this moment, he seemed out of place. Is it yourself? Are you old? He is really not used to this kind of scene. But right now, suddenly, his eyes condensed suddenly. He, in the crowd ahead, saw a touch of a familiar figure! Exclamation mark. Xiaji! Exclamation mark. That way, a figure that has become the ashes of memory, suddenly ... reappears in front of you again! Exclamation mark. Moreover, is it a living existence? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Shenzong suddenly stood up from his chair. Chapter 197. How many times have you heard of it? But when he glanced at the crowd again, but I can't find it again, that figure. Is it an illusion? Do you think too much? At this moment, Chen Zonging was completely inexplicable. He was in the crowd again, scanning and searching, but he found nothing like finding a needle in a haystack. He shook his head slowly. I think about it because I think too much. In this Jiangnan Huai, in a university, how can there be a her figure? She was long gone and turned to ashes. Some people will never come back after all. At the same time, the lights in the stadium gradually dimmed. Then, the spotlight on the stage lights up. Music evening. Opening. Chen Zenging sighed and sat back in his seat. The host is on stage, after a brief opening. Next, we entered the evening performance. The students in this school use music to bloom the charm of youth. Love songs, strong songs and dances. The whole music party was lively. But Chen Zong was alone, like a wood carving, sitting at the scene. His expression indifferent, as if completely incompatible with the atmosphere of the scene. The scenes of the performance seemed unattractive in his eyes. If not, Qiui's plea. He will not stay at the scene at all. His life belongs to the battlefield. Belong to hell. This kind of youth campus is incompatible with his death. As far as he and the college students are concerned, they belong to two worlds. And those girls who just tried to strike up a conversation with him probably don't know. The moment they approached to strike up a conversation, they were already wandering in front of hell. If so, tell them. This man is a reaper and has slaughtered countless lives. Do those girls still have the courage to come forward? At this moment, the voice of the host came up on the stage. Next, please invite the freshman of the music department, the freshman, Ku Shuangxia, to bring you a piano performance. Kill Xiang. In an instant, there was a shout from the audience. Why, imagine how popular is this autumn frost. Autumn school flower. Come on, Shuangxiajiang, I love you. In the audience, the group of boys fans screamed frantically. Amidst the endless cheers, the shadow under Ku Shuang finally slowly appeared on the stage. Under the spotlight, she had long pale blonde hair, shawls, a white shirt, a short black pleated skirt, those delicate long legs, and a pair of white shoes under her feet. The whole person is beautiful and moving. She scanned the crowd below, seeming to be searching. Then, her gaze found the cold and familiar figure in the crowd. When Chen Zonging was sitting down the court, the smile on her mouth couldn't help but lifted up. Two dimples emerged, the sweet smiles that made all men fall. Off the stage, the group of boys fell and became poisoned. The screams and shouts were more intense. Only Chen Zonging sat there calmly and indifferently. His gaze is still without waves. His gaze is calm, as if he is not interested in everything. On the stage, Ku Shuang came to a black piano gently and sat down. Then, the jade finger was gently placed on the keyboard. Tap between your fingers. Soft music, accompanied by her sweet and elegant voice, began to sound. The sparrow outside the window talks a lot on the telephone pole. You say this, it feels like summer. The pencil in my hand, back and forth on the paper, I use a few lines to describe who you are to me. The taste of sorry, both the cat and you want to know. The scent of first love was found by us in this way. The warm sun is like freshly picked bright strawberries. You said you can't bear to eat this feeling. It rained all night, and my love overflowed like rain. The fallen leaves in the yard are thick with my thoughts. A few words of right and wrong can't cool down my enthusiasm. You appear on every page of my poem. The melodious singing echoed in the party scene. Her voice is very sweet, the kind of singing that almost melts people's hearts. At this moment, the eyes of all the boys were full of light. The singing is melodious, and the piano is beautiful. Goddess, she really is a goddess. In the audience, Chen Zonging, who had been sitting calmly, also raised his head somewhat inexplicably. His gaze faintly glanced towards the stage. On the stage, That girl seemed to have light, not the color of the spotlight. Rather, it belongs to her own color. For the first time, Chen Zong discovered that this girl, in addition to making trouble, has such a moving side. However, that's all. In his eyes, Ku Shuang is still a girl. Finally, amidst the melodious piano sound, one song is over. Ku Shuang got up and bowed gently to the stage. There was thunderous applause in the audience. The performance is over. Under the spotlight, under the autumn frost, like stars holding the moon, slowly stepped down. In the focus of many people's eyes, she actually walked towards the auditorium. Then, she came straight to Chen Zongying and sat directly in the empty seat beside him. She took Chen Zongying's arm intimately and asked, "Do I sing well?" Hiss. At this moment, countless boys present changed their expressions instantly. Goddess, under Ku Shuang. Unexpectedly. Intimately holding a strange man's arm? Who is that man? What is the relationship between him and Ku Shuangxia? For an instant, all the boys around seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak. However, the group of girls around, all clenched their fists, eyes full of hostility. My God, that extremely cold man, handsomer than Wu Yanzu, was actually ... who was holding his arm by the smelly girl under Ku Shuang? Are the good men in the world blind? How could you look at the witch under Ku Shuang? What a pity, hate it. Such a cold and handsome cabbage man, just like that, was arched by the big wild boar under Ku Shuang. All girls have the feeling of being a dog. Shuangxia, who is this? Not far away, several girls couldn't help but step forward and asked, "He's my male companion." Ku Shuang introduced Chen Zongying's arm with her big watery eyes blinking, introducing the girls. But at this moment, Chen Zong suddenly pushed her hand away indifferently. "Huang Mao girl, don't be passionate." Chen Zongying's voice was indifferent, and he slowly uttered these few words. Under autumn frost, several girls present. So cold, frosty, but he is so handsome. Ku Shuang's pretty face was flushed first, then flushed with anger. This stinky guy. Anyhow, in front of so many classmates, give yourself or face. This stinky man doesn't give himself face at all. However, at the same time, on the stage, the host smiled and continued to report the following program. Next, I would like to invite a second-year student in the music department, Yuan Li, to bring you a song, violin solo. At the scene, there was a round of applause. A girl wearing a white dress, holding a violin, slowly walked onto the stage. She wears a white dress to Sheng's. The shawl with jet black long hair is like a bright star. When I saw this woman in the auditorium, everyone fell silent. Hold your breath. That is, the appreciation of beauty. If you say, Ku Shuang is sweet and cute, and overbearing. Well, at this moment, the woman on the stage is gentle and weak. When is Chanhua Qiu? It's like a river of spring water flowing eastward. This class of women exists only because of heaven. How many times have you heard of it? However, when I saw the woman on stage, Chen Zongying in the audience finally lost control of his emotions. Got up from the seat. For the first time, he lost control of his emotions. For the first time, he was short of breath. His eyes are extremely complicated. At the end of the line of sight, he stared at the woman on the stage closely. Once upon a time, he thought, someone he would never see again in this life. At this moment, but once again, appeared in front of you. Is it true or illusion? In the ashes of the memory, the hidden memories, one by one, are being pieced together. Ren. G! Chapter 198 Reincarnated soul on the stage, spotlights. Wearing a white dress, like coming from the sky, flying out of the dust. The melodious sound of the violin echoed in the air of the hall. With her long hair tilted, her eyes open, her singing sounded. The fallen leaves have piled up several layers, and I have heard it after stepping on my youth, who was in tears in the previous life, tied the rope once for fate. I am still waiting for the rest of my life, so I can only be serious once. After confirming the look in my eyes, I met the right person, and I swung my sword and turned around, with blood like red lips. It is not the blade that hurts people from the memory of the past, but your reincarnated soul. After confirming the look in my eyes, I met the right person. I rode my horse out, and the hoofs ran like tears. The moonlight from the blue stone slab enters this mountain city. I follow along all the way. You are reincarnated, and I have a deep affection for you. Singing softly, with magnetic sound in your ears, reverberating in the air, floating in the night. At that moment, Chen Zhongying stood on the spot, clenching his fists. His eyes, for the first time, a mist loomed. Isn't it her after all? Even though the face looks alike again, the sound has never been the same. It turned out that it was someone who looked so much like her. After all, it's not that she. Chen Zhongying's breathing was a little messy. For the first time in many years, he was confused. Hey ... What's the matter, smelly rascal? Seeing that they are beautiful, can't walk anymore? Kushwang pouted and pulled the corner of his clothes with jealousy. This brought him back to his thoughts from the chaos. Chen Zhongying was confused, and he slowly sat back on the chair. Looking at the stage, that gentle, beautiful and suffocating shadow. His eyes are extremely complicated. How much I want to see you again. Even if you look at it in a hurry, you will leave. That year, that shadow, has become a fragment of memory. Now, it reappears. Even if it's just illusion, even if it's just a like. But it also made him confused. He was just like that, sitting under the stage with complicated eyes, looking at the snow-white figure playing on the stage. Memories continue to overlap, and the two figures look too alike. The memories of the previous dynasty cross the red dust. It's not the blade that hurts, it is your reincarnated soul. I follow all the way, your reincarnation sound. I have a deep affection for you. Finally, a song fell. The melodious and soft singing voice echoes softly in the hall, as if people are nostalgic for it. This kind of performance is a kind of enjoyment. Everyone seems to be reluctant to wake up. On the stage, Yuan Li stood up gently, facing the audience. Bow your body. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Then, she squeezed the skirt and gently walked off the stage. After she stepped down, she was about to walk back to the audience seat. Suddenly, he was stopped by a figure. A young boy, holding a blue rose in his forehand, smiled gently, and handed it to Yuan Li. Xiao, congratulations, you succeeded in playing. The young man's voice was very gentle, with a gentle smile. But when he saw this young man, Yuan Li's complexion changed slightly. Thank you Lord Mo for your kindness, but I'm sorry ... I don't like flowers. She gently waved her hand, leaned her body, and planned to leave. However, Mojia clearly did not intend to give her a chance to leave at all. He took a step forward and stopped in front of her again. At this time, the musical performance on the stage continued. A group of girls are singing and dancing on the stage. But in the audience, Mojia aiming remained the same, holding flowers in front of Yuan Li. No one dared to stop. Because of this Mojia aiming, the background is very big. In the entire music department, almost ... no one dared to mess with him. He applied for the music department just to play with women. There are countless women in the music department. In just 2 semesters of study, he has changed hundreds of girlfriends, and at the same time has an ambiguous relationship with countless girls. This kind of sentiment from a rich kid is simply a scumbag. However, no one dared to speak of him, because his surname is Mo. This city has only one family named Mo. Xiao, tonight ... accompany me to the bar. Mojia aiming stopped in front of her, reluctantly, still smiling. This Yuan Li, the pretends to be pure and stands in the archway. He has been invited many times, but has been rejected. But the more he was rejected, the more Mojia aiming's desire to conquer rose. Innocent bitch. He doesn't put the woman Yuan Li into bed, doesn't make it hard, doesn't take a few photos. He doesn't believe in Mo. In this school, there is no woman he can't conquer without Mojia aiming. Sorry, Lord Mo ... I don't know how to drink. Yuan Li shook his head gently, refused again, and tried to leave. But Mojiaming snapped his fingers. A few boys immediately gathered around him, surrounded her round and round. Almost all of Yuan Li's retreat was sealed. Today, coercion, profit and temptation, even if you use it strong, you must take this woman down. As for the school leaders present, hey, Mojiaming, he has already said hello. In the entire school, there really isn't any leader who dares not to die and come to him Mojiaming's trouble. Unless the leader doesn't want to live anymore. In the auditorium, the faces of the students were complicated. Although, everyone has seen this scene. But no one really dares to take care of it. Just kidding, who dares to care about Lord Mo? Isolated and helpless, Yuan Li was surrounded on the spot. Her pretty face was a little pale, and her beautiful eyes looked around helplessly, hoping that a teacher can help her out. However, the teachers and school leaders turned their heads one after another, pretending they had never seen this scene. No one dares to take care of this. With a smile on his mouth, Mojiaming handed the flower in his hand to Yuan Li. Little car, it's okay if you don't know how to drink with me once tonight, and it will work. His voice was calm, with a deep smile. He has never missed the woman Mojiaming wants. Under the auditorium, Kushwang sat on a chair with her beautiful eyes looking not far away, and muttered softly, "That stupid master, it's time to harm the girls again." She murmured, "In the entire school department, I am afraid that only the little witch under Kushwang would dare to call Mojiaming like this." Chen Zonging sat calmly on the side, arms crossed his chest. His eyes were indifferent. He was also there, watching the situation not far away. But he didn't have the intention to shoot. Just looked at it coldly. Can't guess his state of mind at the moment. Because that person is not the person in memory after all. Just another girl who looks alike. The person in my memory has long since passed away. And if she is still alive, no need for your own help. That is a heroine, rather than this lovely girl in front of me. Ahead, Yuan Li looked helpless and looked around. But no teacher was willing to get up and help her out. Her beautiful eyes were red, pitiful. Throughout the scene, no one wanted to help her. This Mojiaming, acting harshly, is he going to be planted in the hands of ... this evil young man today? He said, let himself go to drink with him. But everyone knows, once this is gone, it will never come back. Under the auditorium, Chen Zonging looked cold and frowned, and lit a cigarette. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly pinched out the cigarette. But then, he stood up suddenly. He, after all, couldn't help it. Try not to be nosy. But he couldn't see after all, that woman's face was invaded. Even if it's just a like. Chen Zonging looked indifferent, step by step, walking towards Yuan Li. Chapter 199. If you don't take wine, I take his life. Inside the concert hall, Yuan Li was surrounded by it, his eyes helpless and pitiful. However, at this moment, a figure stood up and slowly walked towards her. He is in a straight suit. He has a fair and elegant breath. Looking indifferently, he walked slowly. He stepped forward and grabbed Mojiaming's hand directly. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The rose in Mojiaming's hand fell directly to the ground, and the whole person bowed, distorted by the pain. Chen Zong's hand, like a vice, was fiercely stuck in Mojiaming's hand. Let go of Brother Ming. Don't you want to live anymore? Next to him, the four boys grinned and charged up. Papa. After 4 consecutive slaps, the 4 boys' brothers were directly fanned out. In the entire auditorium, everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god, this person is too awesome, right? Exclamation mark. Even Mojiaming's people dare to fight? Is this person going to make a strong for Yuan Li? In the auditorium, Kushwang Xie was also dumbfounded. Mema was stunned and stared at the scene blankly. This little white face ... Isn't he sick? Isn't he not nosy? Question mark. Why did you make a sudden move? Hun boy, Do you dare to move my people? Let me go immediately, otherwise I will let you not see the sun tomorrow. Mo Jiaming's expression was fierce and furious. Pop! But before he could react, Chen Zong had already slapped his face severely. Puff! Mo Jiaming spouted blood directly, and 2 teeth flew down on the spot accompanied by blood. Do you dare? Mo Jiaming was slapped again on his face before he finished speaking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and several more teeth rolled off. Mo Jiaming's cheeks swelled into a pig's head, and he howled in anger, piercing his heart, and was almost mad. In the whole Jiangnan, Shanghai, and the entire Fuxing campus, no one has ever dared to beat him like this. Mo Jiaming is rampant. When has he suffered this kind of humiliation? Yuan's whole body, his pretty face pale, his delicate body trembled lightly, and he stayed in place. On this campus someone would shoot for her. Her chest was undulating, sluggish, messy unbelievable. Stop it. At this moment, the teachers in the distance couldn't help but stood up and shouted. Some school leaders also changed color, stood up hurriedly, and walked hurriedly toward this side. Just kidding, Mo Jiaming. But the key protection object of the school. He is not a family, but an important employer of the school. The Mo family's forces are in the south of the Yangtze River. Who dares to provoke? But at this moment, this young master of the Mo family was actually so slapped, and they all vomited blood, and their teeth were fanned. No one can bear this responsibility. Stop it. The school teachers and leaders rushed angrily. Where are you, asshole? Dare to beat our students? A teacher guarded the shortcomings, rushed directly to Chen Zonging, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted angrily. This person is dressed in a suit and uniform, facing the elegant and deceptive. He is not a student of this school. At first glance, the teacher was righteous and confident, and shouted angrily. Chen Zongong slowly raised his eyes and glanced at him. Slap! With a slap, the teacher was spitting blood out of the fan's mouth, spinning around on the spot. Being a role model for others, covering up interest and temptation. Slap! Chen Zonging backhanded and slapped again. The teacher was directly slapped by the fan's teeth, vomiting blood. Where is the heart of the teacher? Where is the morality of the teacher? Boom! A palm. He flew the teacher tens of meters away and hit the audience fiercely. The entire auditorium was swept to pieces. The teacher vomited violent blood, and fell directly into a faint. Not far away, the leaders of the school suddenly stopped. Originally, the teachers who were still about to curse in their mouths also hurriedly stopped. All the students were frightened by the scene. Oh my God, I'm a good boy. This young man in a suit, even the teacher dare to fight? This is simply. Chen Zengping grabbed Mo Jiaming's head and looked at him calmly and indifferently. Aren't you? Do you want to drink? How about I accompany you? His voice was calm, but with an unprecedented chill. Mo Jiaming only felt that his whole body was shaking with fright. Big brother misunderstanding. Mo Jiaming repeatedly begged for mercy and explained. Just kidding, this young man is not afraid of death. Even the teachers at school dare to fight. This is a felony. At this moment, life is important. Stay with the Green Hills, without worrying about not having firewood. Today, Mo Jiaming came to school in a hurry, without enough staff. At this time, you can only be soft. Misunderstanding? But I take it seriously. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, bring the wine. He turned his head and ordered the teacher beside him. The teachers present were all shocked. Everyone stayed on the spot. No one dared to move, looking at the man in shock. What does he want to do? If you don't take the wine, I will take his life. Chen Zong grabbed Mo Jiaming's neck and said slowly, he never joked. Either wine or fate. Go get the wine. You guys, he doesn't speak jokes. In the audience, Kushwangxia reacted immediately and hurriedly rushed to the teachers and shouted. Others may not know, but she knows under Kushwang. This man, it's the same. When he said it, he would do it. Kushwang rushed up, but didn't want to make matters worse. She didn't want to let Chen Zongjing get involved in this unprovoked vortex. Is it for you, An Li, that Cinderella? No need. The group of teachers were forced to turn around and hurriedly ran to the convenience supermarket on campus to fetch alcohol. The atmosphere of the entire concert hall is extremely solemn. On the stage, the music is still playing, but the students who were singing and dancing had already stopped moving, standing on the stage blankly, looking at the scene below the stage with shocked faces. Kush Wang looked anxious, and leaned to Chen Zongying's ear, and whispered, "Little white face, let him go. Don't be nosy." This Mo family, the background is quite big. But Chen Zong did not pay attention to her at all. The person on the side, Yuan Li, whose chest was ups and downs, looked at the scene in front of her, looking at the strange man. Her beautiful eyes were red and misty. For the first time, a man stood up to help her out. For the first time, a man stood up and called the shots for her. Since childhood, no one has ever been able to stand up for her like this, because she was just a hard-fought bird from a poor family. No one wants to cause trouble for her. But today, a strange man suddenly stood up for her. He didn't hesitate to offend Mo Jiaming. This made her feel confused. Tears in her beautiful eyes. Chen Zongying just pinched Mo Jiaming's neck and waited quietly. The wine is here. The wine is here. Not far away, several teachers hurried over with a bag of beer. The wine is here for you. Don't you let go of young Master Mo. A teacher handed the wine to Chen Zongying and shouted anxiously. Even the teachers of their group must call Mo Jiaming the son of Mo. It can be seen how high Mo Jiaming's status in the school is. Chapter 200 rushed to the crown, but Chen Zongying did not mean to let go. With a faint look, he handed a bottle of beer to Mo Jiaming. No. Do you like to drink? Drink it. Mo Jiaming was taken aback first, a little dazed. What is this for? Not beat yourself. Don't scold yourself. Instead, let yourself drink. Could it be that this guy heard his name and was persuaded? Scared. So, this is a toast to yourself, to please the relationship. Thinking of this, Mo Jiaming suddenly smiled. Oh, you know a little bit for yourself. Mo Jiaming took the wine in one hand, and opened the bottle, blowing it on the spot. The appearance of drinking all over his body exudes a rage. Mo Jiaming is used to the bar night scene, and he has a good drinker. A bottle of beer, no pressure. He wiped the corners of his mouth with satisfaction, with a look of enjoyment. I'm telling you, in this Jiangnan, I can walk sideways. You offended me today, and you will probably have trouble making progress in Jiangnan from now on. However, for your sake of toasting me, I can think about it and bypass you for the time being. Mo Jiaming said with a dull expression. At this time, he seemed to have the initiative. Indeed, the reputation of the Mo family, looking at the whole Jiangnan, really no one dares to move. It's finished. Let's have another bottle. Chen Zongying looked faintly, and passed the second bottle of beer. Easy to say, easy to say. Mo Jiaming nodded lightly, looking like a boss. It seems that this kid is on the road. It's going to happen. After knowing that he was the son of the Mo family, wouldn't he be more respectful? He also toasted himself, not bad, and counted him as the truth. In this way, Mo Jiaming saved his face in front of everyone. Mo Jiaming took the wine, with a satisfied expression on his face, mouthed the bottle, and drank it. Well, kid, it's not bad. Let's do it. In the future, you will follow me. I have a copy of the girl Mo Jiaming has played with. Mo Jiaming enjoys his face and pats Chen Zongying on the shoulder. Chen Zongying's expression was still calm, and the third bottle of wine was passed over. Then, the fourth bottle, the fifth bottle. When, drink the 10th bottle. Mo Jiaming finally couldn't hold it anymore. No, I can't drink it anymore. I can't drink it. It's too much. Mo Jiaming shook his head while clutching his bulging stomach. Continue drinking. This wine is not yet full. Chen Zong's expression was calm, and another bottle of beer was passed over. Boy, I said you were deliberate. Mo Jiaming was also a little aware at this time. Something was wrong. This guy kept handing himself wine, and he didn't mean to stop at all. Did you just find out? Chen Zheng handed him the wine and said calmly, I fuck your whole family. Are you kidding me? Mo Jiaming reacted immediately and cursed. Continue drinking. Chen Zhonging looked faintly and handed him the beer. Drink your mother. Mo Jiaming directly picked up the wine bottle and smashed it at Chen Zhong's head and face. Boom. The bottle exploded in midair before it got close to Chen Zhong's body. Countless wine glasses were scattered on Mo Jiaming, very embarrassed. If you don't drink, then I'll feed you. Chen Zhonging's expression was calm. He picked up a bottle of beer, flicked it between his fingers, and the bottle cap bounced off. He directly picked up the beer bottle, grabbed Mo Jiaming's neck, and poured the full bottle of beer into Mo Jiaming's throat. Grumbling, the whole bottle of beer was instantly poured into Mo Jiaming's throat. He struggled violently and tried to escape. However, the hand between the neck, like a vice, stubbornly caught him, unable to move half an inch at all. Within a few seconds, a whole bottle of beer was filled with hatred into Mo Jiaming's stomach. He was out of breath and coughed. The drink was spit out mixed with saliva. Asshole! What are you doing? This is at school. Warn you not to mess around. Your every move will be recorded. On the side, a school leader, Wang Hao, finally couldn't pass it. This son of Mo can't afford to offend him. There are countless benefits for him on weekdays. Today, Lord Mo is an accident, so the Mo family can't thunder be furious. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zong picked up another bottle of beer and opened it. Then it poured directly into Mo Jiaming's throat. Mo Jiaming was totally unable to resist. His mouth was severely pinched by Chen Zonging, and he couldn't close it even if he wanted to close it. With his mouth opened, the beer poured frantically into his mouth, reaching his throat and into his stomach. Ahem. Puff. Mo Jiaming trembled violently. Life is better than death. Where is the security guard? Call the security guard. The school leader Wang Hao finally got angry and shouted. At the scene, Chen Zong continued to drink. Bottle by bottle of beer crazily poured into Mo Jiaming's mouth. The entire concert scene. The audience. Everyone was shocked and stared at this scene in disbelief. On the stage, those beautiful actresses were also dumbfounded. Everyone, all dumbfounded. The son of Mo, the son of the Mo family, the eldest son of the indomitable boy, at this moment, was so tortured. This is simply. Everyone feels dizzy in their brains. Yuan Liqiao's face was pale and dull, standing the whole. Her beautiful eyes couldn't believe it. At this time, her nose was a little sour, and her eyes gradually became filled with mist, with crystal tears flickering at the corners of her eyes. For the first time, someone went to war for her. So she is just a little sparrow. She thought that no one wanted to love her, no one wanted to protect her. But today, this person appeared. He was dressed in a straight suit and looked elegant, as if a great sage who descended from the sky had picked up her dignity again. Mo Jiaming was pinched around his neck, and the beer, bottle by bottle, kept pouring into his throat. His stomach almost burst. The belly is quite big. The whole person trembles violently and coughs. Chen Zonging still has a neat suit, his face is elegant, and the gentleman is pouring wine indifferently. Although his behavior at the moment makes people tremble, but his action of pouring wine is still elegant. But the gentleman's movements are shocking. This is simply a demon. Furious for the beauty. This is too. Everyone is dumbfounded. For a Yuanli? Don't hesitate to offend the famous son of Mo? This is simply not worth it. It's not worth it. Yuanli is beautiful, that's right. But fate is important. If you offend Lord Mo, I'm afraid you will lose your life. This hero saves the United States and is simply looking for death. At the same time, outside the stadium, a large group of school security guards were finally mobilized and rushed here. Dozens of school security guards, armed with sticks, rushed into the gym in an instant. But Chen Zonging still didn't mean to stop. Bottle after bottle, the beer was poured into Mo Jiaming's throat fiercely. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry, get this guy down for me. The school leader Wang Hao shouted angrily. In an instant, All the security guards dispatched and rushed up.